that Douglas Alexander is duly elected.
James, this is a disaster for the SNP, isn't it?
It's a total disaster for the Scottish National Party, Laura.
It's not looking good for the SNP.
We've been swept aside by the Starmer tsunami.
Wales looks once again like a Tory-free zone, the first time in almost 2 decades that the Welsh Conservatives have failed to win any seat whatsoever.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him, and I take responsibility for the loss.
But yeah, there we have it at 5:15 in the morning. Rishi Sunak saying it's explicitly. Over. Yeah, that it is over.
We can now say with certainty that Labour have won the 2024 general election.
We did it!
Good morning from Westminster. Labour have won a landslide victory in the general election on a dramatic night in British politics.
We did it!
It is a spectacular turnaround for Sir Keir Starmer's party less than 5 years after their worst result in almost a century.
The sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
The Tories are set for the worst result in their history, losing 8 cabinet ministers, including Grant Shapps and Penny Mordaunt. More than 40 Tory ministers and whips have gone so far.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
And humiliation for the former Prime Minister Liz Truss. She has lost her seat in southwest Norfolk, narrowly defeated by Labour by just over 600 votes.
We will be bringing you the very latest live from Westminster on a day of huge change with just 9 seats left to declare. Celebrations for the Liberal Democrats returning more than 70 seats and becoming the 3rd largest party in the House of Commons.
A difficult and damaging night for the SNP, according to Scotland's First Minister, down to just 8 MPs as Labour regains dominance in Scotland.
Nigel Farage becomes an MP on his 8th attempt as Reform UK win 4 seats, taking large numbers of votes from the Conservatives.
And the Greens now have 4 MPs, with the party's co-leader taking Bristol Central from a senior Labour politician.
In Wales, Labour won back a string of seats, completely wiping out the Conservatives, with Plaid Cymru winning 4.
And in Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin has won the most seats for the first time, but significant losses for the Democratic Unionist Party, including Ian Paisley in North Antrim, a seat held by his family for more than 50 years.
Good morning from Westminster on a day of history. A Labour landslide after 14 years in opposition, a spectacular turnaround in fortunes.
Yes, good morning. It's a day of huge change. It's a day of transition, and there could well be more surprises to come in the hours ahead. And we're going to be here all day with you, right in the heart of the action, the very wet action this morning, as the new Labour government is formed and as Sir Keir Starmer heads to the palace to become the new Prime Minister, with a forecast majority now of 176.
Well, we are here right by the Houses of Parliament, and this morning we're going to be talking to politicians, old and new, experts and advisors who will be looking back at an extraordinary night and looking forward to what happens next. Overnight, some of the most familiar faces in British politics have lost their seats. The former Prime Minister Liz Truss, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt, all gone.
There are so many stories to unpack for you this morning. We have a team of BBC presenters in all the right places. They are at Downing Street, at Buckingham Palace. They're in Glasgow, Belfast, Cardiff. And we're going to hear from voters right across the UK. Wherever you live, however you voted, whatever you think of these results that we're showing you this morning, we will guide you through everything as it all unfolds.
We certainly will. Now, as we now know, Labour has won the general election by a landslide, with Sir Keir Starmer set to become the next Prime Minister.
The party has gained its biggest majority since Sir Tony Blair's victory back in 1997, at the expense of huge losses for the Conservatives. Before we go forward, let's bring you all up to date and explain what has happened overnight.
5 a.m. and enter the winner, a new Prime Minister-elect. In just 4 years, he's taken Labour from historic low to landslide.
Now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
Earlier re-elected, but knowing he'd led his party to its worst ever election result, Rishi Sunak conceded.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides.
But far from sober, this was humiliating.
They're slow hand clapping, apparently, there in King's Lynn. If we can bring it up, there we go. And that must be for the candidate who is not on the stage. And that would be
a slow hand clap from those waiting for Rishi Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister, Liz Truss. On the right of the screen, she sidled in to hear that she'd been voted out, losing to Labour.
The issue we've faced as Conservatives is we haven't delivered sufficiently on the policies people want. And that means keeping taxes low, but also particularly on reducing immigration.
Elected.
The first senior Tory to go was just after midnight. Swindon South, a Labour gain. For Robert Buckland, former Justice Secretary, a lonely walk to end a 14-year career as an MP. Angry, he blamed infighting and incompetence for leaving his party so diminished.
I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing this electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb.
The Liberal Democrats then ousted the current Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, and the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan. Labour defeated Penny Mordaunt, one of the favourites to be a future Tory leader. And another one too, the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps.
We've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched.
Jacob
Rees-Mogg lost his seat to Labour. All the while, the Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, looked nervous. By just 20 votes, he scraped through. Doing the damage to the Conservatives in seat after seat was Reform. Lee Anderson won in Ashfield.
21,225.
And Nigel Farage finally, after so many failed attempts, elected MP for Clacton.
Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
And already celebrating the Liberal Democrats. This was a record-breaking night for them too, seizing dozens of seats from the Conservatives to end with their highest tally ever. In Scotland, Labour has scooped up seats from the SNP. They had 45, now reduced to single digits. In Northern Ireland, a double shock. Jim Allister of the Traditional Unionists defeated Ian Paisley Jr. And Sinn Féin now have the most MPs here.
Come out across the country.
And in Monmouthshire, another Conservative loss to Labour. The Welsh Secretary David T.C. Davies. Not a single Tory MP is left in Wales. So this is Keir Starmer's moment to savour. A time, he said, for the nation to start a new chapter. Jamie Grammaticus, BBC News.
Well, we're going to go right to one of the big winners of the night. Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, joins us here in the studio. What a night for you.
It has been fantastic. It's been a record-breaking night. This is a historic step forward for the Liberal Democrats. We will now be the largest third-party force in Parliament for over 100 years. And I think our positive campaign resonated with people, particularly putting health and care right at the centre. And I'm very grateful for all the people who put their trust in us. And we are going to campaign so hard on health and care to repay that trust.
71 seats so far. That was wonderful pictures of you celebrating there a few hours ago. Did you expect that many seats?
I didn't actually myself. During the campaign, it looked like we were doing better and better and better. So I thought there could be some momentum. But this is historic and record-breaking. To be the largest third-party force for over 100 years is quite something. And I'm determined that we repay the trust the British people have put in so many Liberal Democrat MPs. With health and care is our top campaign. Of course, campaigning on the cost of living as well, or ending the sewage scandal, all the things we talked about in that election. We're going to take them into Parliament and fight for those issues.
We should explain to people watching, if they can't remember what the old Parliament looked like, that you will have 63 more MPs this time. I suppose the fact of the matter, though, is that you've got a Labour Party with, what, more than 400 MPs. So you will be a bigger voice, but how do you make that voice heard? How do you make your presence felt?
Well, we take the issues and our manifesto into that Parliament campaign for them. They are our marching orders. We have listened to people about their concerns, and they told us health and care was the top. They told us the cost of living was a big issue. Their local environment, particularly sewage, was a big issue. So we had them in our manifesto. And we're going to fight for the fair deal, that's what we called it, the fair deal that we've campaigned on and won so many MPs on. And every Liberal Democrat MP will fight to be a local champion in their area on health and care, but they'll join a huge number now to make sure our voice is heard, and the voice of carers and the voice of people who need a GP, who need a dentist, who want a better health service. We'll make sure their voice is heard too.
What does the Lib Dem opposition look like now? I mean, you certainly, your voice will be heard. You get questions now, Prime Minister's questions, don't you? Two questions because you're the third largest party.
That's right. We will put our case week in, week out, and we're going to work so hard to get our voice heard. And, we will make sure that this government is held to account. But we'll put our ideas forward. We're a positive force. And I think one of the reasons we won so many MPs in this election, this record number, is because we campaigned positively. We had ambitious ideas. They were properly costed in our manifesto. I can take you through that if you want me to. You've probably heard enough of it already during the campaign, but people really responded. And I'll be honest, I also told my personal story about being a carer for my mum when she was dying, and then for my nana, and now for my son, and that seemed to resonate as well. And I think millions of people who have that experience in their own lives responded to it. And so I think I have responsibility now to represent those people.
Your campaign was very striking because you were so open, so about your own story. It was also very striking because of the stunts that you took part in. Did you know you were going to be doing that kind of thing? When was that put to you?
Well, we started having good visual images, let's call them that, during those parliamentary by-election victories that we won, with knocking down the blue wall, which has proven to be the case. We were predicted it, and it's happened. All those sort of visual images, and we took them into our campaign. And what was key for me was to show that we can have some fun. You don't have to take yourself too seriously, as long as you take the voters' concerns seriously. And every time we did one of those stunts, we had a message, falling off the paddleboard, that was about sewage. It was core to some of our campaigning. When I came down that slide in Somerset with kids and their families enjoying a half term, we were talking about the mental health crisis for children and young people, and how we've got solutions for it, getting a qualified mental health professional every primary and secondary school. So I think that combination of, showing that you could have a bit of fun, as well as having very serious well thought through policies, and we'll take that into the next Parliament. That's our job now. We've been giving our marching orders by the public.
You've changed the way of campaigning, haven't you? The next election, every party leader is going to be going to every theme park in the country, every opportunity.
Well, steady on now. We'll see. I mean, the key thing is connecting with people and making sure that they realise that you get it. And I think actually just as much as the fun, what was my personal story in talking to millions of carers, because I think if people realise that actually politicians are sort of normal people, you can relate to them, they lead normal lives. I mean, I was showing my dad dancing just earlier in celebrating. You know, we're quite normal people, and we want to fight for people. We're on their side. We listen to them, and we want to fight for them.
You have always been after proportional representation, haven't you, as a different way of voting, not this two-party first-past-the-post system. It's worked for you this time, though, hasn't it? So is that what you still want, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think the British political system is still broken. And I think electoral reform is a key part of that. I think putting power back into communities. I think capping the donations that political parties receive. I think we need political reform. And we're the only party who want to change our political system. And we're not changing our views on electoral reform.
Our deputy political editor, Vicki Young, is here in the studio with us all day. Hi, Vicki. It's interesting, isn't it, looking at the Lib Dems results and how they've been very strategic in how they've fought this campaign.
Yeah, and I think that has been a lesson. It's something that they've worked on for a long time, building up with councillors and then, you know, really focusing. But I'm quite interested to know, this was a huge rejection of the Conservatives, and you very much placed the Liberal Democrats as the party to get rid of the Tories. And I don't want to sound churlish on a night when you've done incredibly well, but this is a one-off moment, isn't it? And what can you really do with that power, do you think?
Well, we're going to take our marching orders from our platform, which was health and care right at the centre.
Why should Labour listen to you? That's the problem. They have a huge majority.
Because we've got the best arguments. We've got the best policies. I mean, I think other parties were silent on social care. We're the ones talking about it. They didn't think about how you could fund it. We showed how you could fund it. They didn't think about new reform ideas, about supporting family carers. We did. So we're going to win those arguments for the people who voted for us. I want to transform our health and care system. I think you can do that from the opposition benches just as well.
So many people watching this morning are desperate to know what's going to happen with social care. Is there now the possibility of an agreement between parties working together to come up with a solution for the future?
Well, since you say that, we had in our manifesto a commitment to joining other parties across the whole political spectrum, because although we've got lots of ideas of beginning to fix the system, I think they would transform the system, we also know that there's some longer term decisions that have to be made, and they'll only work if you get everyone to agree to them.
And do you think the new Labour government will work with you on that? Do you get those sort of signals?
We'll have to see. We're going to push them hard. I think the people out there, they want politicians to actually listen and reflect and take the big decisions. You can't walk away from the big decisions. We haven't. We may be the third party, we're the strongest third party for 100 years, but I want us to set the agenda, and we're going in there confident, with really good ideas, and we're going to make people listen to us.
You're going very shortly to your Liberal Democrat headquarters to celebrate a rally there. Just reflect, though, on what the Houses of Parliament is going to be like. You've been there quite some time. I mean, some of these really big names have gone. It's a huge shift, isn't it, that we've seen overnight?
Oh, it is huge, and I think everyone can see that. Remember, I first got elected in 1997 when there was another big change, when there was another big Labour majority, and it was the Liberal Democrats on so many issues who held the Labour Party to account on everything from the Iraq War, if you remember that, to actually increasing spending in our schools and our hospitals. So we have a track record on the opposition benches of holding a Labour government to account, pushing them harder. We're going to keep doing that.
OK. So, Ed Davey, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And congratulations. Vicki, let's reflect on the size, the scale of what has happened overnight.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to overestimate what's happened. And that's partly because, you know, Sir Keir Starmer is only the second politician to win 400 seats in the House of Commons, the first, of course, being Tony Blair. But in some ways, his achievement is even greater than that, because he was coming from so far behind. You know, it really wasn't that long ago that Jeremy Corbyn led Labour to a terrible electoral defeat, and he has managed to turn that around and then come out with a huge majority. And then on the other side of it too, this complete and utter rejection of the Conservatives. A former Cabinet Minister today saying it was electoral Armageddon. And they will be obviously looking at what went wrong there. But most of them have said to me privately that they don't feel that the rot set in with Rishi Sunak. The rot set in a long time before that. And it's going to take an awful lot of soul searching for those that are left, and there won't be that many of them, to decide which direction the party goes in after that.
I mean, Jeremy Hunt, though, is surprised that he didn't. A lot of people didn't think he'd still be there.
But the Liberal Democrats, which was sort of on their list at the high end of it, yeah, they didn't quite get that one. Yeah, he's still going to be around. I mean, he's stood to be leader a couple of times and hasn't got it now. Whether he's going to want to do that again, but he is someone with experience. We were talking earlier about all those politicians who have lost their seats and all those big figures, some that are in the cabinet, were in the cabinet, and some that were formerly in the cabinet. They've all gone. You know, they've lost a huge amount of experience there in deciding what they do next.
This place is going to feel and look very different, isn't it?
And the smaller parties, you know, we talked, David, you know, the Greens with more seats, Reform UK, you know, with seats, those people with voices, you know, in Parliament, you know, not a huge number of MPs, but it does change the debate in that place.
Vicki, for now, thank you very much indeed. Don't go anywhere. You're staying there, you're not allowed.
Well, we're joined now by the Shadow Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson. Will you be Education Secretary by the end of the day?
Well, that's a matter for Keir Starmer. It would be the privilege of my life to serve as Education Secretary in a Labour government, and all will unfold in the hours to come.
What has the night been like for you?
It's been an extraordinary night, but most importantly, an historic moment for our country, where after 14 years of all of the chaos and division that we've experienced, all of the turbulence, it's a chance for us to turn a corner. And I am determined that we will usher in a new era of hope and optimism for our country. And we know that means we've got to get on and deliver on what people have voted for. They've put their trust in us. That is a big responsibility, and we're determined to repay that trust.
And a huge job to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's clear kind of right across the country when we've been out campaigning the scale of the challenge, both in terms of what people see in their day-to-day lives, whether that's NHS waiting lists, fewer police on our streets, the fact that our schools are under enormous pressure. But that's why the commitments we've set out are areas where we're confident that we can get to work on delivering from day one, and we'll be judged on our record and on how we make those promises real.
And change is what you promised.
Absolutely.
How quickly can you deliver that change?
Well, the first steps that we set out during the course of that campaign, we'll crack on and we'll get to work on that straight away. But I think people do recognise that our country is in a pretty difficult state at the moment. That's why Keir has talked about a decade of national renewal. But we know that people have put their trust in us. We're determined to make sure that politics is once more about the service of our country. And that's the responsibility that has been entrusted to us over the last 24 hours.
Talk about a decade. Less than 5 years ago, we were sitting here and Boris Johnson was potentially looking at a decade in power. And now look at the number of seats the Conservatives have got and look at the size of your majority. It shows how volatile the electorate is these days. You might not have that long to make people happy.
No, that's why we're determined to get on with the job straight away and make a difference.
Are you worried about people's impatience?
I think all of us should reflect on the volatility that is clearly there. You know, we overturned, thanks to Keir Starmer's leadership, and a big result for the Conservatives in 2019. And I think it is testament to Keir's leadership that he's put the Labour Party back in the service of working people once more, and people have put their trust in us. And I do think it is extraordinary that we have been able to win seats that we'd never previously held before. They have never had Labour MPs in all of their history, whether that's Banbury or Hexham. That is an enormous and historic night for us.
An enormous number of seats, a big increase in seats, but when you look at the share of the vote, it's only up a little bit on 4.5 years ago under Jeremy Corbyn.
We've run a fantastic campaign and I'm really proud of everyone who's been involved in delivering that. And we know the system that we have, how the electoral system in our country works, and we've secured broad support right across our country. Yes, here in England, but also in Wales and Scotland too. And I think that gives us that mandate, that coalition, where we can bring our country together once more and put an end to all of the division that we've seen and focus on unifying our nation.
But how much of a mandate? That figure there at the top of the list of Labour votes, the turnout, 35% of the electorate voted for you yesterday. How much of a mandate is that?
Well, it's on the basis of seats that we fight our elections and on how many MPs are sent here to Westminster, and we have secured an enormous mandate. We do not take that for granted for 1 second. We take absolutely nothing for granted, and we know that in the weeks and months to come, we've got a really big job in demonstrating that people's trust is rewarded and that we have demonstrated the real and tangible change right across our country.
It is a very fractured electorate now, though, isn't it?
I think what you've seen in some parts of the country is a determination to get the Conservatives out, and there is a real rejection of the Conservatives right across the country. I do have to say, and I've campaigned in lots and lots of seats, a real enthusiasm for Labour. We've won in seats that we have never previously, in hundreds of years, they have never elected Labour MPs, and yesterday people there voted for the very first time to return Labour MPs to Westminster.
Do you think, though, with these numbers, that you have the mandate to be radical? I mean, I think it's fair to say you and a lot of your colleagues have been pretty cagey about some of the things you want to do. You've talked there about the problems you think that the country is facing. Lots of people watching this will be looking at universities, for an example, something that's going to be in your in tray immediately if you become Education Secretary. You know, what are you going to do about that, about tuition fees? Will there be public funding for universities who, there are lots of people worried that some of them are about to go under?
So I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Let's assume you're going to Education Secretary.
I mean, I hope I have that privilege, but these are all matters for our new Prime Minister. We need to understand exactly what's going on. The challenge from opposition is that you don't have access to the same level of Treasury modelling. It's harder to get a sense of it. Issues. What we do know, from what the Office for Students, for example, have said, is that there is a real issue around regulation, that a number of our universities are facing serious challenge. We will need to stabilise that sector. But as we've made clear throughout the campaign and in our manifesto, everything that we set out has been fully funded and fully costed. I think it is important for trust in politics that we deliver on those commitments that we have made, and we are determined to stick to those, whether that's more police on our streets, cutting NHS waiting times, more teachers in our classrooms. Big changes that would make a real difference to people's lives.
One of the things you have promised is 6,500 new teachers. People watching now this morning, parents who are worried about their children in school, how quickly can they see those changes? Because obviously you've got to recruit new teachers, that takes time, they've got to be trained and they've got to be paid for.
Well, if I'm fortunate enough to be Education Secretary later today, I'll begin that work. And the first step that we will take in making sure we've got more teachers in our classrooms is to reset that relationship between government and schools. And our brilliant teachers and support staff, for far too long, they have been treated with a lack of respect. They haven't been appreciated or valued for the work that they're doing, and they haven't had a government that has acted on the very real concerns they are raising around workload, around the wider pressures that too many of our children and families face. And that's why in our manifesto we set out commitments around universal free breakfast clubs, for example, around making sure we're tackling the really big housing challenges that lots of families are facing. Because what teachers tell me in the many schools I've visited across the country is that if you could deal with some of those wider pressures, they could better focus on driving up standards in teaching, and that's what I would want to support teachers to do.
But just how quickly are you going to be able to do that?
We'll start that immediately, and that process of change and a reset of that relationship will begin this afternoon.
It's interesting, isn't it, looking at constituencies all over the country. Some of the seats you've won them, but the majorities are very small. There are a lot of very marginal seats right across the UK. Is that a bit unnerving, despite the headline figure of the majority?
I mean, part of that is because we've won seats beyond even our battleground seats. We've won seats that, even in our wildest imagination, we thought maybe were a stretch too far. What those seats will now have is a Labour MP every day fighting their corner, working hard, raising concerns here. And the responsibility that you have when you're elected as a Member of Parliament is a really big one, but it's also an opportunity to demonstrate to the people that have sent you here that that trust is to be rewarded. And, you know, should our successful candidates be able to do that, I'm sure they'll be fighting a really strong campaign for re-election in 4 or 5 years' time.
It is quite an extraordinary turnaround for the fortunes of your party, isn't it? I mean, 4.5 years since Sir Keir Starmer became leader. Did you ever think he could achieve something like this?
I always believed that the Labour Party could be turned around. Even in the darkest moments when I stood on that same stage I was on just yesterday in 2019, I knew we could do it. But it has taken Keir Starmer to achieve that. It is a remarkable achievement. It is testament to his leadership that we've gone from one of our worst defeats to one of our best ever victories. But we are aware of the enormity of that responsibility, and we will work every single day to demonstrate to the British people that we respect that and we will make the change that happen that they have voted for.
How does it work for you on a personal level today? I mean, have you got your phone in your pocket? Is it on vibrate? Are you waiting for a call?
Phone in your pocket. Is that on vibrate?
Well, you know, you just said there that this is you know, a big turnaround in our fortunes. We've spent 14 years in opposition, and I've had 14 years with the enormous privilege to represent my constituents, but I've not had the chance to be part of a government where we can really make change happen. And that's all I want to see. I want a Labour government that improves the lives and living standards of working people right across our country.
Well, Bridget Phillipson, stay with us for now. We've got the former Conservative Party chairman, Brandon Lewis, who has joined us. What happened?
Oh, I mean, it's a dreadful night for Conservatives. There's no getting away from this. It's the worst result we have seen in over a century. So, and I think possibly the worst result the modern Conservative Party has ever seen. And we can't shy away from that. You know, Labour fought a strong campaign. They've got a result, and we're going to have a government now that needs to deliver for the country. And I know that there's a lot of good people in Parliament of all parties who will want to see that happen. We've got to, as a party now, take some time, I think, and have a look at the results. There's some interesting and varied results across the country. Labour lost a few seats. There's been this challenge for us around reform that's been talked about very heavily, but also against the Lib Dems and their very different ideological battles. So there's a real, the Conservative Party's got to do some real thinking.
Are you glad you didn't stand?
Well, no, in the sense that, you know, I feel on a personal level for colleagues who have lost their seat, and there will be colleagues who have won tonight who will have a guilt complex about having won when so many colleagues and some very good people have lost their seats. But that's politics, and you know, we all know that when we get into the game. I say, for me, having done, you know, between council and parliament, 25 years elected, 10 of them in government, 5.5 in cabinet, I took a view some time ago that it was time for me to go and remind my family a bit of what I look like.
Your seat in Great Yarmouth has gone to Reform.
Yes, yeah, a big shift. And you know, one of the things we've seen is Reform in just a few weeks has gone from nowhere to a result where in Great Yarmouth they've come first, we've come third. My volunteers and activists on the ground started to see this during the course of this morning. They could see what was happening on the doorsteps, how people were reacting. Great Yarmouth's an area where we bucked the trend in the local elections and held the council last year. We campaign, we know our electorate, and they could see it happening on the doorsteps, even this morning actually.
In fact, Conservatives didn't only lose your own seat, they were in third place.
Yes.
Reform won it, Labour in second. The Conservative candidate, share of the vote, down by 41%. I mean, how much of this was a bad campaign, do you think, as a former Conservative chairman?
Well, look, I can't pretend it was a good campaign. It sort of started and ended in the rain, and in between I'd run out of fingers listing things that you look at as an outsider almost to the campaign and think, why are we doing it? Why have you called it an election? Well, why would you call an election when you're 20 points behind? I mean, I can't think of anybody in the Western democratic world who as a leader has been that far behind in the polls and called an election when they don't need to. So the timing of the election, some of the decisions that were made, and a lot of negative campaigning. You know, I have a very basic view. I think you should be asking people to go and vote, which is a positive thing, and you've got to give them a positive reason to do that. I think too much of this campaign, we have spent too much time talking about why not to vote for somebody else, rather than a positive reason to vote for us. So I think there's a whole range of things, and some of which has been covered about mistakes that have been made, D-Day, things, it all adds up and it builds up on after 14 years in government. None of that helps.
Do you have any advice for Bridget Phillipson now, who is stepping into power?
The one thing I would say, look, Bridget doesn't need advice from somebody who's leaving Parliament. I always think you want to be wary of that. The one thing I would say, though, is with a vote share such as Labour have got, and that doesn't take anything away from the victory that they have got. They've won, and they've won fair and square with the system we have. With a vote share like that, and the discrepancies we're seeing with some of the independent votes and the Green vote, the Reform vote, I think there's a message for all politicians that and the low turnout overall in some seats. It's a message to politicians: you need to deliver, because the public is running out of patience with politicians.
Bridget, is there any advice you'd like to give back to Brandon about how to rebuild the party after a bad loss?
I mean, a lot of what Brandon's saying there in terms of the result tonight, I remember reflecting on back in 2019. And the decision that we took in the Labour Party in 2019 was to look outwards to the country, not inwards on ourselves. And that's the change that Keir Starmer has delivered, and that's when parties win, when they're focused on the priorities of the people, not looking inwards. And you know, throughout this campaign, we've put country ahead of party.
Brandon, I suppose for the Conservative Party this morning, it's which Conservative Party? Which branch of the Conservative Party is the party overall going to become now? It's divided massively, isn't it?
Yeah, look, and I'm a Conservative through and through. And I mean, I was an association chairman and volunteer before I was an MP and party chairman. I had a huge honour of doing that in Secretary of State roles. What I would say to my colleagues who are in Parliament and my family in the Conservative Party is that there is a thought process now around. I think it's risky to go chasing the reform vote because you can't out-reform reform, but you've also got to be conscious that we've lost a lot of seats to Liberal Democrats as well, and they're very different ideologies. My core message to the Conservative Party is we're at our best when we are united as one party. The infighting we've seen for far too long is damaging, and as Labour saw themselves and over the last few years have rectified that, we have got to come together as a party, unite and focus on what we can do for the country rather than fighting each other.
It is extraordinary what has happened overnight, isn't it? And you look at, for example, all the Prime Ministers, the Tory Prime Ministers from the last 14 years, apart from Rishi Sunak, all those seats have gone, haven't they, overnight? Yes. Who do you blame for this?
Look, we've all got culpability. We've all played a part. I mean, I've been in government since 2010. So, well, I'm in government since 2012, but in Parliament since 2010. We all have some culpability. But I think ultimately, I think there's a whole range of things you go back to. As I say, I think when you look at how our polling has been affected, sometimes bad decisions in terms of policies can have an impact on polls, but nothing affects our poll rating as much as infighting in the Conservative Party. There's been far too much of that for far too long.
Can I ask
the party has to unite.
We're looking at pictures there of CCHQ and Downing Street. We're going to see Rishi Sunak shortly leave. He will go back to Downing Street and then obviously go to the Palace where he will tender his resignation. Your thoughts for him today?
Well, at a human level, it's going to be I would say that Rishi will feel this. I mean, he took responsibility for his account last night. I think you'll see that again today. I think he is somebody who will take responsibility and recognise that he is the leader, he is the Prime Minister, he made this decision, he has to own that decision. But this is the build-up of a lot of things. There have been a lot of issues that I think, not just 14 years in government, there is a cycle to life and politics, I think, but there's been a whole range of things through the campaign itself. But equally, if you look at the campaign, the gap between the parties at the end of the campaign and the beginning for all of the issues that have happened during it hasn't really shifted very much.
Would it have changed, though? Would it have made any difference if he'd waited until the autumn?
Well, the difference of waiting until the autumn is he would have had a bit more time to do a few things. He'd have also been in a position where he has given it everything for as long as he could to do what he can to get a better result. We'll never know. My point is just that he made the decision to go now. So that is his decision.
And talking of which, what about his decision?
He did it at a time where, let's be frank, the party wasn't ready. We had 200 candidates roughly not selected.
Should he go now as leader? Should he walk out of the job imminently, or should he stay in place for a few months? The next leader, the contest to take form.
Well, one thing, as having been chairman and having been through leadership contests and run a leadership contest as chairman, there is a process to this. So he needs to remain as leader to give time for the party to go through that process to select a leader. So I think you will find that today, when he resigns as Prime Minister, he'll set out what he sees as being the timeline, and the party board, as it is, will meet probably next week and then set out a formal timeline. So he will remain, I would imagine, you'll see, as leader, because
how long do you think?
Well, there's no process. The party leader can only be appointed by the party, so it has to go through that process.
And who should that party leader be, do you think?
Well, we're going to have to see. You know, the first stage of that is the parliamentarians have to choose the final two, and then our members have a vote. So parliamentarians generally can do that relatively quickly. I suspect you'll see that in the next few weeks, potentially, certainly before the summer recess, but we'll see what the 1922 committee decides, and then it will go to our members. And that goes around the country. That takes a little bit of time, but I think we'll see a new leader in the next few months.
Brandon Lewis, thank you very much for coming in to talk to us this morning. You are watching election 2024. So much has happened overnight. It is time now for the news where you are.
Good morning and welcome to BBC London's General Election Special. I'm Laxmi Gopal. Labour have made significant gains across London. The Liberal Democrats have increased their number of MPs as well, while the Conservatives have clung on to 9 seats. As it stands, with just one more seat to declare in the capital, Labour have 58, the Conservatives have 9 and the Lib Dems have 6. Jeremy Corbyn also won as an independent in Islington North. Our political correspondent Carl Mercer has more.
A winning welcome for a winning leader. Keir Starmer seeing the country and the capital go a wider spread of red. They won in former Conservative heartlands, like here in Beckenham. There were victories too in neighbouring Bexleyheath and in Westminster.
I'm Rachel Blake and I'm Cities of London and Westminster MP.
How does it feel to say that?
That's the first time I've said it, so I take the responsibility very seriously.
They won as well in Finchley and Golders Green, in Chipping Barnet, in Kensington and in Chelsea and Fulham, where former Minister for London Greg Hands lost his seat. There was defeat, though, to their former leader Jeremy Corbyn, who easily won Islington North, the seat he's represented for more than 40 years.
I couldn't be more proud of my constituency than I am tonight. I'm proud of our team that brought this result. Thank you very much, Islington North, for the result that we've achieved tonight. Thank you.
The Lib Dems were celebrating a good night in the capital, building once again in their strongholds in the south-west and picking up Wimbledon for the first time.
What I remember is losing in 2019. That's the thing I remember, and that spurred us on for 5 years.
Well, I'm from a very working class background. Dad's a scaffolder, mum's a cleaner. Grew up in a council house. They're still council tenants to this day, and I don't see enough of that in politics. I think the public don't see enough of that in politics as well, and I feel like I want to go in there and be a voice for families like mine.
The Conservatives did hold on to some seats they thought they might lose, here in Harrow East and in Chingford, where their former leader Ian Duncan-Smith won.
17,281.
The Labour vote split after they replaced their candidate just weeks before the election.
I know that we're going to be so disappointed to have Ian Duncan-Smith all over again and be disappointed knowing that we could have won if it hadn't been for the lies, if it hadn't been for what Labour Party did to me.
Why do you think Conservatives aren't connecting with Londoners?
Well, I think the trouble is we've forgotten about working for people in the communities. I've worked relentlessly for people here. My record of success, from getting a new hospital built right the way through to getting rid of antisocial behaviour, fighting about the closure of the Broadmead Road Bridge, these are everyday issues for people here, and it's important therefore that people, MPs, focus on that.
So the new Prime Minister is a London MP and a Labour one. During May's mayoral campaign, Sadiq Khan said that would mean a better deal for the capital. His opponent back then says now we'll see if that's true.
Sadiq Khan has spent his entire time blaming the Conservative government that he can't do this, he can't do that. Well, he won't have anybody to blame, although I suspect he'll still try.
Well, I think Keir's right to talk about a long-term plan. I think he needs 2 terms. I'll be working with him straight away. I've already been in touch with him today. I'll make sure that, you know, with a Labour government, me as the mayor is working as closely with them as possible.
Now we'll be able to find out. Labour is as strong in London as it has ever been and has a national government with a huge majority. Carl Mercer, BBC London.
Well, let's go live now to our reporter Paul Murphy-Casp for more.
Well, yes, so we'll start with the 2019 general election 5 years ago. This is how London looked. We had 49 Labour MPs, 21 Conservative MPs and 3 Liberal Democrats. Now, if we look at how that looks on a map, you can see there is quite a big chunk of London that is red, some blue pockets as well, especially around the suburbs, and then a little pocket of yellow of the Lib Dems in the southwest. Now, if we wipe that map clean and then start fresh with 2024, 2 more constituencies added to it, this is how things currently look at the moment. We've got 1 constituency still to declare, which is Hendon. But if you look at the rest of it, we've still got great big chunks of London, which are red for Labour. We've got now 6 Lib Dem MPs, and we've still got some pockets of Conservative MPs around the edge. The one main thing, though, of course, Jeremy Corbyn still has the Islington North seat, but it's no longer for Labour. It's an independent seat. Now, if we take a quick look at the numbers, 58 at the moment for Labour, 9 for the Conservatives, 6 for the Lib Dems, and that one independent, Jeremy Corbyn.
Paul, thank you. Elsewhere in our region, in Surrey, the Conservatives have held on to Godalming and Ash, Jeremy Hunt's seat. The Lib Dems made gains in Woking, Surrey Heath, Guildford, Esher and Walton and Epsom and Newell. In Hertfordshire, Grant Shapps lost his seat to Labour. They also took the seat of Hemel Hempstead. And Harpenden and Berkhamsted has gone from Conservative to Lib Dem, while the Tories held on to Hertsmere. In Essex, Labour took the Thurrock seat from the Conservatives. They also won both constituencies in Southend and one in Harlow. The Conservatives held on to Basildon and Brentford, and in Chelmsford, the Liberal Democrats were celebrating success there. BBC London will keep you up to date with the latest throughout the day. Eddie Nestor is live on BBC Radio London. There he is, through to 10 o'clock this morning with all the results and reaction from across the capital. And if you want to find the specific results for where you live, you can head to the BBC News website or the News app, where there's a postcode checker that you can use. Very handy there. There's plenty more on our website, of course, as I said. Now, though, it's time to go back to Sophie and John live in Westminster. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Westminster on a very busy morning. We can take you now live to Downing Street. The still Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has arrived there a short time ago. You can see there all the media lining up because the Prime Minister, as he still is, will be making some last comments, last remarks, speaking for his last time as Prime Minister, we think, in Downing Street in a short time. Vicki Young, what is actually going to happen this morning?
Yeah, I mean, this really is an example, isn't it, of what is a pretty brutal handover of power in this country. He has just discovered that he has kept his own seat, but he is going to no longer be Prime Minister, so he will leave today. Now, some of these timings are subject to some change, they always are, but roughly we think he will make a statement at around 10:30 this morning before travelling to Buckingham Palace, where he has his audience with the King. And then, of course, the handover happens. The Labour leader will then make his journey to Buckingham Palace before coming back to Downing Street and making his statement later on. And then, of course, you know, government moves on. Those cabinet ministers we were talking to earlier will no longer be cabinet ministers. The new cabinet will be appointed. We expect that to happen this afternoon. And Rishi Sunak just said to say he has just been to Conservative Central Office, that's the headquarters. That would have been a very, very difficult moment for him. He has led the party to a disastrous election result. And of course, when you talk to the people that yesterday were MPs, Conservatives I spoke to, you know, not only have they lost their jobs, but their staff. We're talking about hundreds of people who will have lost their job overnight, and he will, of course, have spoken to them about all of that.
Another resident of Downing Street, Jeremy Hunt, though, actually is still got his job. He's still an MP. He was seen early this morning, wasn't he, going in through a back door, I think?
Yeah, that's right. So he, of course, lives at number 11 next door. The Chancellor, and holding on really when so many others around him didn't. He clung on there. And for him as well as Rishi Sunak, you know, their families live in these places as well. So they are leaving their homes, they are moving out, and by this afternoon there will be other people taking those positions. So it really is a very swift turnover of power.
Rishi Sunak really doesn't have much luck with the weather, does he?
I'm trying to find out from his people what his plan is. We're assuming it will be with an umbrella this time. Who knows? It may not be a particularly long address. Again, these things are, you know, difficult. He probably hasn't got an awful lot still to say. You know, he's had a lot to say during the election campaign. He's got to make some personal decisions about whether he stays on, and you're talking there with Brandon Lewis about whether he stays on as the Conservative Party leader and for how long. Again, it's quite a difficult thing to do. You'll remember that Gordon Brown didn't stay on as leader. He handed it over to a caretaker, to Harriet Harman. John Major did stay on for a few weeks. It means, of course, they potentially have to do Prime Minister's questions in the House of Commons, where basically they've flipped over positions. So Rishi Sunak would have to go there as leader of the opposition and quiz Keir Starmer after this terrible election result from him. So we'll have to see whether he decides to do that. The plea from a lot of those Conservatives who've lost their seats and the ones who are left is that they want to have some kind of sort of smooth transition to whoever the new leader is going to be in the Conservative Party. That race, of course, still to come over the coming months.
Somebody who does have an umbrella is Laura Kuenssberg, and she has hot-footed it from the studio. She is now in Downing Street for us and can tell us a bit more about what is going to be happening this morning. Laura.
Shouldn't you be in bed?
That's right, Sophie. Well, no, I'm going to go to bed later. I mean, when events like this are unfolding that might have the potential to change everybody's lives, we can sleep a bit later on. But you're right, it is absolutely tipping it down. And the umbrella or no umbrella debate is raging already here in Downing Street. I understand that both sides, the Conservatives and the Labour Party, have had discussions about whether they'll be in or out for the statements. I'm sure that Rishi Sunak's team would absolutely not want to have a repeat of that disastrous election launch when he just stood there getting wetter and wetter and wetter, and then during the campaign, well, things went from bad to worse. So I'm sure that his team, who believe that he tried to do the right thing, who believe that he tried to do everything right. We could just seeing pictures of him leaving Conservative headquarters, actually. Should we just listen in to see if there is any stray comment from Rishi Sunak, or if he's just going to dive straight into the car? Oh, he's diving straight into the car outside Conservative campaign headquarters, a historic place in the last few elections where they enjoyed such success. But as Rishi Sunak leaves Conservative campaign headquarters, sweeping through in a couple of Range Rovers, no word and barely a sight from him. So we'll expect him back here at Downing Street sometime soon. And then if it stops raining, perhaps outside at the lectern. If it doesn't stop raining, well then I suspect that they might choose to do his statement inside. But yeah, it promises this morning to be at Downing Street a morning of momentous occasions. You know, we change prime ministers after elections in the most brutal ways, right in front of everybody's eyes. It's quite the way to get your P45. You just wonder how Rishi Sunak will have been received in CCHQ, as it's known, Tory party headquarters, because there are many people in there who believe that he and his close team ran the campaign in a very poor way, didn't include lots of expertise from the party, and all in all, this is a dreadful morning for the Conservatives.
And Laura, an interesting speech when he won his seat in North Yorkshire from Rishi Sunak, where he said that when he's done the formalities today and he's effectively handed in his resignation to the King, he will then go back to his constituency, calling that home and saying that, well, he was talking about the years ahead, wasn't he? No apparent intention of walking away from politics immediately.
Well, that's right. He repeated, though, John, something that he had to say during the campaign, that he would stay on as his local MP. And he's talked often of his fondness for North Yorkshire. It was a new part of the world to him and his family when he was first elected not so long ago. But he says they now regard it as home. Says he's looking forward to the privileges of carrying on as a constituency MP. The much more awkward political question for the Tories today is how long does he stay on for the party leader? So as I think you were talking about with Vicki a few minutes ago, there's a few ways of doing it. Does he walk straight away, kind of leave them in the lurch, which maybe he feels like he's had enough, and perhaps his deputy, Oliver Dowden, who held his seat, the acting deputy prime minister, maybe he could take over, be a caretaker, spare Rishi Sunak the humiliation of having to swap sides with Keir Starmer in the House of Commons and ask the opposition's questions at Prime Minister's questions? Or does he do what some people in the party would think would be the right thing, not walk away straight away, come out here today, or perhaps tell people inside Downing Street that he will stay on for a while as a kind of caretaker Prime Minister until the Conservative Party can elect a new leader, can get its act together. But I think there's a long way perhaps until that is resolved, because those decisions are made by a powerful group of Tory backbenchers, the 1922 committee, along with the men in grey suits. Yes, they really do exist. They will have to get together in the coming days and decide what the rules of a leadership campaign will be. The problem is, lots of them have gone. Some of them stood down, like Sir Graham Brady, who used to be the chair of the 1922 committee. So it is not clear how the Tory party proposes, not just to get themselves back together, but how do they propose to find a new leader and agree that process. Now, I know actually conversations about how to do that have been going on for some time in very small, select groups of people. So it will not be the first time this morning that Conservative grandees, perhaps some party donors, are on the phone or in a room huddled together trying to work out what to do next. But until we know how that plan is going to shape up, it'll be hard to know exactly how long Rishi Sunak is going to serve as the party leader. What we do know for sure is that in a matter of hours, his service as the country's Prime Minister comes to an end.
And Laura, of course, number 10 is the home of the British Prime Minister, but it's also the headquarters of government, isn't it? The civil service are based there. That's where the country is run from. So what are all those civil servants up to this morning as they prepare for a new boss, a new government, this very rapid transition in power?
Well, huge preparations. I mean, frantic preparations, really. Now, partly because Labour has been ahead in the polls so convincingly for such a long time before the election itself, but also because it's a normal matter of business. What has happened in the last couple of months, actually, is some quite extensive conversations between the shadow teams, as they are known, the opposition's teams, whether they're looking after health, education, defence or the Foreign Office. They've had a series of meetings with civil servants saying, OK, here are our plans. We want you to understand them. How would we go about it as quickly as we can if we are lucky enough to be elected? And as I understand it, that process is really quite advanced. That said, I don't think anything can really prepare a group of politicians who are used to fighting as opposition, who are used to fighting for airtime, who are used to fighting to get the public's attention, who are used to fighting to get their arguments across. I don't think anything can really prepare people for the move from that to a group of people who are suddenly making decisions that will affect all of our lives. And one of the officials who's been involved in the transitions has said to me, look, what happens on days like this is that they come in exhausted, elated. Politicians, they've worked so hard to get here. And then actually, civil servants have to sit them down and say, OK, what do you want to do about this? What do you want to do about that? Here are your options. We'd like a decision, Prime Minister. And I don't think however studious you are, however serious you are about the job, however, as Keir Starmer has done, running the Criminal Prosecution Service, the Crown Prosecution Service rather, he's run a big government operation during his experiences doing that as the leader of the CPS before he became an MP. But I don't think all of that preparation could really get anyone ready for that human moment where you walk through that door into the biggest job of your life that you have spent years fighting, giving everything to get, and then suddenly the moment is arrived.
Laura, as for your options, now you're there, you're going to have to stay there in the rain, I'm afraid. We're going to keep you there to follow every twist and turn of the next hour or so, but we will come back as soon as there are any sign of activity. Thank you for now, Laura Koonsberg.
It is very, very heavy, the rain now, actually, isn't it? I mean, you can really hear it here in our studio. It'll be very interesting to see what happens when Rishi Sunak does come out shortly for the last time in Downing Street. Well, we're joined here in the studio by Greg Jackson, the business world, the CEO and founder of Octopus Energy Group. That's a global energy technology company. We want to get your reaction from the business world to this new Labour government. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've spoken to a couple of dozen business leaders over the last 24 hours, and unanimously, what they talked about was looking forward to stability. It's easy to forget just how kind of the UK has not had this kind of stable vision of where we can go. And then I think, particularly in our sector, you know, one of Labour's 5 missions was about green growth. And I think, you know, it's really important that voters backed this idea that we can deliver, you know, for example, cheaper, greener energy by investing in it. And so I think a stable business environment, a stable political environment will help unleash capital in our sector. And, you know, I spoke to the CEO of a bank, you know, said, look, we're looking forward to be able to build houses. So I think what Labour need to do now is hit the ground running with a lot of the reforms, things like planning reform, so we can build this infrastructure. There's hundreds of billions of pounds ready to be invested in the UK. We just need to be able to do it.
And the key is to do it quickly for you, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think the problem is in politics, things can get bogged down. And there's never a better moment than right at the beginning to make big changes. But the quicker they make the changes, the quicker we can deploy this capital, the quicker we can start to be creating jobs, bringing down the cost of energy, and, you know, bringing down the cost of things like housing.
They were criticised, Labour, weren't they, months ago during the campaign for not being bold enough on net zero, for scaling back their ambitions. Do you wish now? Do you think they should have been bolder, given the size of this majority we're looking at?
Hey, look, I think they're bold enough. You know, look, you saw this attempt to make net zero a culture war, and it hasn't worked. I mean, the Greens also did very well last night. So what you see really is that, you know, Labour, one of their top 5 pledges was about green growth. Because what we know is that investment in green energy creates 3 times more jobs than investment in fossil fuels. If we'd had more green energy during the energy crisis, our bills would have been billions of pounds lower. And I think voters know this. And I'm so glad to see that Britain is leading the way again in being able to deliver this kind of cheaper, more secure system. And I really hope that we get the reforms that let us build the infrastructure where people want it to bring bills down and bring down the cost
You
of housing.
don't entirely sound like you're convinced that you will get what you want quickly.
First of all, the stability of a large majority is really going to help. Labour spent a lot of time in the run-up to the election speaking to businesses, and I think that dialogue gives us a lot of confidence, actually, that we will see this change. I think the thing is, though, it has to happen quickly, because what we know is that if we move quickly now, the next 5 years can see real growth, and that growth will help create the tax dividends that will pay for the NHS. They'll help create the jobs that we need to reduce inequality in society. So, no, we're confident, but our advice is be brave and be fast.
Greg Jackson from Octopus, thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you. Good morning. Labour have won a landslide victory in the general election on a dramatic night in British politics.
We did it!
It is a spectacular turnaround for Sir Keir Starmer's party less than 5 years after their worst result in almost a century.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
The Tories are set for the worst result in their history, with the former Prime Minister Liz Truss and 8 cabinet ministers among those losing their seats.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
We will bring you the very latest live from Westminster on a day of huge change, with just a handful of seats left to declare. Celebrations for the Liberal Democrats, returning 71 seats and becoming the 3rd largest party in the Commons.
You have helped us get our best results for over 100 years.
A difficult and damaging night for the SNP, according to Scotland's First Minister, down to just 8 MPs as Labour regains dominance in Scotland.
Nigel Farage becomes an MP on his 8th attempt as Reform UK win 4 seats, taking large numbers of votes from the Conservatives.
And the Greens now have 4 MPs, with the party's co-leader taking Bristol Central from a senior Labour politician.
In Wales, Labour won back a string of seats, completely wiping out the Conservatives, with Plaid Cymru winning 4.
And in Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin has won the most seats for the first time, but significant losses for the Democratic Unionist Party, including Ian Paisley in North Antrim, a seat that's been held by his family for more than 50 years.
Welcome back to Westminster as the last few results come in after an extraordinary night. We now know that it is indeed a Labour landslide after 14 years in opposition. A spectacular turnaround in fortunes for Sir Keir Starmer's party.
I think we've just got 5 more results to go in the next few hours. But beyond that, it is a day of huge change, a day of transition of power. Rishi Sunak is back in Downing Street, just up the road from here at the moment, essentially packing his bags. We're expecting to hear from him in the next hour or so before he heads to Buckingham Palace for an audience with the King. And we're going to be here all day, right in the heart of the very wet action, should be calling it Wetminster, shouldn't we, this morning, as the new Labour government's formed and as Sir Keir Starmer then heads to the Palace. And he returns as our new Prime Minister with a forecast majority, we believe, of 176.
Now, we are right by the Houses of Parliament and we will continue to talk to politicians, old and new, experts and advisors who are going to be looking back at an extraordinary night and also looking forward to what happens next. Overnight, some of the most familiar faces in British politics have lost their seats. The former Prime Minister, Liz Truss, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt, just among the few.
Some of them might be coming to Westminster themselves this afternoon. We'll try and grab them because we are in the heart of the action here. And not just here, we've got a team of BBC presenters in all the key places. Laura's at Downing Street. We've got our royal team at Buckingham Palace. We're in Glasgow, Belfast, Cardiff. We're going to hear from voters right across the UK. Wherever you live, however you voted, whatever you think of the results on your screen right now, we will guide you through everything as it happens live here on the BBC.
So, as we now know, Labour has won the general election by a landslide. So Keir Starmer is set to become the next Prime Minister.
The party has gained its biggest majority since Sir Tony Blair's victory back in 1997, and at the expense of huge losses for the Conservatives. We're going to look ahead. But first, grab a cup of tea and let's bring you up to date and explain what has happened while you're asleep.
5 a.m. and enter the winner. A new Prime Minister-elect. In just 4 years, he's taken Labour from historic low to landslide.
Now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back.
Earlier re-elected, but knowing he'd led his party to its worst ever election result, Rishi Sunak conceded.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides.
But goodwill was not on show a short time ago. Rishi Sunak heckled as he left Conservative Party headquarters in a rainy London. Some, it seems, keen to see him gone. And this, too, was not sober but humiliating.
They're slow hand clapping, apparently. They're in King's Lynn. If we can bring it up, there we go. And that must be for the candidate who is not on the stage.
A slow hand clap from those waiting for Rishi Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister, Liz Truss.
There we go.
There she is on the stage.
On the right of the screen, she sidled in to hear that she'd been voted out, losing to Labour.
The issue we've faced as Conservatives is we haven't delivered sufficiently on the policies people want. And that means keeping taxes low, but also particularly on reducing immigration.
Elected.
The first senior Tory to go was just after midnight. Swindon South, a Labour gain. For Robert Buckland, former Justice Secretary, a lonely walk to end a 14-year career as an MP. Angry, he blamed infighting and incompetence for leaving his party so diminished.
I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing this electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb.
The Liberal Democrats then ousted the current Justice Secretary Alex Chalk and the Education Secretary Gillian Keegan. Labour defeated Penny Mordaunt, one of the favourites to be a future Tory leader. And another one too, the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps.
We've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched.
Jacob Rees-Mogg lost his seat to Labour. All the while, the Tory party chairman Richard Holden looked nervous. By just 20 votes, he scraped through. Doing the damage to the Conservatives in seat after seat was Reform. Lee Anderson won in Ashfield.
21,225.
And Nigel Farage finally, after so many failed attempts, elected MP for Clacton.
Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
And already celebrating the Liberal Democrats. This was a record-breaking night for them too, seizing dozens of seats from the Conservatives to end with their highest tally ever.
It's been a record-breaking night. This is a historic step forward for the Liberal Democrats. We will now be the largest third-party force in Parliament for over 100 years. And I think our positive campaign resonated with people.
For the Greens, this was their best ever election. From just one MP, they now have 4, putting them on a par with reform in Westminster.
Voters were not feeling particularly inspired by what Starmer's Labour Party had to offer, and I certainly heard that loud and clear on the doorstep here in Bristol. In contrast, people were really excited to vote for the real change and real hope.
In Scotland, Labour has scooped up seats from the SNP. They had 45, now reduced to single digits. In Northern Ireland, a double shock. Jim Allister of the Traditional Unionists defeated Ian Paisley Jr. And Sinn Féin now have the most MPs here.
Come out across the country.
And in Monmouthshire, another Conservative lost to Labour. The Welsh Secretary David T.C. Davies. Not a single Tory MP is left in Wales. So this is Keir Starmer's moment to savour. A time, he said, for the nation to start a new chapter. Jamie Grammaticus, BBC News.
Well, it really has been quite a night, and some very big names, some very big Conservative names have gone. 12 cabinet ministers already. Christian Fraser can take us through exactly what has happened. Christian.
Sophie, we're nearly there. Just 5 to declare. 3 of those are in Scotland. One of them is Poole, where they've just gone to the 3rd recount. And if you are the Conservatives, you need every seat you can get. They've lost 2/3 of their seats overnight. That is an implosion. You can go back to Churchill in 45. You can go to Balfour in 06 in terms of vote share. You can go all the way back to the Great Reform Act. You won't find anything like this. Here are the big beasts who've gone. A former Prime Minister, a Defence Secretary, an Education Secretary, and look at the swings, 26%, 14%, 31%. These are extraordinary results. What about this one? Penny Mordaunt at the end, Lord President of the Privy Council, such a steady hand at the coronation, faltering, stumbling in Portsmouth North to an ignominious defeat overnight. Michelle Donlan, the Science Secretary, the Veterans Minister, Johnny Mercer, and here are some other big names who have fallen through the night. Jacob Rees-Mogg down there around Bristol, Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary, the Culture Secretary in Cambridgeshire, also losing her seat. For Labour, an extraordinary result. This is comparable to Blair in 97. This was the situation in Wales, and this is what it looks like today. An absolute wipeout for the Conservatives. Down here in Monmouthshire, the Welsh Secretary gone, the Chief Whip, Simon Hart, gone. Quite extraordinary. They're in control in Scotland. The SNP slumping, we think, on our forecast to 10 seats. But here is a word of caution for Labour. Let's talk about vote share, because this is the lowest vote share of any party that has won a majority, period. And it is lower than 2017, when Jeremy Corbyn was defeated by the Conservatives. Same note of caution for the Liberal Democrats. Yes, they've picked up 63 seats, but their vote share is flatlining. That is less than Charles Kennedy, less than Nick Clegg, less than Paddy Ashdown. And when you look at it in terms of vote share in those seats where Conservatives were fighting Labour, or the Liberal Democrats, that is the big story of the night. Reform eating into the Conservative vote in all these competitive seats. I think John Curtis has already told us that if Reform hadn't been there, then Conservatives would have picked up 2/3 of the seats in which they were defeated. And I'll just leave you with this thought, Sophie. I think you've already mentioned it. We've had 4 Prime Ministers since 2010 in the seats in which they sat. So David Cameron in Witney, Boris Johnson in Henley and then in Uxbridge, Theresa May in Maidenhead and Liz Truss down there in Norfolk South West. All those seats have gone.
Quite extraordinary, Christian. Thank you.
It's 13 minutes past 9. Let's go to Bristol, shall we? Bristol Central, which was won by the Greens and by Carla Denyer, their co-leader. Good morning to you. Congratulations on your result. In fact, it wasn't just there, was it? The Greens have won a record 4 seats across the country. Waveney Valley, North Herefordshire and Brighton Pavilion you held on to as well. You can be honest now the campaign's over. You said you were targeting 4, but did you really expect to win all 4?
Thank you. Thanks for having me on, and thank you for the congratulations. Yeah, we're very open about how many we thought we could achieve. And throughout the campaign, I could see that 4 MPs was in reach, but we were never totally sure that it was fully in our grasp, because the results were looking like they might be close based on our door-knocking data, based on the conversations we were having on the doorsteps. So we are absolutely delighted and really grateful to have the support of voters across those 4 constituencies that now have Green MPs and across the country, because we've also got a record-breaking vote share nationally and a substantial number of strong second-place positions as well. And so everyone who voted Green, wherever you are, you've helped strengthen the case and make it easier for us, the Green MPs who've been elected, to push the incoming Labour government to be bolder on environmental matters and on making this country a fairer place.
And on a personal level, I mean, you have beaten the Labour candidate, Thangam Debonair, who was in the shadow cabinet. Quite a huge achievement for you. What do you put that down to?
Well, I think Bristol has really been a green city for some time. I've had people saying to me that it felt like it was overdue a Green MP. So I think this was a long time coming. We had fantastically successful local election results for the Greens, with now 34 Greens on Bristol City Council. We lead the council, and it's the largest group of Green councillors that's ever existed in the UK. And while recognising that local and general elections aren't the same, that clearly showed a direction of travel and an appetite amongst Bristolians for more Greens elected at all levels of government.
You say that you and the other 3 Green MPs are going to push the new Labour government, but there are 4 of you, more than 400 of them. I mean, how are you going to manage that push?
Well, you can look at the incredible outsized impact that Caroline Lucas had over her 14 years as Green MP for Brighton Pavilion, and imagine what we might be able to achieve now with a quadruple-sized representation, with a group of Green MPs. We can ask the questions, put forward motions, amendments through work in committees, and generally through debate, through public debate, moving the Overton window. So in other words, moving the envelope of what is politically possible, putting things on the agenda and keeping up scrutiny on the Labour government. We'll support them on areas where we agree, but where we don't think they're going far enough, we won't be afraid to speak out.
You had candidates, didn't you, in every seat. I mean, in a sense, do you think that your message isn't getting through enough, given what is actually going on in the climate? We've got, record global temperatures. Do you think people aren't taking you seriously enough?
Well, I'm hugely grateful for the level of support we've had. Of course, I would like to get more Green MPs elected and eventually have Greens in government, as is already the case in a number of European countries. But we had to recognise where we were starting from as a small, albeit rapidly growing party. So yes, we stood a full slate across England and Wales, 574 candidates, more than the Conservatives even. But we focused our campaigning effort on the 4 seats where we knew we had the greatest chance of winning, getting from 1 to 4, quadrupling our representation. But given the number of strong second places we got this time around, who knows what we could achieve next time. And the thing is, because we're in this climate emergency, because it's such an urgent situation, politics, the climate couldn't afford to wait. It's so important that we've got these Green MPs elected now, because the decisions made by this government will determine the trajectory the UK takes on climate and environment issues. And the Greens will be there to hold Labour's feet to the fire and make sure that they also do it in a fair way, a way that puts the onus on those with the broadest shoulders and those that contributed most to climate change in terms of polluting corporations and adjusting the tax system. Those are the kind of things we'll be pushing the Labour government on to try and get them to bring forward policies that meet everyone's needs, help with the cost of living crisis as well as the climate crisis.
We're just watching Downing Street and Whitehall, all eyes on number 10 as we're maybe expecting some movement there. Jeremy Hunt, we think, will be leaving number 11, leaving his job as Chancellor in the next few minutes. And of course, after that, Rishi Sunak will leave number 10 and we'll head to the palace to tell the Prime Minister that he is resigning. So we'll bring you that as soon as it happens. But Carla, can I just ask you, because Sophie mentioned your seat in Bristol, which is an inner city seat. It's got lots of students. It's a multicultural seat. You've taken that from Labour by a huge swing, but you've also taken seats elsewhere in the country from the Conservatives, rural seats. What have you learned as a party in this election about how you work politically across the UK going forward?
Well, I think these results have been a long time coming, and I don't claim any credit for it myself solely as co-leader. I think the party has really come of age. You can see that in the last 5 local elections, where we've increased our number of local councillors nearly 5-fold, and that has been in cities like Bristol, but also in rural areas like Suffolk, where my co-leader Adrian's now been elected as an MP. And we're picking up votes from across the political spectrum, different geographies and demographics, because people can see that the Green Party is offering the common sense solutions to the problems we're facing in this country. For example, the absolute scandal of sewage in our rivers and seas is something that everyone is upset about, and yet the Green Party is the only party being honest enough to say that the privatisation experiment with the water companies has failed. And it's common sense, really, because it's a natural monopoly. If you live in the southwest, you can't choose to be supplied by Yorkshire Water. And so we're saying the water companies should come back into public ownership so that our bills can go towards investing in the infrastructure rather than paying big CEO bonuses and shareholder payouts. But the Green Party is the only party offering this policy. So again, there's another example of a topic where we will be pushing the incoming Labour government to open their minds and consider all the options.
Carla Denyer, co-leader of the Greens, MP now, newly elected for Bristol Central. Thank you for joining us. I'm sure our colleagues at BBC Points West will let you lie down on their sofa if you need a bit of a snooze after a long night. Thank you.
The camera's there on Downing Street. We know that Rishi Sunak has returned to number 10, and inside number 11 is the Chancellor, the outgoing Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, who held on to his seat. Many expected he wouldn't, but he did, and we are expecting to hear him speak as he leaves Downing Street very shortly. Let's go back to Laura Kuenssberg, who is there waiting in the rain. Laura.
Sophie, there are a couple of good bits of news for the Tories this morning. One bit of personal good news for Jeremy Hunt. He managed to keep his seat, so he'll lose his job as the Chancellor, but he did manage to keep his Surrey seat, only just. But there is another good piece of Rishi Sunak this morning. I'm just going to do this. You can probably see it out of the shot. I'm putting my umbrella down because it has stopped raining. So it does look like when Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt come out of Downing Street this morning, they are at least not going to be met by a complete deluge. But we definitely get the sense here that there's a bit of activity going on. We've seen some bags being brought out of number 11, being packed into the boot of a people carrier. That is literally how the transfer of power happens in this country. So brutal. The family belongings of 2 families today in Downing Street will be moved out. I'm not sure, Sophie, we're actually going to hear from Jeremy Hunt when he comes out of number 11, but we do expect in a couple of minutes that we'll see him come out. And of course, reporters, the huge scrum, not just of British reporters, but international reporters here in Downing Street, banks and banks of cameras will try to shout questions to him because he is one of the most experienced Conservatives now left in Parliament. He says he doesn't want to take another tilt at the leadership. But I think that he is somebody who we can expect to try to have a significant voice as the Conservatives try to set about rebuilding after such a terrible, terrible result. I'm just keeping an eye on the door there, because every time the door moves, there's a sort of collective, massive, nervous twitch here in Downing Street. Nobody wants to miss the shot. Nobody wants to miss the moment, but it should be happening in just a couple of minutes. Not coming out with the Chancellor's red box, but coming out to say goodbye after a long, long time in government for Jeremy Hunt. He's held all sorts of jobs. Health Secretary for years and years, Foreign Secretary for a while, latterly the surprise Chancellor, if you like. He was brought in by Rishi Sunak. Forgive me, he was brought in by Liz Truss to steady the ship after the disaster of her time in charge, and then kept on by Rishi Sunak as the 2 men sought to rebuild economic stability in this country. But in the end, that was not to bring them an election victory. It was not to give them another term in office.
Laura, it's interesting that during the campaign, Jeremy Hunt was hardly seen, wasn't he, on the national stage? He decided to just pound the streets of his Surrey constituency and try to cling on there, and he did, just by about 1,000 votes. But it was interesting that in an election where everybody was talking about the economy, the cost of living, we didn't really see the Chancellor.
Well, that's right. And it is weird if you think about it in that big picture. You know, the Conservatives like to tell people during the election that actually they had an improving record, that actually inflation had fallen, that actually they had helped people with huge amounts of cash to help pay their energy bills during the time when bills were just going up and up and up. But because of their overall precarious political position, Jeremy Hunt, we didn't see him nationally on our screens all the time, because the voters of Godalming and Ash in Surrey were seeing plenty of him banging on every single door, visiting every village fete, going to every single nursery school, primary school, any social gathering going. Jeremy Hunt was constantly posting pictures on social media of him and his family, him and his Labrador out on the campaign trail, pressing the flesh, trying to keep his votes. Also worth knowing, he put an enormous amount of his own personal cash into his efforts to keep campaigning in his seat. Tens and tens and tens of thousands of pounds from his own bank account went into the campaigning efforts to help him hang on. And he this morning is one of the very few big names that is left. Dozens and dozens of Conservative ministers have gone. Those names that you've been talking about already this morning, Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt, Jacob Rees-Mogg, people who have been fixtures of the Conservatives' terms in charge are now out. They are no longer serving MPs. They will not be part of political life in the way they have been for a while. Feels really like it's a whole generational clear out, but Jeremy Hunt is one of the last men standing.
Let's talk to Vicki while we stay on these pictures as well. I mean, it is brutal, isn't it? It's absolutely brutal, this moment in politics, when we see Jeremy Hunt and then Rishi Sunak leave their jobs, their homes. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's just overnight, that's it. Now, looking at the polls, they had a pretty good idea that this was coming. Jeremy Hunt would obviously be relieved that he's clung on to his seat, but there are still important decisions for Rishi Sunak to make about whether he stays on as leader of the Conservative Party. He stops being Prime Minister, he stays as leader of the Conservative Party. He's got to decide how long for, and I know from speaking to former Cabinet Ministers that he is being urged to try and give a little bit of stability at this time when, you know, they haven't been wiped out completely, but this is a devastating result for them. You know, they have no seats in Wales. They have one or two in very many regions of England. They've never seen anything like it, and there's now going to be an awful lot of soul searching and arguments, crucially, arguments about what went wrong. Now, there are some saying, look, Rishi Sunak ran a bad campaign, he stood out in the rain, he came back early from D-Day. It goes far deeper than that. Yes, they were tactical mistakes, but there are many who feel that the rot set in a long time ago. Some even would go back to saying some of this is still about Brexit. Some of this could be seen as the revenge of the Remainers all these years later. Then there was, of course, COVID and Partygate. You know, Boris Johnson's friends say, well, things started going wrong after he left. That's not true. The opinion polls for the Tories started dropping when he was still in power. And then, as one Cabinet Minister put it to me yesterday, then, after all of that, economic competence was burnt at the stake by Liz Truss. And we have seen, haven't we, today, that her personal defeat in that incredibly safe Conservative seat really does personify what has happened to this party, and they will now have an enormous row about what went wrong, who was to blame, whether this means they need to embrace Reform UK, that they need to move to the right, or, as Brandon Lewis was saying to us earlier, the fact they've lost so many seats to the Liberal Democrats. Well, you know, moving to the right is not going to win those back. They've got a real problem now about what they do and who takes them through that.
And just on a personal level for Rishi Sunak, if he's got this decision to make about what he does next, he says he's going to stay on as an MP. Is he staying on as the leader? But if he does, just in the next few weeks, what he will have to do, PMQs, the King's speech, it will be humiliating for him, won't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, people have approached this differently. John Major did do it. John Major appointed a very quick shadow cabinet in which he was the Prime Minister, he was the Defence Secretary, he was the Shadow Foreign Secretary. So he took on quite a few of those roles just as a brief interim. You can do it like that, and you can do Prime Minister's questions, and there were lots of people who say, well, that is the right thing to do for the party. But Gordon Brown didn't do that. So when he realised that the game was up, that there was going to be a coalition between the Tories and the Liberal Democrats, he left straight away, and they brought in a caretaker leader, Harriet Harman. Now, some Tories are talking about that happening. Someone like James Cleverly, potentially, he has kept his seat, still, I think, just about the Home Secretary. someone like that, maybe they could do it for a while. There are lots who don't want to rush into the decision. They feel that this needs a lot of soul searching. They really need to think about what they want to do next. And the difference, we've had a big churn, haven't we, of Tory leaders, but they were in government. You know, they were holding these leadership election campaigns while they were in government. It was incredible.
There we go,
to watch
Vicki.
it happening.
I think we can go live to Downing Street. Jeremy Hunt, his family, and the dog leaving number 11. I think that was the dog barking, not the Chancellor.
And this is a pattern we've seen before with the children of these senior politicians who are quite often shielded and quite understandably kept away from the cameras. But we saw Gordon Brown do this, didn't we, when he left? That he came out with his wife and his children walking down the street, and they've obviously decided to do that as well.
I don't think we've seen the dog before, have we?
I think that's a new one as well. We've seen the cat next door, haven't we?
I think Larry the cat might be happier. One less dog around.
Jeremy Hunt, happy to be an MP. He probably wondered whether that would be the case even this morning, because he was fighting a very tight seat.
And he's an incredibly experienced politician. He's been in cabinet for a very, very long time, under lots of different prime ministers, and he will surely have quite a big influence over stabilising the party, maybe about its future direction as they decide what to do.
He's now a grandee.
He is now a grandee, and we don't know whether he would try and go for the leadership again. Who knows?
What do you think?
I mean, it's a tricky one. He's tried it, hasn't he, twice and lost. I mean, you never know. I mean, the fact that he fought so hard to stay as an MP, you know, that was a surprise to some people. There were lots of others who decided not to stand, pretty much knowing that their seat might be lost, and they decided to not even fight the general election. You know, he made a very clear decision, obviously, to do that, and has managed, in that sense, to pull that off.
So there, the Chancellor's car leaving Downing Street for the last time. Jeremy Hunt and his family, children, and the dog. The gates close behind them. The rain does seem to have finally stopped. It has been torrential here in Westminster, which of course is very reminiscent of the day that Rishi Sunak called this election. I think it was 6 weeks and 2 days ago in that torrential rain.
It's only 6 weeks.
It's only 6 weeks ago.
Feels a lot longer.
I think Carol Kirkwood is joining us now for the latest on the weather, because a lot of people have their eyes on what is happening in the skies above us. Carol?
That's right, Sophie. Well, the heaviest rain has now pulled away, but it's going to be fairly cloudy through the rest of the day with some patchy light rain and drizzle on and off at times. Then later, more rain's coming, so don't put away your brolly just yet. But interestingly enough, we've had 8 general elections since 1997. 7 of them have been in the spring or indeed the summer. And then it's been fine, the weather's been great. But unfortunately, for the last one, which was in December 2019, that was quite different. So you're seeing pictures now of when Tony Blair entered Downing Street on the 2nd of May 1997. It was a warm day, 27 Celsius, and that May was much sunnier actually than average. But when David Cameron got elected in May in 2010, well, that was a cooler day. It was only 16 degrees, but May that year was sunnier than average. And then it was Boris Johnson's turn. It was much cooler in 2019 when he became Prime Minister. But it was, of course, December, so you'd expect that. The temperature was around 1 Celsius in places, but it was also wet in parts of the UK with around 25 millimetres, that's an inch of rain in some areas of the country. And another couple of interesting facts was it was a really wet one in November 1935 when Stanley Baldwin became PM. Mid Glamorgan and Devon had 62.2 millimetres of rainfall, but the warmest one in stark contrast was when Edward Heath was voted in June 1970. It was 26.9 Celsius in Prestwick. So it's been very varied, and you do wonder if the time of year is chosen specifically for the longer daylight hours and the better weather rather than the winter weather.
Carol and dog.
And dog.
Thank you very much indeed. Dogs at polling stations Day 2.
Dog disgraced me at the polling station.
Really
Stayed
barking
and howling, and there were no photographs of my
Get
dog.
some tips from Jeremy Hunt. His was under control.
Right, so Vicky, give us an idea what is coming up in the next sort of hour or two. Big moments.
Yeah, and this is the sort of formal handover of power, if you like, and it involves, of course, the King. So we will have Rishi Sunak going to the palace. He will say a few words in Downing Street first, then he will go to the palace, and then very quickly after that, Sir Keir Starmer will make his journey there, and then the reverse, he comes back to Downing Street and makes his speech. And then we expect the cabinet to be appointed this afternoon. We assume with the normal parade up the street. As you know, on these occasions, you know, the people who are getting the jobs come up the street. Of course, on this occasion, because it's a new government, he won't have to be sacking anybody. And there are, you know, there were 2 losses actually, sort of unexpectedly, really. 2 members of the shadow cabinet did lose their seats, so there will be room for some promotions for some other people.
Well, talking of people who might be walking up that street this afternoon, we have with us Labour's Peter Kyle, the Shadow Science Secretary. Are you expecting a call?
Well, that's the question to answer. I'm hoping. Of course I'm hoping. I put my heart and soul into this campaign. I'm really proud of the campaign. I don't think the party staff get mentioned often enough in these sorts of interviews, but I've been working around the country and I've seen messaging, I've seen targeting, I've seen the kind of support for volunteers coming from the staff that I have never seen in politics before. And that goes right to those people in the front line of politics, right up to Keir. And right now, I am so proud of the leadership that Keir Starmer has shown the Labour Party. He proved to the country that he could change our party, get us fit for service, and in doing so, made us fit for a party of government.
It was an extraordinary night. What was it like for you?
Well, like any politician on election day, you're out on the streets, you're meeting as many residents as possible. I was down there in the city of Brighton and Hove, which is the constituency I represent. And next door to me is Worthing, where there were 2 seats that we were targeting, where I was spending a lot of time in recent weeks and months. We took both of those seats off the Tories, the first time ever that those seats have not been Tory before. And that is a sort of traditional coastal town of the sort that I grew up in, Bognor Regis, just down the coast. To people who live in the southeast, it is quite mind-blowing to think that places like Worthing are now turning so decisively to Labour. And it shows that the Labour Party under Keir Starmer has a central proposition which is magnetic and it is rooted in the priorities of the country, and it has been broadened in all directions because we've taken seats in all different geographies. We will be the first party in 23 years that has had a majority seats in both Wales, England and Scotland. So you can see what Keir has done in his leadership, and I'm really proud of it.
At a time when you have won so many seats, what do you think happened to Thangam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Secretary, Jonathan Ashworth, who was so high profile in this campaign? They both lost their seats. What do you think happened there?
Even when there's a campaign that is historically successful, as this one is, there is still going to be so much learning from it. So in those areas where we did lose really good people, Thangam and Johnny, you know, these are good, hard-working people who have made a huge contribution, not just to this campaign, but to getting the Labour Party back to being as electable as it is now. But we have to learn from these areas where this sort of stuff happened, and believe me, we will. You know, it was only like 3 years ago that we lost the Hartlepool by-election. Keir Starmer stood up and said, we will listen, we will learn, and we will change. We will do the same again, because now the day after polling day, when the results are still coming in, even though it's so decisive, the politics of our country will change today, and it will change going into the future. And what you've seen with Keir is the ability to politically be agile, to think where the public need us to be as a party of government, and to always make sure we're in tune with it. That will carry on.
Did you think he could change the party as quickly as he had?
When Keir appointed me to his front bench, which was in the Justice team, which was soon after he first got appointed leader, we had a long conversation about the politics, and I said back then, being somebody that took a seat off the Tories in 2015, where we had a 35-year low as a party, I said that experience for me shows that there's nothing inevitable about winning, nothing inevitable in politics about losing, which is why we've been so determined through this campaign to stay focused. But there is a window of opportunity for us to win, and it's narrow. We can make very few mistakes, and we have to listen so carefully to what the public are telling us. Their priorities must be demonstrably our priorities. They need to see that we have changed as a party from the one they rejected so decisively. And look what Keir did. I'd like to say he did it based on that conversation. I don't think he did. But it shows the kind of character that he has and the kind of politician. He is far more nimble as a politician than people have given credit for. And I think the thing that he is, people have underestimated him, and those people in politics who have underestimated are the ones that are paying the price today.
You're talking about how he listened after the last election. Is he listening? Are you all listening to some of the constituencies around the country today after this election? Because on Gaza, for example, in some places you have been punished for your policy.
There will be a lot of learning and a lot of listening to do. In fact, on Gaza, we've been listening so incredibly carefully all the way through, not just the campaign, but ever since the horrific terrorist attacks of October 7th and the Israeli response afterwards. So yes, that will carry on. But the key thing is that we are now in government. It's been frustrating for us in the Labour Party with so much attention on Labour Party position when we've been in opposition. But now we have the opportunity to act in government, and people can see that we want this war to end. We want a political process to replace it, but we want this conflict to end as quickly as we possibly can. And certainly both sides have to buy in that. Now, we as one country can't sort of do this on our own. But you will see with David Lammy as Foreign Secretary perhaps later today, and certainly Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, you will have a Britain which will work in lockstep with our international partners to try and bring the pressure we can to bring this conflict to an end.
What about Green policies? Because obviously you have lost that seat to the Greens. Is that an indication that you haven't been radical enough, maybe, that you haven't inspired people enough? Because again, of course, you've won over 400 votes, a huge majority. I totally get that, but your vote share is not as high as you might have liked for it to be. And I know our system works in the way that it does, but that still does mean that people coming out to vote for you and what they expect you then to deliver, is there an element that there needs to be, or maybe there should be, a little bit more excitement, a bit more radicalism?
What you can't do is have the most radical election results for several generations.
But was it a rejection of the Conservatives
and then
rather than
say
voting for
that
your
we weren't
policies?
radical enough? Now the two are linked. Now, of course, we got votes where we needed the votes to be. That is smart politics. And we've seen too much dumb politics from parties in recent years. This was smart politics from a smart leader and a smart team and a great Labour Party team underneath it. Now, of course, some people did vote on Gaza issues and environmental issues for other parties, but we have to understand what radical is in this day and age, and that's something that people, I'm afraid, really underestimated in this campaign. Radical, viewed through ordinary people's lives right now, is being able to see a doctor within a week if you're in pain. Radical is being able to send your kids to a school where the roof isn't crumbling in. And radical is working in an economy, having a job where that money will go further into the future than it has today and in the past. These are the lived experiences of people in Britain today on average incomes, living ordinary, hard-working lives. That is what we plugged into. So for people who just said, you're not radical because you don't have enough noughts after every announcement, or your targets aren't 2 years earlier than everything else, that is to detach themselves from what is the lived experiences. And I understand that because of the polls that were used very politically through this campaign, that a lot of people thought there was an inevitability about the Labour Party winning, and therefore they felt able to vote for other parties in order to send us a message. We hear this message, but we will listen to the voices of all people in Britain in the weeks and months going forward, and we will respond. But when it comes to the climate and the transition to clean power and net zero, our policies weren't just radical because of what they were going to do. They were radical because we could get into government and deliver them.
Peter Campbell, thank you very much. Well, an awful lot of changes here in Westminster. The House of Commons here behind us is going to look very different next week. Jeremy Vine can give us an idea of what it will look like. He's inside, sort of.
Yeah, well, actually inside BBC Cardiff, which has hosted us brilliantly here as we built our set and gone through the night with it, Sophie. Yes, so the House of Commons, the key thing that will be different, of course, will be that the government benches have Labour MPs on them. And with 4 results still to go, we can say with quite a bit of conviction there'll be 412 Labour MPs, very close to the number that Tony Blair got in his landslide victory in '97. Bring on the others now. A bit more space to stretch out on the opposition benches with only 122 Conservatives, the worst result any of them can ever remember, the worst result in their history, basically. And they have a lot of rebuilding to do, and goodness only knows how long it will take. Different story for the Lib Dems. The meltdown in the Conservative vote gave them 71. SNP crushed on 10. Reform with 4. Greens, great result, 4. Plaid Cymru in Wales doubling their seats with 4. And the others 23. The others is Northern Ireland, 18, plus Corbyn, plus 4 other independent MPs, which just underlines what an interesting and varied night we've had of it. Of course, the main story is over there on the government benches, and the majority for Keir Starmer's Labour Party, 174.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back with Jeremy in Cardiff throughout the day, drilling down into the data. Let me just explain those numbers on your screen right now. There are 650 seats in the House of Commons, so any party needs 326 to win, and Labour have won 411. So it's a thumping majority. It's a landslide win for Labour. They've won 210 more seats at this election than they did at the last. And that's why there is no doubt that this morning it's a landslide. Labour taking control of government, and we'll see Sir Keir Starmer arriving at number 10 Downing Street in the next hour or two.
We certainly will. And before that, we're going to see Rishi Sunak, who will be leaving, I think, in about an hour's time, and maybe sooner. We will definitely bring that to you live. Laura Koonsberg is in Downing Street for us now. Laura.
That's right, Sophie. Probably about an hour or so to go, and you can see, you might be able to see just on the edge of shot, some of the official photographers are getting ready, making sure that they will be absolutely in the right spot for that moment when Rishi Sunak will come out and speak to the nation as Prime Minister for one last time. But for his rival, now the victor who has beaten him, Keir Starmer, the work already begins. And in the last couple of minutes, we've had the first big reactions from foreign leaders. And of course, at a time like this, foreign affairs are going to be such an important part of his job in number 10 Downing Street. We have got a tweet online from President Zelensky of Ukraine saying congratulations to Keir Starmer and UK Labour on their convincing election victory. The Ukraine and the United Kingdom have been and will continue to be reliable allies through thick and thin. Of course, the UK's role started under Boris Johnson. That leadership role is tried to take on supporting Ukraine against Vladimir Putin has been so critical, something Sir Keir Starmer has always said he would absolutely continue. But then another message from Emmanuel Macron. Of course, he's in a lot of political trouble at home in France. There, he is expressing his congratulations to Keir Starmer. Pleased with our first discussion. Well, one wonders when that took place. But he goes on to talk about continuing the work begun with the UK for bilateral cooperation on peace and security in Europe, whether on climate change or AI. Now that's interesting because Labour's tried everything it can not to suggest that in any way they would somehow become dramatically closer to Europe in a way that might upset Brexit-tending voters. However, it'll be interesting to see the tone of European leaders welcoming Keir Starmer today. Let's bring in our political editor, Chris Mason, who's with me in a soggy Downing Street, less soggy than you were at the beginning of the campaign, Chris. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? There are always these congratulatory messages from foreign leaders saying, marvellous, well done, let's be best of friends. But even though the campaign was so focused on domestic issues, like it or not, foreign affairs are going to be such a big part of Keir Starmer's tenure, aren't they?
Absolutely. It's a truism, isn't it, of election campaigns, that of course the focus is principally domestic. But, yeah, straight away, the international picture. And gosh, don't we know just how difficult the international scene is for the new Prime Minister, soon to be Prime Minister Keir Starmer, straight into that world next week, as it happens, because it was scheduled to happen then anyway, the NATO Defence Alliance having its annual conference in Washington DC. That will be Keir Starmer's first foreign trip as Prime Minister and the first chance for him to meet face to face as Prime Minister the kind of folk who we'll be speaking to on the phone in the coming hours, and starting that those personal relationships that are so crucial to the diplomatic relationships that exist between the UK and its allies. And as if to underline that more specific point about the challenge of international affairs that Keir Starmer faces, he knows it when he just looks around the whole question he faces now of assembling his cabinet. When he sees, for instance, someone like Jonathan Ashworth, so key to the Labour campaign, such a prominent face and voice of the Labour campaign, losing in his seat in Leicester, where the likelihood as a contributor to that was the arguments that have gone on around Gaza and the controversy for some of Labour's stance on Gaza. So a reminder for him of just how real that is.
And just behind you can see, I think, some of the official photographers setting up the shots.
just so they're exactly in the right place. That's what they do in 2024. They're fixing cameras everywhere for the government's own official footage of the extraordinary events today. We've of course seen some of the more personal pictures, the Hunt family coming out.
Yes.
Jeremy Hunt and his wife, their 3 children, and the Labrador Puppy.
Well,
That's
I know you're a
piece of
big fan, aren't you? I
political
know
trivia
you're
today.
a big dog fan and a big fan of dogs at polling stations. Well, now it's dogs in Downing Street, isn't it? Or a dog in Downing Street. Poppy, isn't it? Yes, we got
It was Poppy, and the Sunaks also have Nova, the Labrador. I'm not sure if we will see her, but that's probably enough
No.
of my canine political specialist knowledge.
And one little
But
detail, which is very British, I think, about the brutality of the transfer of power when Jeremy Hunt left earlier, may have just been out of shot. In addition to his children and his wife and the dog, he got into the back of a grey transit van and was driven away. High office ends in the back of a van with the family dog.
I think it was quite a smart people carrier, but yeah,
Well,
back of a van, quite a metaphor though,
yeah,
isn't it?
and
Absolutely,
different from
what a
the
metaphor.
Jaguar or the Mercedes or whatever.
Without question. Turning then to these questions of international relationships, I mean, it hardly featured in the campaign. Few questions about the difference between Labour and the Conservatives in terms of their commitment on defence spending.
Yep.
But Sir Keir Starmer has always tried to tack very close to the government,
Yep.
saying that parties should be united when it comes to national security. We know for many months he's been involved in some national security briefings along with his team. And yet, inside the victorious Labour Party, there's quite a tricky fault line on the conflict in the Middle East. And as you say, that cost Jonathan Ashworth his seat. It appears lots of pressure.
Yes, absolutely, exactly that. So the strategy from Labour in the last year or so, more than the last year or so, the last couple of years, has been pretty much to cut and paste the government's position on the major international fault lines, particularly on Ukraine, for instance, and indeed on the Middle East. That's one thing in opposition. To then do it in government, albeit with a whopping majority, which will offer Keir Starmer some protection from noises off on his backbenches. He knows that the wider Labour movement has raised real concerns. My goodness, he knows that, because he got a lot of it in his ear after some remarks that he made at the Labour conference last October.
And some of his team resigned over Gaza.
Indeed
some frontbench
so.
team, people like Jess Phillips
And
quit.
not only has it cost some of his colleagues seats, there are others who have squeaked back in to Westminster by the most narrow of margins. So he'll be well aware of that and having to acknowledge that in his conversations within the party, as well as his conversations to the country. It'll be one of the many challenges to that mantra he's had of country first, party second. How does he wrestle with that in government?
And in terms of his own sense of global affairs. You know, Keir Starmer had a fine pedigree as a lawyer. He actually dealt with lots of sort of terror cases and human rights cases on the other side of it, if you like. But does he strike you as somebody who has a particularly clear vision of what he would like British foreign policy to be?
I'm not sure he has sketched that out yet. And we've had the beginnings of it from David Lammy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, and some quite kind of high-minded editorials in American publications, and even translated into French in French publications and others. But I don't think we've had a proper sense of that, to be honest. And so often Prime Ministers find themselves, don't they? Yes, obviously with a focus on the domestic beat, but can very easily find themselves, just looking down Downing Street, the gates are opening right now.
Now it looks like it might be somebody is about to sweep back in, and I'm just going to duck down out
is
of the
coming
shot.
in right now. What about half a dozen motorbikes working their way up the street? And actually no one else following them, so maybe they are lining up for the departure of Rishi Sunak rather than anyone coming in.
Well, we can pop up again then like Jack in the Boxes, because it looks like that is the motorcade that will then accompany the Sunaks when they are ready to leave the building. So there is the famous black door. There's definitely a sense of an uptick in activity here. We've seen the cameras being tied to the railings to get the perfect shot. We've now seen the police outriders arriving here. And just down beside me, there is somebody busily putting tape on the floor in order to make sure that all the cameras have exactly the right positions for that moment, which will capture the historical defeat of Rishi Sunak, whose efforts in the last 20 months in office were nowhere near enough to hold off what some Conservatives have been saying overnight was an inevitable defeat after 14 years in office. And yet, Chris, at the beginning of all of this, when Rishi Sunak came to power after this sort of political explosion of Liz Truss, there were hopes, perhaps not that he would be able to win, But there were absolutely hopes and expectation that under his leadership, he would be able to drag the Conservative Party up after the damage of Partygate and then Liz Truss.
Yep.
And then there was an expectation the polls would narrow, and an optimism that perhaps the Tories might be able to hold off Labour to a hung parliament. And it seems, extraordinary to imagine how wrong that proved to be.
Quite, because Rishi Sunak, when he assumed office, by surprise, because of the implosion so quickly.
Well, and he'd lost,
Well,
I mean,
exactly,
he lost
having
the
been
Tory
beaten
leadership
by
race.
Liz Truss in the summer of 2022, suddenly finds him by surprise, kind of resuscitated as a prime-ministerial candidate and then the Prime Minister, making this argument that not only he had been this incredibly popular Chancellor when he was doling out billions of pounds during
Yeah, it's amazing what happens if you stand on a street corner and give out fivers, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, quite. And your poll ratings soar, and they did for him, his personal poll ratings. Also as a character, to understate a point wildly, a vastly different character from either of his two predecessors, Liz Truss and Boris Johnson, came in with Jeremy Hunt saying, look, we get it, we will offer a certain amount of political and economic stability. And he'll be able to point to the fact that economically things are not as wobbly as they were, and politically, for most of his time as Prime Minister, not all, there weren't immediate thoughts amongst the journalistic pack, me included, will he survive the week, which at the tail end of Boris Johnson and for the entirety of Liz Truss was a live question. But yes, there were those hopes within Conservative circles that he might be able to not just steady the ship, but narrow what was then a really big poll gap. And frankly, he never managed to do that. And he tried everything. He tried stability, he tried being a bit more kind of revolutionary in his outlook. Nothing worked, including in the campaign. The brutal truth for him is the opinion polls never shifted, really, throughout his entire time in there.
And the Tories, in fact, have crashed to the worst defeat that they've had in modern times, and also for Mr Sunak, who we get a sense might be here before too long. He leaves behind not just the Tories having been smashed to bits in such a turnaround from 2019, but also a party where there are very different diagnoses already of what has gone wrong. We heard overnight some people, Suella Braverman, saying, I'm sorry to the public, we didn't do enough on immigration, we didn't do enough to be true Conservatives. On the other hand, you had different characters like Sir Robert Buckland, another former cabinet minister, very much urging the party to stick to the middle ground and not to veer off. So we can already see the way the debate about the future of the Tory party is shaping up. But before that can begin in earnest, there will be the official departure of Rishi Sunak from Downing Street. The last time we will see him speak to the country, a couple of metres behind me, and of course we will give you a holler as soon as it looks like that's about to happen. It might not be too long now, John and Sophie.
We're listening, we will hear you, and we will come straight back to you. Laura and Chris, thank you very much indeed for now. In fact, we've still got some declarations coming in.
We have, and a very, very tight contest. Poole has just been won from the Conservatives. Labour have taken Poole, and oh my goodness, it was tight. 14,168 votes for Labour, 14,150 votes for the Conservative candidate, Robert Sims. Neil Duncan Jordan has won it with a majority of just 18. That's a seat that the Conservatives had since 1997. That had gone to a third recount, hadn't it, Vicky?
It is incredible when this happens, isn't it? You've got an electorate of about 70, 80,000 and it goes down to the wire like this. And it's not the only one, actually, because Rick Holden, who was the chairman, is still the chairman of the Conservative Party, in Basildon and Billericay, 20. His went down to 20. I mean, people thought he might lose. He was sort of parachuted in and there was a lot of local resentment. So he's got a majority of 20. Mel Stride, who I think was all over the airwaves really for the general election for the Tories, he won by 61. So an awful lot of very marginal seats here going one way or the other. Didn't quite get to the toss of a coin, which I think is what does sometimes happen.
Just imagine. Well, it's the perfect moment now to speak to Salma Shah, who joins us here in the studio, formerly a special advisor for the Conservatives in government. What do you think of these numbers we've been showing on the screen? Conservatives down to 122 MPs.
Look, I mean, overall, I don't think there's any denying that it's a disastrous result for the Conservatives and not one that anybody who's been out on the doorsteps campaigning would welcome. But I think there is an acceptance that after 14 years in government and certainly after a very turbulent last 5 years, that this is where we were going. I have to say, though, I feel hopeful because on some of the predictions of us getting as low as 80 and some people even talking about a Canada-style wipeout, I think, and I know my colleagues aren't going to be happy about me saying this, but there are reasons to be cheerful.
Really?
Yeah, there are reasons to be cheerful because we have not had a complete calamity. We're still going to be the official opposition. I think there was some question that actually, could the Lib Dems overtake us there? So from some of the predictions, for some of the sort of places that we've been, I think that there is a point that at least the Conservatives can rebuild. The question now for them is going to be, how do they rebuild? So you've already had, what Chris and Laura have been saying, Robert Buckland on one side of the Conservative spectrum saying, we need to get serious about winning again, we've got to be centrist. And then you've got Suella Braverman sort of, doing this sort of slightly performative, I'm so sorry about immigration, because she is probably going to be thinking about how she's positioning herself for a Conservative contest. So really, this is now going to be a point of introspection and thinking about what is the Conservative message and what are they going to do over the next 5 years.
And as they reflect, who was to blame?
This is a multitude. My own personal opinion is that actually post-Brexit and Boris Johnson's incompetence was the beginning of the end, and that poll decline really didn't change from 2022, and we've never really been able to recover from it. But as John Curtis has said, this is really about the Conservatives losing, and I think we have to accept, if we are going to move on, that reputation of incompetence and not getting things working, we have to look at ourselves and say, how do we fix that?
Do you think there is anything the Conservatives could have done during this campaign to get them closer to a more respectable number, or do you think this was lost from the very beginning?
This was always a damage control exercise, in my view. I think the issue was not that we could have done anything better, but actually we didn't need to shoot ourselves in the foot as much as we did. So, as it's raining today, Rishi Sunak's not been very lucky with the rain as far as this is concerned, and I hope at least the weather will clear up as he says goodbye in Downing Street this morning. But, it's things like that. It was stupid things like judgments around D-Day. It was the incompetence.
Do you hold him to blame for that?
I think that you make choices and judgments about the people that you have around you and what you trust and who you put your faith in. And that is also a judgment on you as the Prime Minister, as the person that leads. I know these jobs are hard, I know they're difficult, but I also think that the reckoning will come and people need to take responsibility themselves. I take responsibility for periods in government where things have not gone well. I was a bag carrier, advisor. I didn't make the decisions, but we're all partly responsible for this and what's happened in terms of our reputation for competence.
Can you believe that only 4.5 years ago, Boris Johnson had a majority of 80, and we were talking then, everyone was talking then, about the Conservatives in power for another decade. And now, look at these numbers.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are talking about the volatility of the electorate. I don't think the electorate is volatile. I think it's about the way people campaign and the votes that you go for. It is undeniable that Labour ran a very clever campaign. They knew what they were getting. The vote share hasn't changed substantially for Labour. They took great advantage of the context. They were brilliant at their messaging. They were much more disciplined. And I think the result shows that effectively. And now it's for the Conservatives to say, how are we going to become a lean, mean fighting machine again?
One name, next leader.
Let me check who's left.
Sam Sharp, thank you very much. Well, it has been quite a night. It promises to be quite a morning. There is so much for you to catch up on, so we're going to have a go. Labour have won a landslide victory in the general election on a dramatic night in British politics.
We did it!
It's a spectacular turnaround for Sir Keir Starmer's party, winning a majority of more than 170 seats, less than 5 years after their worst result in almost a century.
The sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back.
Meanwhile, the former Conservative Prime Minister Liz Truss and a record number of serving cabinet ministers and senior politicians are among those to lose their seats, with the Tories set for the worst result in their history.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
Right, we're going to go straight now to Scotland. John Swinney is speaking there, the Scottish National Party.
Night for the Scottish National Party, and I am very sorry to be losing so many able members of Parliament and candidates who were unsuccessful, and that so many staff who work so well to support our members of Parliament and parliamentarians will also not be able to serve in the way that they have up until now. And I'm sorry about the difficulties that will cause for individuals. This tough night adds to what's been a really difficult period for the Scottish National Party, a difficult period that has gone on for some time, and indeed that difficult period has resulted in me becoming leader of the Scottish National Party only 8 weeks ago. But I came into office to fix that difficult period, and I'm committed to doing exactly that, because the Scottish National Party needs to be healed, and it needs to heal its relationship with the people of Scotland, and I am absolutely committed to doing that. I want to make it clear that I take full responsibility for the Scottish National Party campaign and the outcome that has been achieved. That is what leadership is about. You plan your campaign and you take responsibility for it when it's completed, and I take full responsibility for that campaign. But I also, out of that campaign, commit us to listen and to learn from the very obvious setback that we had last night. When I stood for the leadership of the Scottish National Party, I promised to ensure a vibrant internal democracy within the party as a means of creating strength and cohesion within the party. And in the few weeks that I've had to exercise those responsibilities as leader of the party, I have brought people together in the way that I proposed and planned to do. But there is clearly more that is going to have to be done for us as a party to reflect on the election outcome, to reflect on the issues that it raises, and to listen to each other and to learn from each other about what is necessary to be done to strengthen our position as a consequence of last night's setback. We also have to do that in the country as well as a party. We have to listen and we have to learn from the experiences of the election campaign. And I commit us, having brought my party together, to maintain my party's external focus of looking outwards, of engaging with the public in Scotland, to make sure that we listen to the people of our country and we learn from their reflections and their observations on the election campaign. And I think there's two particular areas in which we have to do that. The first is on the question of building trust. The Scottish National Party has built trust with voters in Scotland by making a positive impact on their lives, by changing their lives for the better. We've done that. We've delivered that on a whole host of different policy areas over the time in which we have been in government. So delivering policy commitments that change the lives of individuals are central to how you build up trust with the electorate. And I commit us to ensuring that we focus on that delivery, on ensuring that we deliver the policy commitments that make a difference on the issues that matter to people in our country, and crucially on the issues that are the key concerns that they have, which they articulated to us during the election campaign. So we must work hard to engage with the public, to build trust and to build confidence. But the second issue and the second area where we have to engage with the public, to listen to them and to learn, is on the question of independence. In 2021, we asked the people of Scotland to give the Scottish Parliament a mandate to hold a referendum on independence, and the public gave that parliamentary mandate to the Scottish Parliament in 2021. It's a matter of record that that mandate has been thwarted. It has not been enacted. Our manifesto for this election said that if we won a majority of seats in Scotland, that would intensify pressure to enact that mandate. Essentially, it would provide us with the opportunity to take forward that policy commitment. I have to accept that we failed to convince people of the urgency of independence in this election campaign. And therefore, we need to take the time to consider and to reflect on how we deliver our commitment to independence, which remains absolute. And as somebody who's devoted their entire adult life to the winning of Scottish independence, not for an abstract reason, but because I believe it will transform the lives of our people for the better, we need to get that approach correct in the forthcoming period. So I accept that we need to engage with, listen to, and learn from the people of Scotland on how we take forward our arguments for independence. Now, I said that I would say more about the approach to discussions with the United Kingdom government, and later on today, Sir Keir Starmer will become the Prime Minister. I've served in government for many years, and on many occasions, many issues, I have enjoyed a good and positive working relationship with the United Kingdom government. I have to say, I've been appalled by the quality of that relationship in the last 5 years, in the aftermath of Brexit, where for a whole host of reasons, which many of you will have heard me rehearsing during the election campaign, I have felt the powers of the Scottish Parliament eroded by the response to Brexit. So I want to make it clear, as we enter a new era...
John Swinney there, the leader of the SNP, reacting to their heavy losses overnight from the lectern there in Edinburgh, saying he's very sorry to be losing so many candidates and MPs. He said he takes full responsibility for those losses. Of course, he only became leader of the SNP
2 weeks before the election was called?
A few days before the surprise election called by Rishi Sunak. He says he will listen and learn. We need to rebuild trust as the SNP. And he said we need to accept that we need to take our time to consider and reflect how we deliver our ongoing commitment to independence. Obviously, that is a bruising loss of seats for them.
Well, let's go to Downing Street now. We can see the scene there. The umbrellas are down, which will be a huge relief for Rishi Sunak, who, 6 weeks and a couple of days after announcing that election in absolutely torrential rain, is going to be coming out into Downing Street through that black door for one last time as Prime Minister before he sets off on a very short journey to Buckingham Palace, where he will tender his resignation to the King. We're expecting that to happen in just over 15 minutes' time, so do stay with us for that. We are joined right now, though, by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, who has been Mayor of London since 2016. Good morning. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Your reflections on last night?
Well, it's been a great night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. If we were speaking in 2019, I think we did, we'd be talking about whether the Labour Party was on the brink of extinction, the worst results since 1935. And if you'd have said to me there's a chance Labour's going to form the next government, I'd have thought one of us had drunk something too much of. But no, we haven't just won this election, we've won it with a majority of 170, we think. 410 Labour MPs in Parliament. That's a big tribute to Keir Starmer, to the Shadow Cabinet, to candidates, to staffers, to members for the incredible amount of work changing our party. And I think Keir Starmer, as the Prime Minister, will serve with humility. He'll be magnanimous and understand one of his jobs is to bring our country together.
What has he done in that time, in those 4.5 years, to completely change the party's fortunes?
Well, firstly, to recognise how badly we lost in 2019. The British public weren't wrong. We were wrong in relation to the offer we had to the British public. A root and branch transformation of the Labour Party, addressing the issues of, for example, anti-Semitism, being an effective opposition to the Conservative government, and then putting forward an offer to the British public. Look, in 2015 and 2017 and 2019, many members of the British public were unhappy with the Conservative Party, but not willing to lend us their vote. On this occasion, yesterday, they did.
What do you want of him? What will you ask from him?
Well, the first thing is, I think he has a responsibility to show that politicians are public servants. we're not all in it for ourselves, and that leadership comes from the top. In relation to me as the Mayor of London, what I don't want is the government to put obstacles in my way on a daily basis. If we're going to get economic growth across our country, we've got to play our role as the capital city. One of the things that Keir's passionate about is making sure there are more homes being built across our country. We want a lion's share of those new homes in London. We've got a housing crisis. I think actually, when you compare the UK now with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister for some time, we're a sea of calm compared to France or Germany or Italy or the USA, and that will lead to inward investment, and London must play its role.
It wasn't all great news for Labour in London, was it? I mean, 6 Lib Dem seats, Jeremy Corbyn back as an independent.
These are the best results in London for Labour ever. 59 Labour MPs in London, no Tories in central London, in inner London. Of course, I'd rather wish we'd won all 75 seats, but I'm afraid that's not possible.
Jeremy Corbyn, how is Keir Starmer going to handle him?
Look, I've known Jeremy Corbyn for a number of years, and he's clearly a popular local MP. We all know he is. He's been the MP for Islington North since, I think, 1983. I think many residents in Islington North have repaid, Jeremy's hard work. There's not a school fair that happens in his patch that he doesn't turn up to, or an event at the local community centre. And I think residents there have rewarded his hard service over a number of decades.
I'm just going to show you there, whilst to interrupt what you're saying, Larry the Cat. Larry the Cat, who always becomes a star in these moments. He's been there. He's the chief mouser in Downing Street, hasn't he? He's lived there. He's been there longer than anyone now.
I think many new MPs look at envy at the number of Twitter followers Larry the Cat's got, and the amount of media coverage he gets.
Notice that it's only since Jeremy Hunt's dog left that Larry the Cat has emerged from number 10 this morning.
Will be taking well,
I'm not sure if you've heard. I mean, Keir's promised his daughter a new dog.
Has he? Is that true?
And I'm not sure how Larry will appreciate about a new puppy turning up
what
at Downing
breed?
Street. I'm not going to divulge confidences.
Okay.
But
that's
I
interesting.
think Larry the Cat was actually getting really, really, really happy at the prospect of losing 2 dogs in Downing Street. You are now giving us breaking news that there's going to be a new one coming out, a puppy at that.
As well as what breed of dog he will choose, there are some bigger decisions that he has to make, doesn't he, as Prime Minister? And he's got this massive majority. Do you think now he should have been bolder during this campaign? He should have made bigger commitments, maybe on Brexit?
Look, I've known Keir for more than 25 years. He's somebody who stepped forward because he believes in public service. And one of the things he realised is you can't give hope without credibility. And what the British public won't stand for is people making all sorts of promises they can't deliver on. And what you'll see from Keir Starmer as Prime Minister is somebody who, under promises and over delivers. And isn't it time the British public had a government that delivered on promises?
What about international relations? We haven't heard much from Sir Keir Starmer about that. It was a very domestically focused campaign in many ways, but there's big changes potentially coming up, possibly in America, if there's a change of government. I mean, you've had your views and exchanges with President Trump. How does a Labour government deal with that?
Keir, the morning after he'd been to the D-Day commemorations, he was so moved by those soldiers, former soldiers, those who served our country he'd met the day before. He's somebody who takes NATO seriously. He'll be at the NATO summit next week in Washington. He's looking forward to hosting European leaders in Blenheim Palace later on this month. I think, if we're honest, hand on heart, there have been many occasions over the last few years where we've been a laughingstock across the globe. And what he's trying to do is to restore our credibility on the international stage as a player, not simply a spectator. You've seen the work that he and David Lammy have done working with both President Biden's team, but also reaching out to the Republican team as well. None of us knows who will be the next president. What we do know is we need to have a special relationship with my views on President Trump are well known, but Keir Starmer will need to do business with whoever the president is.
And what about the EU? How much closer should he get to the EU?
Well, look, it breaks my heart we voted to leave the European Union, but I think it's not possible for us to rejoin the EU. What is possible, though, is next year when the Brexit deal comes up for renewal, for us to have closer alignment with the European Union, our closest trading partners. We know the damage Brexit's caused to our country, economically, socially, culturally. We can't rejoin the EU. What we can do is have close links with the EU.
Will you keep pushing Keir Starmer to rejoin the customs union?
Well, listen, I mean, Keir and Rachel will look into what is the best deal for our country. What Rachel,
Do you think we should?
Well, I think what Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer need to do is look at the upside of closer alignment. Obviously, this is not a one-way thing. The EU have got to agree and accede to some of these terms we want to negotiate on. The key thing is to impress upon the EU how closer alignment is good for the UK, but also good for the European Union as well.
So you're not pushing for them to rejoin the customs union? That's not something you're going to be pushing for?
I'm looking for closer alignment. And the point I'll be making to colleagues in the Labour government is, you know, if we get a good deal with the European Union, it leads to more growth for our country, which is really important if we're going to invest in public services.
I know you've got a big job yourself as Mayor of London, but do you wish you were part of this Labour government? Are you waiting for a ministry, a department?
I'm going to upset Keir now by saying I've got the best job in British politics as the Mayor of London. What I've been frustrated about over the last 8 years is I've had 5 different Prime Ministers. David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. I'm looking forward to some calm, but also a Labour government working with not just the Mayor of London, but the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the Greater Merseyside, with West Yorkshire, working together with devolved regions and mayors in the common interest.
You're no longer the most powerful Labour politician in the country.
It's, I'm really happy that the prize now goes to Keir Starmer, the Labour Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, you can see there we're watching Downing Street, we're watching Buckingham Palace. We're expecting Rishi Sunak to leave number 10 within the next probably 10 minutes. But there's been a big story in Northern Ireland overnight as well. Sinn Féin has won the most seats there for the first time. Christian Fraser can tell us more.
Yeah, we were just hearing, weren't we, from John Swinney in Scotland about the SNP's really poor performance down there. And I just wonder, on the back of that, whether the constitutional question shifts now from Scotland to Northern Ireland, because as you say, Sophie, Sinn Féin, which had 7 seats at the last election, narrowly behind the DUP, in 2022 they became the biggest party in the National Assembly elections, first time a nationalist Republican Party had come out on top. And now, after the Westminster elections, you can see that they are now the biggest Westminster party. Don't forget, of course, they don't take their seats in Westminster. Some really interesting results in Northern Ireland. Quite an extraordinary night. Let me start with this one. Lagan Valley, of course, where Jeffrey Donaldson stood down as the DUP leader to concentrate fighting those abuse charges. Saoirse Eastwood taking it for the Alliance. That is an 11% swing from the DUP to Alliance. They had a really good night in 2019, the Alliance, and a very good night there in Lagan Valley, which is some compensation for losing North Down as they did to an independent. But what about this one? North Antrim, Jim Allister, the leader of the TUV who campaigned on no border in the Irish Sea, taking it from Ian Paisley. The Paisleys have had North Antrim since 1970. The last time North Antrim was not a Paisley, Richard Nixon was the President of the United States. That is an extraordinary swing. 26% from the DUV to the Unionists, the TUV. Here's another one for you. Belfast East. This was the battle of the leaders. The new leader of the DUP, Gavin Robinson, seeing off Naomi Long of the Alliance. It's pretty much as you were.
For a while. Christian, thank you very much indeed. We can go live to Downing Street, actually, because we have lectern activity.
Yeah, as we say, Rishi Sunak will be coming out very shortly. We're expecting him at 10:30, roughly around then. It could be sooner. Umbrellas sort of up, some down. Hopefully, well, he will be hoping that it is not raining when he comes out. Laura.
And the volume has just started to go up here in Downing Street, where you're joining us. Some protesters at the end of the street have got their speakers out, playing So Long, Auf Wiedersehen, Adieu. As the lectern is put out here in Downing Street, they're trying to do everything they can to make it look impeccable as Rishi Sunak comes out for his last address to the nation as Prime Minister. Just before the lectern came out, we could actually hear a little bit of applause from inside the building. So imagine what happens now. Rishi Sunak will be saying goodbye, farewell to staff who have served him during his time in Downing Street, those 20 months that he has been in charge. He will be saying thank you to those who've stood alongside him in some incredibly difficult political moments. He will be perhaps giving a last word to the many officials who have served him as impartial civil servants, but also clustering with his political team who have been alongside him in the trenches of this campaign, which has been so full of mishaps and mistakes from the off. So in a few minutes, it does appear that Rishi Sunak will be emerging to speak to the nation for one last time. This moment of enormous drama. And you can just see they're about to test the microphones. There is one of the long-serving press aides who works there in Downing Street, checking the shot, checking the sound, right next to where we are. And Rishi Sunak expected out in a few minutes' time. And astonishing, really, John and Sophie, to imagine how this all panned out. A former member of the Cabinet said to me a couple of weeks ago, the point of calling a spring election as a surprise was in order to make things difficult for the opponents. In actual fact, Rishi Sunak ended up looking like that he had surprised his own party, because they didn't really appear to be ready to go at all.
Laura, thank you very much. Well, we'll stay on those pictures. Maybe we can just show you now who we have in our studio with us, because we have two men who know exactly what is going on behind those closed doors. We have Alistair Campbell, who, what was it, 1997, swept into power, as it were, with Tony Blair, and Craig Oliver as well, 2011, Director of Communications, both of you. Well, let's start with Craig. I mean, what do you think is going through Rishi Sunak's mind right now?
I think he'll want to leave well. I think he'll be thinking about how do I actually, leave being Prime Minister well. They'll be thinking about the speech going out there. And I think actually when people lose, there's a moment where you look at them and you go, OK, let's reassess. Gordon Brown gave a very good speech when he left Downing Street, and I think a lot of people felt he left well. So I think Rishi Sunak will be in that position. He wants to leave well. He wants to say the right things, and he wants to leave, bizarrely, some kind of residual affection, I think.
And Alistair Campbell, a scale of what Keir Starmer has achieved.
It's fantastic. I mean, it's not that long ago, Hartlepool by-election, when people were saying Keir Starmer could never win, and goes into this election and pulls off this extraordinary victory, huge landslide. And yes, people will talk about the share of the vote, but the fact is, you fight to win, and they've put all their resources into the places where they needed to win. And I think now he's got a mandate to deliver change, and I think he's got to seize that in these first weeks and months. Because the truth is, the challenges are huge. Honeymoon won't last very long, but he's got energy. He's got a bit of hope going back in the country, I think. And I'm just thrilled that the worst government in history is gone and something better's coming in.
And as we're talking to you, we're just going to look at those pictures. That's the King arriving at Buckingham Palace. He is going in there, which is where Rishi Sunak very shortly will also travel to Buckingham Palace to tender his resignation to the King.
Craig, you were talking about Rishi Sunak wanting to leave well. I can tell you that apparently there is an umbrella this time outside Downing Street because of these showers. Everyone will remember the pictures from number 10 when he called the election. So yeah, there's an umbrella on standby. The King there just about to enter Buckingham Palace. When we talk about Rishi Sunak and his plan, leaving office of Prime Minister, he has to do that. He's still an MP. What do you think? Do you think he's going to want to stay on in Parliament, even as leader?
I think given the choice, he would like to go as quickly as possible. I think the reality... Well, I suspect he's going to stay on for a little bit as an MP and that kind of thing, but I think he'd want to leave the office of leader of the opposition to somebody else. He doesn't want to do that. Having said that, I think there'll be a lot of pressure on him to stay. I think people will say, look, let's have a few months. Let's use the Conservative Party conference as an opportunity to choose a new leader. Let's have a time to take a breath and reassess here what's really happening. And I think that he'll want to allow the forces to gather and actually have a real opportunity. At the moment, I think that the Conservative Party is in danger of having a real knee-jerk reaction to this and say, well, it's easy, let's just go and join forces with reform. I think Rishi Sunak's instinct would be to say to the party, look, let's just take a breath, let's stop, let's properly consider and allow somebody who's perhaps more moderate to take charge.
In the meantime, Keir Starmer really doesn't have any time to take a breath, does he? Because he's got to hit the ground running. Tony Blair, in his first 100 days, he was pretty radical, though he says he wishes he had been more radical. I mean, within, 4 days, the Bank of England was independent. Could we expect to see Keir Starmer produce a rabbit out of the hat next week, something that he hasn't even mentioned? The Bank of England's independence. No one knew about that in the days in the camp. It wasn't mentioned in the manifesto, was it?
What was mentioned in the manifesto is that we do everything to ensure economic stability. And that became the line that justified this policy that we're not talked about in opposition. I don't know whether Keir will have any sort of big surprises like that. I think what he will do is take those missions and build the King's Speech around them, and I think that's the right approach. And what the mandate does him, what this gives to him, what the size of the majority does, he can actually do a lot of things that maybe he hasn't talked about. And particularly, I think, in terms of this planning reform, approach to housing, I think that's where you'll see some quite big stuff coming down.
And he has to strike hard, fast, doesn't he? Given the size of the majority, you can't waste time in these things.
No, and also I think one of the messages from this election is that we live in very volatile political times. So he's got to kind of use this enormous capital that he now has, and I think he will. I think the one thing that people should learn about Keir Starmer is that at every stage of his life and his career, he's kind of been underestimated. And people are sort of saying, "Oh, I'm not sure about him," and he's always exceeded what the expectation. And I've always felt he's not somebody who likes opposition. I think he's a creature of government, and I think that now he's got Labour back into power, he'll be pretty ruthless and pretty clear about what he wants to do.
You know him very well, don't you? I mean, I think you advised him in 2015 when he first became an MP. What advice, or what advice have you given him about taking on this?
Well, I think I've been through the campaign and before the campaign on the podcast I do with Roy Stewart. I've been actually quite critical at times of Labour, saying not sure they're being bold enough, not sure that we couldn't be a bit more radical and so forth. But you have to judge campaigns by the outcome. When you're going from opposition into government, you've got to judge them by the outcome. And the outcome he's delivered is extraordinary. And I think that what he's done is shown that he follows his own path, he listens to other people, but he follows his own path. And I think if he does that in government, he'll be pretty ill-set fair.
How much contact has Keir Starmer had with Tony Blair over the last few weeks?
I don't know about over the last few weeks, but I think that one of the good things about the Labour Party, and this has been very much a contrast with the Conservative Party, is that all the previous leaders kind of just want to be helpful. Whether that's Neil Kinnock, who was there tonight, whether it's Gordon, who's been saying the things that he does, and Tony. So, look, I think Keir will be his own man. I think he'll do his own stuff. He'll appoint his own team. But I think he's clear about I think it's interesting. He knows this isn't a 1997 moment. He actually, he said to me at one point, if we went around just singing things can only get better at the moment, with the way the country feels, it wouldn't work. What has worked is him setting out a plan for government, showing that he's going to be serious, absolutely believing this thing about politics being about public service, and just sort of, putting the last few wretched years behind us.
The weather's certainly not getting better, is it? It's raining again in Downing Street, but we can go live to Laura Koonsberg, who's there for us for this moment of the Prime Minister leaving for the final time. Laura.
John, thank you. It is raining now a little bit, not very heavily. But this is what happened when Rishi Sunak came out to announce the election. It wasn't raining very much, and he came out, and then there was a sudden deluge. So they'll be hoping that doesn't happen today. Although, as you spotted, there is an official-looking gentleman standing with a Union Jack umbrella, perhaps ready to stand in just on the left-hand side of the number 10 famous black door in case there is that torrential downpour. It feels here, however, that the tension is building. We are probably just a couple of minutes away. We'd expect to see Rishi Sunak's close team come out actually of the door of number 11 first. That's the normal procedure. They tend to all pile out and stand watching on. And when Boris Johnson left, there was actually a whole sort of horde of people who came out, one side number 11, one side of number 10, including his wife Carrie, all watching on, and many of his loyal, stalwart MPs who stood by him to the last as the vast majority of his colleagues deserted him over time. But we do expect to see Rishi Sunak, and probably his team will basically give us the 3-2-1, because they'll probably come out to watch it themselves from Downing Street. In the last couple of minutes, we've heard a bit more applause and cheering actually from inside the building as Rishi Sunak, we assume, goes around and says his goodbyes. You might just be able to pick that up there. Maybe they're cheering again because they can hear us talking about it on the TV. You never know. Stranger things have happened, but clearly remember, such an emotional moment, not just for the politicians, but for all their staff, for the people who have gone the extra mile to work for them, and of course, as we've chatted about a family also leaving their home. So in just a couple of minutes, we think that Rishi Sunak will be here to declare not just the end of his 20 months in office, but also the official end of 14 years of Conservative governments. David Cameron, followed by Theresa May, followed by Boris Johnson, followed, of course, by Liz Truss, and then Rishi Sunak, and he will be on his way out. There we can show you the scene. Enormous numbers of journalists here from all over the world have come here to witness this moment and to broadcast these pictures to their audiences right around the world. So a real moment here about to unfold as Rishi Sunak, who has led his party to the worst defeat in a general election in modern times, prepares to come out and give his official farewell to the nation. Before, of course, he will go off to Buckingham Palace, where he will tender that resignation to His Majesty the King.
Let's bring in Craig Oliver while we're waiting there, keeping those pictures on that door. Tell us what it is like those last few minutes before they leave.
I was interested in hearing that you could hear applause behind the door. There's a series of emotional goodbyes that are going on at the moment. Lots of people have built up relationships over the years. Civil servants have worked very closely with political figures. And I remember when David Cameron left, when he walked out the door, we watched him give his speech. And as soon as he'd given his speech, we were rushed through Downing Street, hugged a number of civil servants we'd worked with very closely, and pushed out the Cabinet Office door and saw the new team standing there waiting to walk in immediately. So the transition is incredibly quick, and there's a lot of people with a lot of emotion, but they're being shoved out while they put the other one in.
Because it's not just the Prime Minister himself leaving with his family, it's all the people who worked with him. They're all gone in a flash.
Exactly that, and that, they've worked very, very closely with people for a number of years. The relationships are very, very strong, and I know that Alistair's experienced that when Gordon Brown left as well. That you were there, weren't you?
Well, Gordon actually was wearing my tie. He stole my tie, and I never got it back because just before he walked out the door, he realised he was wearing a blue tie, and he said, "I cannot wear a blue tie." My last leaving Downing Street, I was the only person wearing a red tie, so he took my tie, and I've never seen it again. No, it is very emotional because, when we arrived in 1997, I was introduced to my team, including a personal assistant who became incredibly important to me. But when I first met her, she was in tears. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "I love John Major. I'm so sad that he's going." So you've got people who really formed relationships with the people who are going out. But as Craig says, you've just got to get out. So when Gordon went, Gordon went out, he spoke there, he walked off with Sarah and the two boys. And then we had to sort of find another exit and out we went.
I think one thing that David Cameron did that was very interesting when he came in is he said to a number of the private secretaries and civil servants, "Look, I want you to stay on for a period. You've got knowledge, you've got experience. I want your experience and your enthusiasm to work with me." Other prime ministers have been very quick to boot out civil servants, feeling maybe they're a bit too close to the other side. My advice to Keir Starmer, if he'd ever listened to it, would be, look, they're people who want you to succeed, they want to work with you, give them an opportunity.
Well, one of the first things Tony Blair said to me and Jonathan Powell when we were inside there on day one was, "You've got to make sure that we have good relations with the civil service," and we really worked at that. And I think it's one of the big mistakes, particularly Liz Truss, when she sacked Tom Scholar at the Treasury. It sent a signal to the civil service that I see you as the enemy, and you'll get nothing done if you treat the civil service like that.
Trust, isn't it? That relationship. The civil services are impartial, but it is all about trust, and it's a really difficult time for them because it's just on a human level.
Well, they've been up all night. They've been following everything. They've been reading through all the manifestos, particularly obviously Labour's manifesto, to try and work out what will actually happen now. They're going to have to get used to new ministers, new processes, and even talking to somebody at the Treasury the other day, who was saying, and Craig will know, the Treasury, there's a bathroom that belongs to the Chancellor. Well, let's just say it's only useful for men. So that's all had to be sort of kitted out with new stuff. So all that sort of thing. And bear in mind for Keir as well, you've got two teenage kids having to leave their home. Carry on at the same school.
And he's spoken a lot about that, hasn't he? Or he's not spoken about them at all. He mentions their children, he never mentions their names. No. We know they're 16 and 13, but he's said all through that campaign that the one thing that he really is worried about is his children. It's a difficult age, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So he's starting a new job, one of the toughest jobs in the world. They're moving house. They're being uprooted from friends.
They're getting a puppy, Sadiq Khan told us.
Okay, that's good. That's good. The security, I know Keir's had security for a while, but it now goes to a completely different level. Added to which, he's now already, as soon as he gets through that door, there is an in tray bulging with presidents who want to speak to him, decisions that have to be made right now, policy decisions, visits decisions, all the different things he's got to do.
Cabinet.
The cabinet with 2 gaps that he maybe didn't expect. I think maybe Thangam Debonairy did, but I'm sure he didn't expect Jonathan Ashworth.
And then before that, we've got this moment now, which we're waiting for a few minutes to go, where we understand, when Rishi Sunak will come out. And what a moment for him. And I mean, after the campaign that he's led as well.
So I bet behind that door, down that corridor that leads up to the Cabinet Office, it will be lined with people, not just the civil servants, but staff. And they, as we've said, will be emotional. They will clap the Prime Minister out, and he will say goodbye to them. And then he's got to walk outside and deliver a speech. And he's got to deliver a speech which really puts a full stop to him being Prime Minister. And I think setting that tone right is incredibly hard. And say what you like about Rishi Sunak, I've disagreed with a lot of the ways in which he's handled things. In the last couple of weeks of this campaign, the pressure on him as a human being has been extraordinary. And he has, I think, risen to it, and knowing that he is going to lose and lose badly.
Apparently the notes are on the lectern. The text of his speech has been placed there so that we're expecting Rishi Sunak to emerge from number 10 in the next minute or so. And what must he be thinking? And he's only 44 years old. He's been Chancellor through a pandemic. He's been Prime Minister, and now it's over.
Well, political careers at the moment go up like a rocket, don't they? And they come down like a rocket. And it is extraordinary how fast people come in. They can rise to the cabinet and then leave within 2 or 3 terms of a parliament.
His rise was meteoric, wasn't it?
His rise was absolutely meteoric, and he was spotted by the Conservative Party as somebody who had potential. William Hague took him in under his wing. He went to William Hague in Richmond in Yorkshire, massive majority, made Chancellor, actually by a bit of a fluke, because Sajid Javid said, look, I can't serve. The pandemic happened. Boris Johnson, everything happened with him. He became Prime Minister. I think what people will do when they look back after this, though, is say when Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister, it was over before he started. You cannot be a government that promises that you're going to massively slash net migration after Brexit and see it double. You can't tell people to stay safe and party. You can't be warned about your economic policies and deliver a mini-budget and expect people to still listen.
And no party had ever won 5 successive terms of government either.
They haven't, but also very few parties go from having a majority of 80 to losing to a majority of 170. It is astonishingly volatile times. Just picking up on what Alistair said, look, this is Labour's night. You have to hand it to Keir Starmer. He's done an extraordinary job. I would be really worried about that 34% share of the vote. This win is a mile wide and an inch deep. And once you get into the sort of knockabout volatility of the next few years, who knows what's going to happen?
I thought John Curtis, who I know you'll have had on lots during the night, but I was at an event a few months ago with him when I was still in that mode of saying, oh, don't count your chickens, I don't believe this is over till it's over. And he made the point that the 2 major points where opinion has changed massively in recent years, one was Partygate.
Here the door's opening. I'm going to stop you there. Here comes Rishi Sunak.
Good morning. I will shortly be seeing His Majesty the King to offer my resignation as Prime Minister. To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. To all the Conservative candidates and campaigners who worked tirelessly but without success, I am sorry that we could not deliver what your efforts deserved. It pains me to think how many good colleagues who contributed so much to their communities and our country will now no longer sit in the House of Commons. I thank them for their hard work and their service. Following this result, I will step down as party leader, not immediately, but once the formal arrangements for selecting my successor are in place. It is important that after 14 years in government, the Conservative Party rebuilds, but also that it takes up its crucial role in opposition professionally and effectively. When I first stood here as your Prime Minister, I told you the most important task I had was to return stability to our economy. Inflation is back to target, mortgage rates are falling, and growth has returned. We have enhanced our standing in the world, rebuilding relations with allies, leading global efforts to support Ukraine, and becoming the home of a new generation of transformative technologies. And our United Kingdom is stronger too, with the Windsor Framework, devolution restored in Northern Ireland, and our union strengthened. I'm proud of those achievements. I believe this country is safer, stronger, and more secure than it was 20 months ago. And it is more prosperous, fairer, and resilient than it was in 2010. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successors, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect. He and his family deserve the very best of our understanding as they make the huge transition to their new lives behind this door, and as he grapples with this most demanding of jobs in an increasingly unstable world. I'd like to thank my colleagues, my cabinet, the civil service, especially here in Downing Street, the team at Chequers, my staff, CCHQ, but most of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to my wife Akshata and our beautiful daughters. I can never thank them enough for the sacrifices they have made so that I might serve our country. One of the most remarkable things about Britain is just how unremarkable it is that 2 generations after my grandparents came here with little, I could become Prime Minister, and that I could watch my 2 young daughters light Diwali candles on the steps in Downing Street. We must hold true to that idea of who we are, that vision of kindness, decency, and tolerance that has always been the British way. This is a difficult day, at the end of a number of difficult days. But I leave this job honoured to have been your Prime Minister. This is the best country in the world, and it is thanks entirely to you, the British people, the true source of all our achievements, our strengths, and our greatness. Thank you.
Joining his wife, Akshata, Rishi Sunak leaving Downing Street as Prime Minister for the final time after 20 months in office. In that speech, he began with a furrowed brow and a glint in his eye with an apology to the country, an apology to his party, apology to his colleagues who had lost their seats. But he went on to highlight some of the achievements he believes he had made in his time here, settling the country's economy, bringing back some stability after the political and economic explosion of his predecessor, Liz Truss. He said he would stay as Conservative leader until the formal arrangements to make his successor are in place. Now, those arrangements do not yet exist, so it is unclear for how long he will actually remain Conservative leader, but he is not driving away today, never to have any role at the top of his party again. So he said once formal arrangements are in place, he will step down as the Conservative Party leader. But you can see him entering Whitehall there, and you can probably also hear some of the boos and jeers as the cars make their way off to Buckingham Palace. But one notable other close at the end of his speech, he referenced the fact that it had been unremarkable that he was the first British Asian Prime Minister, 2 generations of his family, and he had ended up in number 10. And I wonder there if he was just making a hint to Nigel Farage's Reform Party, who did well in this election, having secured several MPs. And Rishi Sunak says we must hold true to the ideal that saw him being able to come to Downing Street as a non-white, the first non-white Prime Minister, without there being a huge fuss about that taking place. But he left saying he leaves on a difficult day, after many difficult days, honoured to have carried out the job on behalf of the country. Ending too, Chris Mason, our political editor, with some gracious words to Sir Keir Starmer. We've heard that a couple of times in the last 24 hours. He said he was a decent, public-spirited man.
Yeah.
And essentially wished him luck. It's such a different tone to the campaign. What did you make of it?
Completely different tone. It picked up, didn't it, on what we heard from the soon-to-be former Prime Minister in the dead of the night when he conceded defeat and said he'd already spoken to Keir Starmer to offer his congratulations and to concede that he had indeed lost. What I was struck by, Laura, listening to that, firstly we should remember, shouldn't we, the human beings at the heart of these stories. Our viewers will have different views as to whether or not they are glad to see Rishi Sunak departing or sad to see him departing, but there spoke a human being who was acknowledging failure. So he listed, didn't he, some of the achievements of which he was proud in office, the Windsor framework, for instance, around the Brexit arrangements and Northern Ireland, an element of economic stability. But ultimately, politically, Laura, as we were reflecting earlier on, everything he tried in office as Prime Minister and then within the election campaign to do anything to revive the fortunes of his party simply did not work.
And as he makes his way up to Buckingham Palace to see the King, Rishi Sunak said the public had sent a clear signal that the government must change. He'd heard the anger and disappointment, making that apology to the country, an apology to his party. Jane Hill is at Buckingham Palace for us today as we await the Prime Minister's cars. Jane.
Laura, thank you. Yes, big crowds here outside Buckingham Palace. The outgoing Prime Minister Rishi Sunak should appear soon. It is just a short drive from where you are, Laura, at number 10 here to the palace, and this is where the constitutional element of the day begins. All the formalities, the formal handover of power. In fact, Rishi Sunak himself has referred to it as an orderly transition. He used that phrase, if anyone was awake early this morning when he was speaking at his constituency in Richmond in North Yorkshire. He said there will be an orderly transition, and that is what the next couple of hours here at the palace is all about. Big crowds, that is because, we have to remind people, 11 o'clock is changing of the guard. It's always a big tourist attraction here at the palace. That we can only assume is what most people are here for now that the rain has finally stopped here this morning. But of course today we're talking about a political changing of the guard, aren't we? And Rishi Sunak, the cortege coming down the Mall, we can hear the whistles, we can hear the outriders just behind us here at the palace. And he will be here momentarily to, as he said, to formally offer his resignation to the King. Watching all this morning's events alongside me is our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Raworth. This is an important moment, a significant moment. Explain why.
Yes, Jane, it's significant because it's an important moment constitutionally, symbolically, personally. So on a number of levels, this is a very important moment. We can see the Prime Minister's vehicles, the police outriders now going into the central gate of Buckingham Palace. The King himself actually only arrived at the palace, back at the palace from Windsor within the past few minutes. And the Prime Minister, the outgoing Prime Minister, going into the central gates now where he will meet the King. Coming in, we can see his vehicles coming into the main quadrangle of Buckingham Palace here. We have our cameras where we'll be able to see the point where he meets some of the royal household staff before going to the private audience room here at the palace where he will meet the King. He will offer his resignation and he will then leave privately. That's the interesting contrast here. He arrives through those main gates, but he actually departs Buckingham Palace from a different exit, privately, no longer as Prime Minister.
And it is worth reiterating that point, isn't it? Because as he gets out of the car with his wife, this is a private meeting between the monarch and the outgoing Prime Minister. Now he is with Akshata Murthy, his wife, and there is a convention, I think, that the spouse of the Prime Minister of the day is invited in towards the end of that meeting, but the bulk of the meeting will be that. That is it. That is the last time we will see Rishi Sunak entering Buckingham Palace as Prime Minister. And then that private, intimate conversation, once the resignation has been formally, verbally made, we don't know, of course. Nobody knows except those two men what will be discussed about this day.
That's right, designed to be private, and the Prime Minister and his wife there met by two of the most important people in the royal household, Sir Clive Alderton, the Principal Private Secretary, to the King and the Queen, very much the gatekeeper for the King, and the equerry Flight Commander Will Thornton. He is the eyes and ears of the King and the Queen as well. So two important figures who will be taking the Prime Minister and his wife up to the private audience room for, you say, that very private meeting. And just to say as well, in terms of the relationship between the King and the Prime Minister here, it struck me thinking about this. It has been a short run for Rishi Sunak in the very early stages of this new monarch. But it has been a very important relationship. If you think about what has happened, Rishi Sunak has been Prime Minister in the months after the King was mourning the death of his mother, during his coronation, during his cancer diagnosis. So there have been some real personal moments between the two of them in recent months.
Yeah, and that's, I was going to say, how much do we know about, given the unusual nature that you started describing there, how much do we know about that relationship between the two of them? But of course, historically, this is what is so fascinating. The monarch is politically neutral, always has been, always will be. And what we know about how any monarch gets on with his or her Prime Minister, if we think back to the recent past, I guess that information comes from the politician or from people around the politician. That we don't know what goes on, what is said. That has been the case for generations.
That's right. And in that private audience room, which is in the King's private quarters, it is completely private. It is designed to be private. There is nobody else in the room. It is a chance for the King to just ask the questions he wants to ask of the Prime Minister. So it is a very important relationship, and it is always conducted in private for those weekly audiences.
We will talk much more about this because there's plenty more to come here from Buckingham Palace. That meeting, we assume, probably just getting underway. Daniela, thank you for now, and much more because, of course, once this element of the formality is over, then we wait to see the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. We will have more from Buckingham Palace shortly. For now, I'll hand you back to John and Sophie.
We will be back to you later, Jane. Thank you very much.
Here in Westminster, in our studio, right on College Green, outside Parliament, still with us is Nicky Campbell, who of course was Tony Blair's Director of Communications back in 1997, and Sir Craig Oliver, who did the same job with David Cameron. Craig, you were saying that Rishi Sunak would want to leave well today. What did you think of the words he said in Downing Street?
I think there was a lot of grace and dignity in what he said. It was interesting when he came out and repeated "I'm sorry" several times, and that's quite a big moment for a Prime Minister to say "I'm sorry" for what happened while I was leader. But then I think he moved on to basically saying, look, Keir Starmer's a good man and I wish him well. I thought what was really interesting is you always, when you see Akshata there standing just behind him, how emotional that is for somebody. You know, you love this person, you care for this person, you're seeing them at their lowest moment, you've got to stand there in front of everybody, get into the car, leave. It's an incredibly emotional, powerful moment. And I think actually just the sheer act of holding yourself together at that moment is really hard. And I think that that's what she would have been finding there, looking at her husband and thinking, you know, it's ended in ashes. He had this extraordinary career that was incredibly fast, and it's over.
And yet, I mean, he said, as you say, sorry repeatedly. It pains me. I have heard your anger, though he is not stepping down immediately. So he is going to, he said he would, and he's going to sort of try and steady the ship a bit. But I mean, that's going to be incredibly difficult for him,
and
isn't it?
that's a real element of duty. You know, like you've been humiliated in an election, and there's no other way of saying it, but the Conservative Party were humiliated last night, and yet you still need to stay on. There's going to be a Prime Minister's question. You have to stand. The House of Commons is not going to be able to accommodate all Labour MPs on one side. They're going to have to come round to the opposition benches. So you're standing in the House of Commons with just 120 people behind you, talking about the fact that you lost in an historic election, and you've still got to try and hold the government to account. That's an extraordinary thing to ask of somebody, but he's doing it because I think he wants to protect the Conservative Party and make sure they don't make a historic mistake now.
And he's still an MP. He's an MP for North Yorkshire, and he said at the count last night when that declaration happened that he intended to go back home, as he called it, to North Yorkshire, not to California, but to North Yorkshire, and be with his family there for a while.
Yeah, and David Cameron said to me that he wanted to stay on as an MP, but he discovered very quickly when he was wandering around Westminster afterwards that there's nothing so ex as an ex-Prime Minister. I mean, when that power drains away from you and you're used to people hanging on your every word and you're a sort of slightly lonely figure. And I think that will be interesting for Rishi Sunak. easier in some ways when you're still leader of the opposition and you've got an official thing to do. But when that goes, it's very difficult to hang around.
Because Gordon Brown didn't do it, did he? He left it to Harriet Harman. I mean, he clearly couldn't face it.
Well, and I think it's interesting. I think the Conservative Party, if I know they won't listen to me, but if I were giving the advice, I said I think they just need to go away and take a break and get out of the public's face. And I think that does require him to stay on for a bit, at least. If they rush into a leadership election, I think they're mad. But I thought he spoke really well. I thought he spoke well at the count, and I thought he spoke well there. And it is interesting in our system how you go from literally knocking lumps off each other, all the things that Sunak has been saying about Keir Starmer during the campaign, and then he's able to say that one of the great things about our democracy, compared to what happened in America recently, is you can have this seamless, peaceful transition where he literally started the day as Prime Minister. He's now left, he goes and sees the King, he then leaves, Keir Starmer goes and sees the King, he goes to Downing Street, and he's the Prime Minister. It's a pretty amazing thing.
He was also very gracious about Keir Starmer, a decent, well-meaning man, he called him.
I think that's right, and I think that, you know, ultimately politics is very, very tough and people do attack each other a lot. And I really hope that one of the things that Keir Starmer says he's going to do that he does is this thing about politics as public service. But I think you wouldn't be human if you didn't understand that for Rishi Sunak today, this is an absolutely devastating day. And what's interesting about what's going on now is that, you know, Craig talks about power draining away. He'll feel that. He'll feel that as he leaves the palace, and then Keir Starmer will go in there and they'll have this one-on-one conversation, and then a new man starts.
I'm just looking at these scenes. You know, it's a very still shot of Buckingham Palace, and we can't see what's going on behind the scenes. What's going on at number 10 at the moment is frenetic, though.
Absolutely.
Literally, you are rooting out one team who are pushed out the cabinet door office around the corner from number 10. The cabinet office, they're literally pushed out, and the other team are going in there, and they will be waiting to greet Keir Starmer, who will want to hit the ground running. This afternoon, the cabinet thing, it's very quick, you know, making sure that they're all chosen, that that's all clear. The pace of that is extraordinary. So we're seeing a very sedate scene at the moment, but actually behind the scenes, it's frenetic.
You went to the palace, didn't you, with Tony Blair in 1997? What you can tell us what will be going on behind the scenes then?
Well, I don't know what goes on between. Tony Blair hardly ever, barely ever talked about his discussions with the Queen. But what happened on the day that we went there? Jonathan Powell were in a couple of cars behind the police, and Tony literally goes up the stairs. He gets taken off. Everybody else gets shoveled into this other room. I remember we were watching the BBC, because I remember turning around and my kids were on the telly waiting in Downing Street, because you remember the street was packed with Labour supporters and so forth. But it's very quiet in there. It's very calm in there, and they have this very, very private conversation. And I suspect when both Rishi Sunak talking to the King now, Keir Starmer when he talks to him, I suspect apart from their wives, they probably won't ever talk to anybody about what gets said. And that's a very, very important part of our constitution.
Alistair Campbell, I'm intrigued by the fact you say Tony Blair barely ever mentioned what the Queen had said to him. When did he tell you what had been said?
Well, I remember he came back once and said that he thought he'd said something terrible, because the Queen had told him that she was going to Scotland, and I think it was a cup final or something, but there was a Celtic Rangers element, and she happened to be wearing a green dress when he was talking to her, and he said to her, "I hope you're not going to wear that dress." And Billy, Celtic Rangers, green, blue, and I think he thought he was just insulting her dress.
Bit of fashion advice.
Yeah. But no, he very, very, very rarely talked about it.
You talk about the scene that greeted you in 1997 back in Downing Street. It's going to be different, is it, today? I mean, there's not that same sense of, you know, euphoria sweeping into power that you had when Tony Blair won.
No, I think that's right. The weather, it was a beautiful day that day.
But it's not just that. I mean, it was packed, wasn't it? I don't know. We haven't seen it.
Yeah, but it was packed because we packed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Will they be doing that again today?
I don't know. I thought that the mood at the party that they had at Tate Modern seemed pretty subdued. I think he's literally going to be saying to the country, "Thank you. You put your faith in me, you put your trust in me, and now I've got to get on and do this stuff." And so I suspect it will be more subdued. But, you know, we'll see. I think the other thing that Craig will know, when the Prime Minister changes, it is amazing how quickly that becomes the norm for everybody around them. It just, you know, all the civil servants will, as soon as Keir Starmer walks through the door, they will call him Prime Minister. And the King will call him Prime Minister.
And it's interesting because a lot of people who are very powerful in opposition suddenly don't have that kind of aura, because actually you've got several thousand civil servants who are all looking to the head of government and behind them, and these other figures that often are quite peripheral. You had a role being Director of Communications, that's a big job, but other people float away and find that quite hard.
Yeah. You're watching BBC News as we have all our eyes on Buckingham Palace. Rishi Sunak entered about 10 minutes ago to effectively hand in his resignation to the King. And then in a few minutes' time, after he has left, we will see Sir Keir Starmer accept the invitation to form a new government. And then he will head to Downing Street, where we expect he will speak to the nation. Craig, it's interesting watching this, wondering what conversations, private conversations must be having here between the Prime Minister, and he is still Prime Minister at the moment, we think, Rishi Sunak, and the King. I wonder whether Rishi Sunak will be reflecting on the timing of the election that he called. It was his decision to go in July, when many people thought maybe he'd have been better off waiting till the autumn.
It was very, very quickly obvious that it was not a good idea to have gone early for all sorts of reasons. I can see why they did it and why he gambled. I think he thought he was going to get to a situation where you could wake up the electorate and force them to have a conversation and force them to listen. And actually, in reality, that wasn't the case. And a lot of things that could have happened, for example, a cut in interest rates, showing people that the economy is better, that just didn't happen. And actually, they surprised Labour a little bit, but it appeared that they actually surprised their own machine even more, because there were a number of unforced errors that happened throughout the campaign.
So Rishi Sunak, when he leaves the palace, and they usually stay probably 20 minutes or so, he is going to leave through the garden exit. I think we will actually get images of that. That's brutal. But we will see him, I think, leave. He will then go, presumably, this is earlier, this is not him leaving, he is just arriving here, but this was about 10 minutes ago. But we assume that he will go back to his constituency. That's what we think he's going to do. There is just a gap in time. I mean, it is extraordinary, isn't it? Sometimes it is very, very only a few minutes, but we have no Prime Minister until Keir Starmer arrives at the palace.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the way it works.
It's the way it works. So we expect to see Sir Keir Starmer sweep into that palace shortly after. Just talk again about the what it was like in Downing Street. I think we've got images of that day, because just for people who cannot remember, 1997, when Tony Blair swept into power, you say you packed Downing Street, and it was with lots and lots of Labour supporters, and it was really, it was a festival, carnival party atmosphere, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we came back from the palace. Tony stopped at the bottom, got out, walked into Downing Street, and yeah, they were people. Here we are, people very, very happy to see him. I think it was the late beloved Margaret McDonagh who had organised the flags and all the other stuff that were there, and it was an amazing feeling, because of course the other thing, you're at the end of an utterly exhausting campaign. But that sort of mood and that sort of vibe gives you the energy that you need to kind of keep going on. Because, we'd been in Sedgefield the night before. Tony probably had, I don't know, about 90 minutes sleep. And then you're in and through the door, and you're being basically signing letters about nuclear weapons.
But that contrast is intense, isn't it? I mean, you see those celebratory scenes, and actually now the mood just feels just a bit, quieter.
Well, it'd be very interesting to see what it's like when Keir Starmer goes in.
I mean, look, personally, if they try and repeat that, that is crazy. And if they do that, that will be a massive misstep, given the mood of the country. They should not do that. And if they do that, I think that will be seen as massively hubristic.
And I mean, I had a conversation a while back with Keir Starmer. He said, look, one of the problems we face, both in the campaign, in terms of, because I was sort of saying more positivity, more this, more that, and he was saying that the mood of the country is not where it was, and he actually had this argument that one of the worst things the Tories have done in the last 14 years is kind of drive out people's hope, and his job now is to kind of resurrect that hope, and the way that you do that is not by having lots of people waving your flags as you walk into Downing Street.
Expectation management.
A little bit, yeah.
No, but I agree with that definitely about the waving flags things. But I do think it's so interesting that the campaign didn't have much energy and inspiration. And I wonder if they'll look back and slightly regret that. This does feel like a Tory loss, a massive Tory loss. It feels like an anti-Tory vote. It feels like a referendum on the Conservative Party. And I just feel that looking at the Labour Party, did you do enough to say, this is who we are, this is what we're going to do, this is what we care about? in debates, why wasn't he energised and punching back and showing that? It just feels a bit lacking in energy.
Look at the numbers of people who voted. 9.5 million people voted for Labour last night. 13.5 million people voted for New Labour in 1997. That's quite a figure, isn't it?
It is, but I think it was interesting. I've been at Channel 4 all night, and there was a small studio audience. It was very interesting when Keir did the speech, both at the Count and then at Tate Modern. It was really interesting watching the people in the audience. They were looking at him in a different way to how most of them, I think, would have been looking at him during the campaign. It's amazing what the office will give him. Provided he does the job well, I have got no doubt at all that he will be, I think, a better Prime Minister than people have viewed him as leader of the opposition. I just don't think he enjoys opposition. I think he's a creature of government.
It's definitely true that Prime Ministers take on the mantle of office, and people remember Tony Blair in 95 to 97 period looked very young. When he became Prime Minister, you know, he looked the part, and that takes on. I mean, my concern about Keir Starmer is like, look, have you just done enough? Have you told people enough what you're going to do? Have you given them enough clarity about the direction this is going? And I think you saw during the campaign, you saw a man who wants to think about things quite a lot. And when you're in number 10, you have very little time to think about anything. You have to rip the plaster off very quickly.
And your political capital is never higher than at that moment, is it?
Look, he's won an extraordinary victory. He's got a big majority. Yes, people are talking about turnout and all the other, you know, independents beating Labour MPs over Gars and all that stuff's around. But the big picture story is he is never going to have as much immediate power as he's got today, and he's going to go in there today and find there are dozens of decisions waiting, small and large, that he's going to have to make today, and he'll have the whole family thing to be dealing with as well. But I think he understands this. He knows, and don't forget, we interviewed Gus O'Donnell on the podcast. You know, he was the Cabinet Secretary when David Cameron took over, and he was making the point that Keir Starmer used to attend Gus O'Donnell's permanent secretary's meetings because he was Director of Public Prosecution, head of the Crown Prosecution Service. So he knows how all that side of it works. But he's also going to have to be dealing with relatives who want to be there and friends who want to be there. All that's going on. But today is a massively important day where the cliche hit the ground running, but it's more that you start by showing how you mean to carry on.
Compared to 1997, I mean, Tony Blair's team were very, very inexperienced, having been in the wilderness for almost 20 years. Keir Starmer's team, I mean, there are about 17 of them who have government experience already.
Yeah, there's Yvette Cooper, Pat McFadden, David Lammy, Ed Miliband. There's quite a solid group there. But also, back to the point I made earlier about how normal and quick it becomes that these people are the cabinet, these people are ministers. And, that will happen to all of them. And then some maybe won't last very long. Others will, really shine. And one other thing I really hope for Keir is that end this kind of, quick change around. I mean, I hope he's basically appoints the cabinet and says, barring scandal, barring unexpected disasters, this is my team and it's going to stay that way for a while, which is exactly what David Cameron did. And it was one of the best things he did.
Before Sir Keir Starmer can roll up his sleeves and head to Downing Street, he has to go and see the King. And at the moment, the King is speaking with Rishi Sunak, who's been in there for about 20 minutes now, hasn't he? Handing in his resignation, a private chat, but we're looking in there through the front gates of Buckingham Palace, where we expect we will see Rishi Sunak, no longer Prime Minister, leaving with his wife in the next few seconds.
Absolutely. Well, that is the gates. So they're shot through those front gates, and we are expecting him to leave very shortly. And after that, it probably will be just a few minutes. A very short transition, but we should see Sir Keir Starmer's car sweep in from, we don't actually know where. He's not been at home, has he? The gates are opening now, so they're really getting ready, preparations in place for him to leave. Do we know where Sir Keir Starmer is coming from, or where's he been all this morning?
I'm sure he does.
I'm sure he does. I was wondering if you might.
I'm sure his security team does.
Does he know where he's going to?
I think he knows where he's going as well, yeah. Yeah.
Now the car's getting ready to...
Talking of cars, I mean, all the security personnel that come with the role of Prime Minister, that continues, right, after the Prime Minister is no longer the Prime Minister?
Yeah, I mean, they don't all have it at the same level. But yeah, they will have security. Some Prime Ministers didn't enjoy it and gave it up. I think Jim Callaghan gave it up, just didn't enjoy it. But yeah, I think these days the police probably wouldn't let a Prime Minister
close
go without
protection
it.
officers still remain. It's interesting you were mentioning the cars there. What's really weird about them is that they're so armour-plated and very thick doors that you can't. They look like they're incredibly spacious Jaguars or whatever, but in reality you're cramped in the back. And very often I remember like the Prime Minister getting in there in a red box sitting on the seat next to him, and you were really pushed into a corner. Then that's the security side, bulletproof glass, very, very thick doors, that kind of thing. And getting used to that, I think, is interesting too.
Right, let's go to Jane Hill, who is outside Buckingham Palace. Jane, we're getting ready now for Rishi Sunak to leave the palace. What more can you tell us?
Yes, not something we always see necessarily, but yes, cameras very much trained, as you've been reflecting, and again, as we are going to see several times here this morning at the palace, this is a moment when he leaves. He will leave as an MP, but no longer Prime Minister, and that will then lead to that ultimate transition of power to Sir Keir Starmer as the country's new Prime Minister. As you've been reflecting, it is that constitutional quirk. It does leave the country, in fact, without a PM for a matter of minutes, perhaps slightly longer. But officially, that is the situation. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Relf is alongside with me, well used to watching events like this. And just remind us, Daniela, constitutionally, why what we are watching here is important. The King does play a role today. The monarch plays a role in this handover of power.
That's right. The King, as head of state, it is his job to appoint a Prime Minister and to make sure that that new Prime Minister, in this case, can command the confidence of the House of Commons. That is the King's constitutional duty, and that is what is happening here today. We're looking at one of the side gates here at Buckingham Palace, but the departure of the outgoing Prime Minister today is not designed as a public moment. That's one of the bits of choreography of today, that Rishi Sunak arrived here as Prime Minister through those central gates of Buckingham Palace in to see the King, but he leaves here not publicly, not through the main gates, but through a side gate, and goes off privately in that moment, no longer as Prime Minister. But an important duty that the King has today, to appoint a new Prime Minister, to ensure that Prime Minister has the confidence of the House of Commons, and that is of course usually the leader of the party who has the overall majority, and that is Sir Keir Starmer.
And wouldn't it be fascinating to have been a fly on the wall at that final meeting between the King and Rishi Sunak, as we were reflecting earlier? He's been Prime Minister during an unusually tricky time for the monarchy. A lot of unexpected, unanticipated events have emerged since King Charles came to the throne. Some of them, of course, regarding his own health and the health of other very senior members of the royal family. It's been an unusual and turbulent time.
Yes, it has. You know, there is this fascination, isn't there, with the relationship between the monarch and the Prime Minister, and a lot of that relationship is dictated by the time that the Prime Minister is serving. And I think on this occasion, when you look at the past couple of years, almost a couple of years, at that relationship between the King and the Prime Minister, it has perhaps been a little more personal than other relationships in the past because of the kind of things that have happened. A King who was mourning the death of his mother, a King who had his coronation with Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister, a King who had to tell the country that he was unwell and that he actually had cancer and was having treatment and had to step back a while from public duty. It was Rishi Sunak who was his Prime Minister during that period of time. And actually there are some very memorable pictures from a few months ago of when audiences with the Prime Minister resumed between Rishi Sunak and the King. We were allowed to take some cameras into the private audience room that evening, and we saw the King talking to Rishi Sunak then about the cards that he received from the public, the letters, how moved he was, and a very personal moment. And I think there have actually been scattered through this relationship some very, very personal moments that perhaps have forged a stronger relationship between the two men than perhaps you would have thought normally.
And in terms of the King's schedule, I mean, worth remembering, he is a man still going through cancer treatment, isn't he? His treatment, as far as we are aware, is not over.
it isn't over. It is absolutely ongoing. So as you say, he is someone still going through cancer treatment. His schedule is being very, very carefully managed. You know, he is somebody who wants to be out there. He wants to be doing public duty. He wants the public to see him. He very much would have wanted to have been part of this event here today. But he is a man still undergoing cancer treatment, and there are some restrictions and some limitations on him because of that.
We should say as well, the King returned to London for this just recently, because of course he should have. This is Scotland Week, is that the correct terminology? Yeah. This is a key week. Usually tradition dictates this is a week packed full of engagements and responsibilities in Scotland for the royal family. We saw some of them happening earlier in the week, and when this election was called, a surprise to many, we've been reflecting on that all night and all morning, plenty of MPs took to social media and said, wait a minute, I had a holiday booked. I didn't think we were having an election on July the 4th. Well, by the same token, the royal family probably looked at that announcement and thought, wait a minute, that's Scotland Week. We're not meant to be in London for this. So he's had to, in all seriousness, he's had to break away from what is a traditional week north of the border.
That's right. The King and the Queen have had to rejig their diaries with the royal household staff. As you say, they should have been in Scotland for Scotland Week. It usually happens around this week in July, but this year it was curtailed a little. The King was back from Scotland yesterday at Windsor Castle for election day, and has then overnighted there and come into London this morning. So they have had to change their diaries, like so many people have had to accommodate this day, and to be here, of course, to welcome his new Prime Minister.
Yes. And as we saw Rishi Sunak go in, he had his wife with him. She was standing beside him when he made those very gracious final words outside Number 10, and she's made this journey. Just remind us, to what extent is the spouse of the Prime Minister of the day invited into these meetings, allowed in? How much is their role there? How much do we know about that?
Well, what normally happens, we saw Rishi Sunak's wife, Akshata Murthy, go in to the palace with him. She would have gone up to the private audience room, but her husband would have had some time with the King alone first. So that moment of resignation, the discussion about that is just a moment between the King and the Prime Minister. Towards the end of that audience, she would have come in to the room and again had some time herself with the King and her husband. So she has a role to play. She's very much part of what we have seen at the palace today, but it is essentially a meeting between the King and the Prime Minister.
Rishi Sunak, we assume, has absolutely offered his resignation now to the King, because it's 20 minutes. It's half an hour, in fact, since his car drove through the gates of Buckingham Palace and into the quadrangle. So perhaps a slightly longer meeting than we might have anticipated. It is, of course, up to the two individuals how long they chat for, and as we've been reflecting on the sensitivities of what's gone on for the royal family during Rishi Sunak's time in Number 10, perhaps we can only speculate, of course, it's a private meeting, but perhaps a little more has been discussed than we might have anticipated. No sign of Rishi Sunak and his wife leaving just yet. And just as I say that, of course, live television, that's for you, perhaps just starting to pull out, and therefore begins ultimately a new era. Once he has left, he and his wife have left, all eyes will then turn and thoughts will then turn to the next Prime Minister of this country, because it might not be too long before we see Sir Keir Starmer similarly driven down the Mall to Buckingham Palace for his first meeting with the King. Just the final shots of those cars being driven away. He remains an MP, of course. He regained his seat in Richmond in North Yorkshire, but no longer Prime Minister. A lot of crowds, a lot of people still staying actually here at Buckingham Palace. It was an absolutely miserable day for the first few hours that we were here, but it's warmed up, it's dried up, and changing of the guard, as ever, a big tourist attraction here at the palace, and I guess perhaps that's why there are still so many people here. But the next stage of events here at the palace will be the arrival of Sir Keir Starmer. We will bring you all of that and the implications of all of that in the coming minutes. For the next few minutes, though, I'll hand you back again to John and Sophie.
Jane, thank you so much.
Yes, we could be back there very quickly, couldn't we? Because this is the vital period where we don't officially have a Prime Minister. So they're always keen to appoint that so-called kissing of hands ceremony inside it. I don't think any hands are actually kissed, are there?
A light brush.
Alistair Campbell still with us, and Sir Craig Oliver. Craig, that's it. Not only Rishi Sunak no longer Prime Minister, but the Conservatives no longer in power after 14 years of government.
Yeah. I think you've got to say of Rishi Sunak that he has handled this morning with grace and dignity. The more I think about it, the more the fact that a British Prime Minister left Downing Street and apologised to the British people is an extraordinary thing. That is an extraordinary moment. Most politicians, if you said to them, look, you've got a whiff of being Prime Minister, they would grab it regardless of the circumstances. I think he's going to go away and wonder, would it have been better if I hadn't taken power? I had a hand that I probably could never have won. And it was
Do you think he'll regret ever becoming Prime Minister?
No, I think that will be going through his mind. Look, could he have ever actually turned this situation around? I mean, he's given an extraordinary energy and effort. Say what you like about him, agree with him or disagree with him. He's given his all in the last 2 years. He will be physically and mentally exhausted. And I think he will be looking back thinking, you know, did I make the right choices at the right time? Should I even have been Prime Minister? Was that actually the right thing? Because actually, it's been a devastating period, and he leaves with a 2-year period of people saying, it just didn't work, and literally you yourself had to apologise at the end of it.
You want a sign of the brutality of this changeover of power. He's already changed his Twitter feed. It now says former Prime Minister.
That's the civil service changes.
The point I was going to make when just as Rishi Sunak was walking out the door, John Curtis had said, this is months ago, and I was still in Labour could lose this mode, because that's the way I think. And he said the two moments at which the Conservatives have absolutely lost this election, and he said this some time ago, was Boris Johnson Partygate and Liz Truss as Prime Minister. And they've never recovered from that, and nobody would have got them to recover from that.
That was very evident in the polls, wasn't it? You could see the polls. There were two moments when they really went.
Yeah, and they never recovered from them.
And the trajectory of that. I do also think the other thing that he will be pondering, and look, it was Labour's night, brilliant job, but Rishi Sunak will be looking at the volatility of the British electorate and thinking, is this here to stay? And is anybody who's in power going to experience this kind of volatility? Because they've got really tough decisions to take, and, you know, look at the results. That is an extraordinary volatile situation with a Labour vast majority that is a mile wide and an inch deep.
You mentioned Partygate, you mentioned the mini budget. I wonder whether Rishi Sunak will also wonder whether D-Day, Rishi Sunak D-Day was the moment when it became...
Actually, I spoke to some very senior people in the party, and they said that D-Day obviously wasn't great and was a problem. Actually, gambling, they felt was a much bigger problem on the doorstep. The fact that people bet on the election, that they were getting to a stage they felt where people were thinking, OK, look, we're really annoyed with you, but we'll just give you a vote here to stop a supermajority. And they discovered on the doorstep, look, you reminded us of Partygate. You reminded us of the fact that you looked like people who thought there was one rule for you and another rule for other people right at a key moment in the campaign, and that was devastating.
I think that's right. I think and I saw some polling today, the three most remembered issues or moments of this campaign were betting, D-Day and Rishi getting wet on day one. Now, if you think about it, for Labour to win the landslide they've just won, but the three most remembered things in the campaign are all about Rishi Sunak and the Tories, that does underline the extent to which this was really people saying
and that's 100% right, Alistair, and I totally agree. And you've got to admire Labour for the discipline of not interrupting their enemy while in the process of making a series of mistakes. But it wasn't an enthused or energised campaign. They didn't say very much about what they were going to do. It was a campaign strategy that I suspect is going to be a problem when you're governing. If you are saying that we have a mandate for what? What did you tell people that you were absolutely going to do?
There's another way to look at it, Craig. So number one mission is growing the economy, growth, okay.
A mandate for growth?
No, but if you now come up with he's now in power with a big majority, he can come up with all sorts of radical stuff that's related to growth. A bit like us not saying we were doing the Bank of England independence.
To a point.
Economic stability.
To a point. If it's not in
Such as I know.
Well, I think this planning reform thing, which the one thing you really have to take from what both Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves have been talking about, is this planning reform thing. That is going to be very, very difficult. We have become a NIMBY culture.
And we are going to be turned into a YIMBY culture.
Well, we have to be.
In my backyard.
We have to be. And that's going to take leadership, and it's going to take that mandate.
And it's also going to take a lot of time. And I think that the other thing that we're saying, not making a party political point here, but we are seeing that the willingness of people to wait for action and things to happen is shortening and shortening and shortening. And that is a real issue for anybody trying to govern the country, particularly where there's got to be long-term solutions.
A willingness to wait. We're all waiting. We're all waiting to see the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, arriving at Buckingham Palace to accept the invitation of the King to form a government, and we're expecting to see that in the next few minutes. And in the back of a car somewhere else in London, Rishi Sunak, MP, only MP, is heading off to what kind of future do you think, Craig? We know he plans to leave his job as Conservative leader in the nearish future, but for him personally?
The immediate thing he's got is leader of the opposition. And I do think he's got a very, very important last job, which is to allow the Conservative Party to take a bit of time, or try and get the Conservative Party into a situation where it can take a breath and have a sensible conversation about where it goes forward. That is an incredibly tough thing for somebody who's been booted out in these circumstances.
The scale of that defeat, I mean, we're looking at the figures. I mean, almost 14 million people voted for the Conservatives under Boris Johnson. 6.8 million voted.
It is epic.
Yesterday.
And when you look at the results, you can see how the British people looked very closely to say, how can we kick these people out? You know, the boost in the Liberal Democrat vote, the Reform vote, some Labour aspects of that, the party was thoroughly rejected. And this does feel to me like a referendum on the Conservative Party rather than a pro-Labour vote. And that's going to be interesting going forward. Can they take that, grasp it, and actually run with the ball? Because during the campaign, they didn't interrupt their enemy in the process of making a mistake, but neither did they make a particularly positive case for what they were going to do. And just to Alistair's point, yes, you've got a massive majority in the Commons, but if it's not in the manifesto, the Lords can make hell for you. Yes, ultimately the Commons will push things through, but they can say, well, I'm sorry, that was not in the manifesto, why is this suddenly popping up now? And then you start seeing it becomes bitter and divisive. You've got over 400 MPs, factions start happening in the party. It's going to be an interesting period. But having said that, a major win for the Labour Party and a real tribute to Keir Starmer to actually pull it off in the way that he's done.
Buckingham Palace on one side of your screen, Downing Street on the other. There's Larry the cat waiting to meet his new owner.
He is so chilled, isn't he? Look at him. In the midst of the world's media, there he is having a snooze.
He counts them in, he counts them out. And he's going to...
Seventh Prime Minister in 8 years.
Do you know, he's 16 years old, that cat. He's been there since 2011. I mean, he really has stood the test of time, hasn't he?
Gordon was Larry's first Prime Minister.
No, he was. I think Liz.
David Cameron brought him in.
Liz Sugg, who was the David Cameron's director of events, went to Battersea Cats and Dogs Home and brought Larry back, and he's been there, ever since, as you say, 16 years old.
Word from our team in Downing Street is that Labour Party supporters are starting to arrive there. We were speculating a bit earlier about whether the party would want to have the kinds of scenes that we saw back in 1997 when Tony Blair swept to power, whether the crowds, several deep, would be lining with flags. Alistair Campbell, you thought not, but it sounds like there are certainly quite a few heading that way.
OK, let's see.
I suspect it'll be a lot more muted. I mean, and they will have told people. I know that, for example, last night at the Tate, they were very clear that this isn't a party, it's a thank you to staff. And I think that tone will have been made very, very clear. It's a different environment. So yes, it's fine to have people in the street, but a sense of euphoria would really strike the wrong note, I think, if they did that now.
So we've been about 10 minutes now without a Prime Minister. We're waiting on these pictures. Keir Starmer will be coming. We are not sure from where, but we hope...
Larry's holding the fort.
Larry is holding the fort behind those railings. You can see him in the corner of the picture. But his car will be driven from somewhere here in central London, Westminster, from Houses of Parliament. I'm really guessing here, but they will be coming towards Buckingham Palace.
Location.
Secret location. I suspect you probably know it, Alice Campbell, but are not telling us. But we will expect him fairly shortly for his audience with the King, when the King invites him to become the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Labour's 7th Prime Minister he will be.
And only the 4th who has taken Labour from opposition into government, which when you think that Eton College has had 21 Prime Ministers, for only 4 people, Attlee, Wilson, Tony Blair and now Keir Starmer, it really does underline how extraordinary it is. This is a very, very difficult country to win from the left. I think we all know that if we've read our history.
Lots of activity there in Downing Street that we can see, people coming in and out. Even more activity going on behind the scenes because a new Prime Minister's team will want the desks in different places, the offices to be organised in a different way. It is all change like that.
Well, I remember when David Cameron came in, they'd already been in to look at the office, and Gordon Brown had this sort of horseshoe. He actually worked out number 12, and I think David Cameron's team came in and said, no, David Cameron is want to get all out. So I don't know whether that was gone by the time you all got in.
Well, they knew that he was actually going back into the office that had been used by Tony Blair, which would have been very familiar to you. But yeah, there'd been an experiment with having what was the press office in my time actually being a kind of horseshoe, and he'd been very impressed by Mike Bloomberg and directing all stuff from there. So yeah, there will be a swap round, but they will have said beforehand, look, this is where we intend to go. This is the kind of thing we want to do. I think it's most natural for a Prime Minister to want to take the office, which is right next to the cabinet room. You can literally open the doors, walk through it. It makes a lot of sense, and I suspect that's where he'll go.
Absolutely. Well, we are still waiting for Sir Keir Starmer's car, which we hope will arrive at some short time. It is going to be an extraordinary moment, though, for him, isn't it, personally? After such a quick turnaround, he came in 4.5 years ago, became leader. He had to do that on Zoom, didn't he? I mean, it was COVID times. He had to do his acceptance and begin on a world in Zoom. Now, just 4.5 years later, here he is about to go to the palace and then return here as the 7th Labour Prime Minister, the 4th only to win a majority. What did he do to turn it round so fast?
Well, the other thing to underline is he hadn't been an MP for that long before that. I mean, he came into politics relatively old, into his 50s. I think what he did was grasp straight away the scale of the change that was necessary within the Labour Party. And I think the thing he did that was very, very clever was to make that change without that being the only thing that the public knew about him as he was doing it. So we made the thing about, I'm going to tear anti-Semitism out from its roots. And, I think that people, I see Tom Baldwin, his biographer's over there. I think one of the things that Tom's book really, really shows is that Keir's got a sort of steely, quiet ruthlessness that when he wants to get something done, he goes about it in quite a quiet way. He sort of plans it and then he does it. So I think that's what he's done. He worked out the scale of the challenge. And I think one of the key moments in that was the Hartlepool by-election. Labour lost the Hartlepool by-election, lost it to the Tories with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, and that was a really low point.
And didn't he think about quitting at that point?
According to his biographer.
Who we will be talking to shortly, Tom Baldwin. But I mean, didn't he think about quitting that?
I think he began to wonder. I think he began to wonder whether he had what it took. And I remember, because he lives quite near us, and I remember I met him and we had a cup of tea at my house, and I remember I was kind of in my usual, why aren't Labour doing this and why aren't Labour doing that? And he said this thing which has stuck with me ever since, especially as I've heard him and so many other people say it since. He says, I'm trying to do in one term what you lot took quite a long time to do. I've got 3 stages to my strategy. Stage 1, decontaminate the Labour brand after all this Corbyn anti-Semitism stuff. Stage 2, show the Tories are unfit to govern. Stage 3, set out the alternative. And he's done it stage by stage, and now he's in there.
And he's stuck in traffic. So we will see him arriving at Buckingham Palace soon, we believe. But
he can't be stuck in traffic.
No. We're just wondering where he is. Let's, in the meantime, go to Glasgow, because Nicky Campbell can talk us through the results and the reaction in Scotland. Morning, Nicky.
We've got Anna Sarwar, the leader of Labour Party up here, who is absolutely, as you would imagine, cock-a-hoop. Let's just dig into this a little bit, Anas, because independence is still strongly supported in Scotland, and a lot of people who still support independence lent you their votes. What's your message to them?
Look, I think the first thing is to say thank you to people right across Scotland for putting their faith and trust in Scottish Labour, for voting for change, and we want to get to work straight away, and you'll see that today, a UK Labour government delivering for Scotland. But we also recognise that's just one stage of the change, because so many of the frustrations people in Scotland feel are actually in the control of the SNP Scottish Government. So yes, we start that journey for change with the UK Labour government working
You're still
for Scotland.
campaigning just a little bit. You can relax now. But your message to the people who want independence is
less campaigning, more about delivery for the people.
Yeah.
And directly I say to people who supported independence and in the past, or indeed voted SNP in the past, is I have always said in the 3 years I've been leader that I will turn my back on no one. I want to bring our country together and deliver the change, and also recognise the frustration that so many of them had. But I think it would be wrong to pretend that somehow it was all just a tactical voting bloc. The reason why so many people have turned to Scottish Labour in this election is, of course, because they wanted to get rid of the Tories after 14 years. It is because they wanted a UK Labour government and change. But also they're so frustrated after 17 years of the SNP at their incompetence and failure.
And the vast majority of people in Scotland want far closer ties with the European Union, if not, indeed, re-entry. And Keir Starmer has said, not in his lifetime.
So what we are going to do is recognise that the Brexit mess we have is because of the Tories and their carnage in government. And we are going to fix the mess. We are going to reset the relationship.
What does that mean?
And we are going to work together when it's in our national interest to deliver for people right across.
Well, what does that? What are the specifics of that? Because people in Scotland specifically will want to know, because there's a huge impetus in this part of the United Kingdom for far closer ties, single market included.
Well, what I say, Nicky, is you rightly said to me the campaign's over, not campaigning, in the exact same way in terms of people asking what we were going to do, us putting our perspective forward and people backing that perspective, and us winning not just in Scotland by a margin, not just being the largest party, but winning an overwhelming majority and people backing our programme for change, which includes resetting the relationship, fixing the mess, and of course that's a discussion and negotiation we want to have with our EU neighbours.
It's a tricky one though, isn't it? If Michel Barnier and others are saying no renegotiation, no, as you put it, fixing the mess, without looking at the single market, looking at freedom of movement.
Well, first of all, I don't think that will happen. From all my conversations, both with sister Labour parties across the European Union, with EU ambassadors, as well as individual EU nations ambassadors, none of them have said we want you to commit to rejoin. What they've all said is we want a government that's not going to pick fights for the sake of picking fights, but they want us to reset the relationship, rebuild trust and find those areas of alignment where we can work together in national interest, and that's what we'll do.
Tough talking ahead, clearly. As a leading...
See, I don't think it has to be tough talking. I think it can be,
well, it will be.
collegiate government,
frank talking,
which is about building relationships.
Listen, as a leading Muslim politician in this country, Labour took a real kicking. They lost Leicester South, Blackburn, Dewsbury and Batley as well. Candidates beat them who were campaigning on Gaza. What does Keir Starmer need to do to get those people back into the Labour fold?
Well, first of all, we are all united in our view that we need an immediate ceasefire, the immediate access to humanitarian aid, the immediate release of hostages, and for the start of that process to deliver a two-state solution with both Israel and Palestine living in peace side by side. And look, we recognise that we haven't won the support of everyone across the country. Of course we haven't. But we will govern for everyone across this country, and we want to rebuild all relationships we've lost so we can build people's trust, build their support, and actually deliver for people. And that's actually regardless of whether they voted for us in this election or not. Because I think for far too long we've had governments across the UK and here in Scotland who think they only have to govern for the half of the country that agreed with them on the constitutional question. That is not the approach we will take. We will govern for everyone and try and pull our country together.
And a word for John Swinney. He's, clearly a decent man, an experienced politician. And he had this thrown at him. The SNP have not had their troubles to seek, as you well know. What would you say to John Swinney this morning?
Look, I'm not going to do what the SNP has done for the last 17 years, which is come the day after the election and give the advice to the losing political party as if it's impartial advice or advice that might be in their best interest or not. It's for the SNP to look at what happened last night. But one thing I think is absolutely clear is if they think this is purely a rejection of 14 years of the Tories, then I think they are wrong. I think there has also been a rejection of the SNP's record in government, and people want the incompetence and failure to end, and it has ended now across the UK. We start that journey for change, but we want the incompetence and failure to end here in Scotland too.
I was looking perhaps more for a word of empathy or at least sympathy, because you know what it's like to lose. I remember when I was growing up in Scotland, you guys used to, as they say, not count the votes. You used to weigh the votes.
And that was probably before I was born, Nicky, so my adult life has largely been as an opposition.
You're a lot older than I am. But that's all changed. That's all changed. You were in oblivion, and now you're not. And they've taken a real hammering. And some decent representatives have lost their seats.
Look, of course, and look, I know this from personal experience, having been an MP, having lost my seat in 2015. Of course, there'll be individual rises and falling of political parties, but we're all human beings at the end of the day. And lots of people here in Scotland and across the UK will actually have lost their jobs last night. And even more than that, all their staff are likely to have lost their jobs too. And so on a human level, of course, I feel a degree of sympathy, but I also recognise that we have a mandate for change, and we have to start the work right now to start delivering on that change.
Look at the House of Commons as a whole, and in Scotland, of course, which is, in terms of the polity, far more left of centre than some other parts of the United Kingdom. We are going to get, looking at the Lib Dems, looking at Labour, we're going to get a really left of centre skewed House of Commons. And yet, if we look at Europe, things seem to be going in the other direction. Have you got a quick analysis on that?
Look, I think clearly there's a rise of the right across mainstream Europe. You can see it happening in the US too. And I think we have turned the tide in the UK against the politics of division. And I hope the UK can be a beacon of hope, actually, for the rest of Europe and indeed the rest of the world, that we don't have to have this inevitable rise of the right. We can push them back, we can turn the tide, and we can have governments that work for working people rather than seek to put community against community. So I hope we can be that beacon of hope.
Anna Sawar, leader of the Scottish Labour Party.
My pleasure.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Incredible result for you. Thank you for being with us. Back to you guys.
Nicky Campbell in Glasgow, thank you very much. Well, while you were speaking, the heavens absolutely opened here in Westminster. Torrential rain here. Let's go to Downing Street now. And Laura Kuensberg is there, where everybody has been waiting. I can see, though, you've got your umbrella down now.
I've just put it down, but I definitely had it up, Sophie, because there were actually thunderclaps here overhead in Downing Street, and you can see there are Labour representatives now here in Downing Street, some of their communications and events team. Some of them might be walking in here for the first time, and they're trying to prepare for the biggest moment of their professional careers. Down the bottom of Downing Street, it appears that there are some activist or pre-selected campaign supporters starting to turn up, perhaps to be here so that Keir Starmer can ape Tony Blair's arrival in Downing Street and walk in surrounded by people rather than swishing in his new prime ministerial armoured Jaguar. But we will have to see exactly how they play it and exactly what happens with the weather. But I can tell you they've taken careful preparations after Rishi Sunak's soggy beginning of the departure. If we can show you the other shot in Downing Street, down the bottom, there are some people holding Union Jack umbrellas. So even if it is chucking it down when Keir Starmer arrives, they will still get those images with him surrounded by Union Jacks, as we've seen so often during the campaign, even if they are the kind of Union Jack that you put up over your head to keep your hair dry.
Laura, thank you very much indeed. It's getting very congested down there in Downing Street, isn't it? But still no sign of our new Prime Minister at Buckingham Palace.
I reckon he's waiting for the weather. There is a glimpse of blue sky up there, so maybe they're driving around waiting until they get a bit more of that. We're joined in the studio here by Tom Baldwin, who is Sir Keir Starmer's biographer, who, like Alistair Campbell, has also been awake all night, I think. No sleep at all.
I'm very slightly younger than Alistair, so I can handle it. Yeah.
You have spent a lot of time with Sir Keir Starmer. You know him very well. There are a lot of people who still have no idea who Keir Starmer is as a man. Tell us.
I think he's an unusual politician, someone who doesn't conform to the stereotype of, big speeches, tight backstory, vision. He is, someone who spent 3 decades as a lawyer. He learned his sort of speaking style and his identity elsewhere. He's an outsider in that sense. But unlike lots of other outsiders who come into politics, he doesn't go into this sort of populist route of drain the swamp. He's someone who wants politics to be more serious, not less. He wants politics to be more factual, arguments to be better based on evidence and reason, rather than this sort of shrill, polarising, divisive debate that we've had for so long in recent years.
Because he came to politics very late, didn't he? 2015, he became an MP.
He's age 52.
And he's now 61. He had a whole other career, as you say, before that. I've heard you say before that he doesn't really like the whole Westminster bubble atmosphere.
No, I think he came into politics and was like rather taken aback by just how shallow and shrill it was. You know, he came in because he thought he was going to be Attorney General in Ed Miliband's government, which was probably the biggest political misjudgment he's made. But he said to me once that he thinks the last 9 years he's been an MP, he's achieved less than any other time in his life, because for him, you know, the reason he came in was to actually take decisions in government. So he's kind of really impatient to get there and roll his sleeves up. And I think what you'll see probably by lunchtime is pictures of him at the cabinet table, sleeves rolled up, doing stuff. He's really determined to show that change has already begun.
Sir Keir Starmer's colleagues, supporters, now arriving in Downing Street. Brolly's up, rain coming down. They're all on one side, desperate to get back inside number 10 and start work, we have been hearing. But before that can happen, the formalities need to be concluded at the palace. And Sir Keir Starmer needs to go through that kissing hands ceremony where he formally accepts the invitation to form a government from His Majesty the King.
Laura Kuenssberg is in Downing Street. It's not the flags that are being waved that we saw in 1997, but plenty of Union Jacks there as they approach you in Downing Street.
Yeah, I told you about the Union Jack brollies. That was my top tip for the day. We can see now lots of Labour supporters now coming into Downing Street. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to make them all stand there in the rain until Keir Starmer has arrived at Buckingham Palace, gone in to have his meeting with the King. Who knows how long that might take? I would imagine they'd want to have a serious conversation. It could take some time. And are all of these people going to stand there in the rain while that whole procedure is carried out? Well, it appears that they probably are, but they're putting them all there into place, no doubt checking what the camera shots are going to look like, not just the live shots today, but those images that will be captured forever for posterity, those moments where Sir Keir Starmer will be captured taking his party back to power, having lost election after election after election after election, becoming only the 7th Labour Prime Minister in the party's entire history. However, I do fear that these people might all be rather soggy if they have to wait here for the whole time. But no doubt in the Labour movement there is a profound sense of joy this morning at what has been achieved. I think also among some people still a bit of a sense of disbelief. A member of the shadow cabinet, soon I imagine to be a cabinet minister, said to me, "I'll only believe it when I believe it," and I'm not sure I really do yet. I think the sense of achievement may well only still be sinking in some Labour minds, but certainly Labour hearts this morning will be absolutely elated. But no question, Keir Starmer and his team, I don't think, are under any illusion about the challenge that is lying ahead of them. They've been preparing very, very carefully for months now. They've had a formal period of what are called transition and access talks with civil servants making their plans. And we fully expect him to get down to business after the ceremonials at the palace and then his arrival here, claiming the Downing Street door and the Downing Street lectern as his own for the first time. We expect very much the cabinet main appointments to be made probably starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We don't expect any big surprises in terms of the cabinet, although remember 2 prominent members, Jonathan Ashworth and Llynydd Debonair, both lost their seats overnight. So the Labour leader does have to find a couple of extra pieces in the jigsaw to make up his top team, but I don't expect them to waste any time doing that. I'd imagine the first meeting of the cabinet is likely tomorrow morning. And it's also expected that Labour will, as we'd reported a few times in the last month or so, we expect that they will slightly extend the session of Parliament. In other words, once they get going, once they put their plans forward in the King's speech that's going to be on the 17th of July, we expect that they will cut short Westminster's summer break somewhat in order to get cracking, because that's what they want to do. But I also think part of that is a sense on the behalf of the Labour leaders team that they want to show to the country that they are not hanging around. They want to show that they are serious. And from a political point of view, knowing that there is a real sense of cynicism out in the public, Labour politicians talk about it all the time. They talked about it often as their number one enemy. While the Tories were making so many mistakes, one of their big challenges was proving to the public that government can be a force for good. In other words, that government can actually get anything done. So, in terms of a message to the country of getting cracking and a desire to get things done, Labour, I think, will be doing everything in this first period in government, not just to get going behind closed doors, but to persuade and to demonstrate to the public that they can do that. A senior figure in Keir Starmer's team said to me last week, we think we will have to show our workings, demonstrate to the public how they are working on their behalf, and show to the public that those who voted for them this time did the right thing in their view. Interesting though, even in the early hours of this morning when Keir Starmer was speaking at the Turbine Hall at London's Tate Modern, just on the other side of the river, he suggested very much that he would have in mind not just the people who voted for Labour at this time round, but also everyone in the country who voted for whichever party that they chose, maybe even people who stayed at home and didn't vote at all. We can see though his most ardent supporters, some of them even bringing babies, some good old-fashioned campaigning there, some children being brought into Downing Street, ready, a little girl running along there to be present at this moment of history. So the scene is absolutely being carefully set and staged by the Labour Party here, wanting to paint a picture of the kind of image Keir Starmer wants to associate with his leadership, perhaps the kind of country that he wants to reflect during his time as Prime Minister. But his arrival here is still some way off. There's one of his senior colleagues, Welsh Labour MP. But we will be right here in Downing Street, whether or not the rain is on or off, with his Union Jack umbrellas aloft or folded down. But not until Sir Keir Starmer has arrived at the palace, had his conversation with the King, and then swept back here into power.
Laura, thank you very much. Well, while we wait, we'll stay on those pictures of Downing Street, but just to say we've got Alistair Campbell here, who, of course, lived through all this in 1997, and also Sir Keir Starmer's biographer, Tom Baldwin, who also worked in Labour Party communications in the mid-2015, I think, about that.
Alistair, I mean, we all remember the Tony Blair arrival in Downing Street in 1997. This is looking like a rather wetter affair, but it's all about setting the tone, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's Tony, all the flags waving and stuff. I think that, nobody can do anything about the weather. It's raining, and there you go. That's bad news, but manageable. But I think what they want to do, every time Keir has spoken during this campaign, there's always been people behind him. And I think just showing there that he's kind of leader of people and so forth. It's impossible not to be excited if you're a Labour supporter. It's impossible not to feel a sense of real kind of relief and joy, relief the Tories have gone, joy that Labour are back in. And so, you're seeing people in the people that are arriving in Downing Street who are either party supporters, personal friends of Keir Starmer, some of whom I'm sure Tom has interviewed for his excellent biography. I do mean that, by the way. I think Tom's book says so much about Keir Starmer that a lot of people don't yet know, and they're going to get to know it because he's going to become such a high-profile political figure. And there's a baby arriving.
I hope they've got strong arms. There might be a lot of carrying
Susie
to come.
Gilbert, who I think is has got a senior position in his local Labour Party. I think that looks good. I think people standing in the rain, waiting for Keir Starmer, a few umbrellas. Very British.
And he's going to want his moment in Downing Street, isn't he? I mean, there was some talk of him actually addressing the nation for the first time from inside Downing Street, but I don't know if any other Prime Minister has ever done that. He's going to want that moment outside, isn't he? Whatever the weather.
I'd have thought so, and it's interesting. I was on the way here. I was just looking at this election hasn't had that much coverage around the world compared to, I think, previous elections. But I was looking at all the kind of main newspapers of the world, their websites, as I was coming here. The scale of the victory. I mean, Keir Starmer is on front pages in France, in Italy, in Germany, in Spain, in the United States. And, you know, so this is a big moment. And yeah, that door is one of the most famous doors in the world. I think you'd rather be there as a new Prime Minister, rain or not, than in that sort of purpose-built COVID press room that Boris Johnson disgraced so much.
Tom, one of the words that's being used about Keir Starmer this morning, we've spoken to a lot of people involved in politics, is ruthless. And yet for the public, they see this guy during the campaign and he doesn't appear to be a particularly ruthless character. Does that word make sense to you?
It does, in that he's changed his Labour Party. You know, he's turned it inside out at a rate of knots. You know, he's turned the party from one which faced its activists to one which faced out again to the British people. And he's done it without huge drum roll or fanfare. He's done it in 4.5 years compared to 14 years, which is what it took the Labour Party last time it was in opposition.
There we go.
Cars going into the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. Let's go to Jane Hill.
Yes, just a flurry just in the last few moments. Of course, we didn't know, we haven't been told where Keir Starmer is travelling from, but it looks like we finally have that arrival that we've been waiting for, and this is a significant moment. This is important constitutionally. It's a moment of history. The country has been technically without a Prime Minister for the last 40 minutes or so, but we are now building up to the point where Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, will meet the King, will be asked whether he can form a government, will be appointed Prime Minister. Daniela, explain who Keir Starmer's meeting here.
And there is Keir Starmer with Sir Clive Alderton, the principal private secretary for the King and the Queen, shaking hands with Lady Victoria. There, going into Buckingham Palace. Just an interesting tidbit, Jane, is that Sir Clive Alderton and Keir Starmer actually were sat next to each other in the seating plan for the state banquet that was here last week for the visiting Japanese Emperor and Empress. It was just an interesting little bit of information when you looked at the table plan that is where the most powerful person in the royal household, Sir Clive, chose to sit that night next to Keir Starmer. Interesting decision, perhaps. But yet they are now inside Buckingham Palace, up to the private audience room, where the King will meet Keir Starmer and ask him to form a government and become Prime Minister.
And just as we were reflecting when Rishi Sunak was in the palace behind us, again, this is a private meeting.
It is a private meeting. Nobody else in the room for the early stages of that meeting while they have that discussion. Keir Starmer's wife, Lady Victoria, will go into the room in the later stages of the meeting. But at first, it is just the King and the new Prime Minister. What will they talk about? It's hard to know. We don't quite know. But we have, in the past, in various autobiographies and things that have been written, this moment has been discussed. And actually, Harold Wilson in 1964 said that the thing that really struck him about this moment was that suddenly he was Prime Minister, as he put it, on the spot. It just suddenly happens in a moment. He described feeling quite shocked about that. Gordon Brown, he also talked about this moment as well when he went to see the late Queen, and said once he'd been asked to form a government, to become Prime Minister, there was what he described as a congenial and business-like chat about his plan. So I think we can expect the conversation to be about forming a government, building a cabinet, policy priorities. A short chat here before Keir Starmer leaves to go to Downing Street.
Yes, and you do wonder what was going through Keir Starmer's mind on that drive here to the palace, because Rishi Sunak, in his words, outside number 10 in the last hour or so, I mean, there was quite a gracious reference to just how much one family's life is about to change. Yes, it's an enormous job, it's a time-consuming job, but he is a man with 2 children who are still at school. He guards their privacy very closely, doesn't talk about their names, you don't see photos of them. This is a huge moment for them as a family, and he's about to be formally told he is Prime Minister, and then, as you say, his wife will then come into the room for those final moments. It would be fascinating to know what on earth goes through your mind. However much you've thought about it during the campaign, in the run-up as leader of the opposition, this is a real moment, politically, constitutionally, but for them as a family as well. And the monarch's aware of that. The monarch may make reference to that.
I think it's highly likely the King will ask him about that. And there is just something, I think, about being driven through those central gates into the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace, going into the palace here to meet the King, that will really bring home just how public their life as a husband and wife, as a family, is now going to be. However hard they will clearly work to protect their children and not have them involved in the public side of their life, there is going to still be a curiosity and an interest into this family, and they must be feeling that and be very well aware of that as they head into Buckingham Palace and have their audience with the King today.
Do we know how well the King knows Keir Starmer, actually? How many times would they have formally met? What do we know on that front?
Yeah, I have asked the Palace about that this week, and I don't think that any of members of the royal family know Keir Starmer particularly well, but he has been involved in a number of set-piece occasions where he would have come into contact with the King a number of times, particularly after the death of the Queen. He had a number of meetings then with the King. He also was part of, obviously, various meetings around the coronation. He's been part of state visits. He's been part of state opening of Parliament. So there will have been contact. We also know the Prince of Wales has a yearly meeting with the leader of the opposition. So he will have had a private meeting with Keir Starmer as well, following a pattern his father had set over the years. So some contact, but it is now really that the two men, the King and the new Prime Minister, will have a chance to get to know each other very well.
Just replaying those images of Keir Starmer and his wife arriving here at Buckingham Palace in the last few moments. We have had torrential rain here for so much of the day at the palace, and look at that, just as they walk in, that's the King's door there, just as they walk in, goodness, the sun comes out. I'm not saying anything by that, I'm just mentioning that's for a group of people who've got pretty bedraggled standing here at Buckingham Palace today, and now the sun is out just as they go through the King's door. They're taken up to the first floor, that's where the audience room is, and that is where that meeting, we assume, will be going on right now. And again, this is, Daniela, something that the two men will now get used to, because it's worth just reflecting again, isn't it, on the relationship between the monarch and the Prime Minister of the day. The monarch remains politically neutral, but acts, history tells us anyway, as a sounding board. And many Prime Ministers we know have talked about really valuing and welcoming that opportunity just once a week, whether it's face-to-face or on the phone now, to chat with confidence. Some have made have said almost with a smile, it's lovely to have a conversation with someone who understands what you're going through as Prime Minister, and you know it won't be leaked.
Exactly. It is a private meeting. It isn't leaked. And of course, this is a king who has some very strong views about the world, all that vast experience he had as Prince of Wales and learning from his mother as well. So he will have a view. He will be interested in what the Prime Minister has to say. And I think he will want to be involved and understand how this new Labour government forms and what its policy priorities are.
Daniela Relf, for now, thank you so much. Our senior royal correspondent there with me at the palace. More from here a little later. For now, though, that meeting is private and there are no cameras, as you will be gathering. So for now, we will hand you back to John and Sophie.
Jane and Daniela, thank you very much for now. Well, we're here in the studio. We'll stay on those pictures of Buckingham Palace, and but we do expect Sir Keir Starmer to be in there for at least another 25 minutes. But we're here in Westminster with Tom Baldwin, who is Sir Keir Starmer's biographer, and also we are joined again by our deputy political editor, Vicki Young. Tom Baldwin, we saw Sir Keir Starmer go in there. We saw him with his wife, Lady Victoria. A lot of people will not know very much about, well, really either of them, but I mean, his wife has been very, very hidden during this campaign, hasn't she?
Yeah, well, I mean, she doesn't want to be a sort of prop in politics. She's got a job. She works at a local hospital. She wants to carry on working at a local hospital. She doesn't want to be, you know, a sort of just someone on the arm of the Prime Minister all the time. You know, if it's foreign visits, she'll do that. She'll do what she has to do, but she doesn't want to be, you know, a kind of part of his brand, and nor are either of them going to let their kids be part of their brand. You know, they will not use their names in public. They will not allow them to be photographed, right? It's really important to them that these teenage kids get a chance to have a proper teenage without sort of becoming sort of public property.
Because they're 16 and 13 years old, aren't they? And it's a pretty difficult time to uproot your life and to move into somewhere which is so in the public spotlight as Downing Street.
It is difficult. It's the thing that Keir Starmer says really keeps him up at night. You know, he has sleepless nights over this. You know, he says at that age they should be getting up to all sorts, having a proper teenage time. and it's going to be very, very difficult for them, and he's worried about the impact on them, and I think they will find lots of ways to mitigate that, because that is so central to their thoughts. I mean, I'm just reminded of seeing him going into Buckingham Palace, though, one of the previous times he went in there to get his knighthood, and it's an unlikely knighthood. He's probably the most working class Labour leader we've had for a generation, the only one to have Sir prefixed to his name before he got it. He got knighted for being head of the CPS. But when he went up for his knighthood, his dad rocked up with his mum, who's very disabled, in a battered Volvo at those gates with a Great Dane in the back. And they said, "We're here for Keir's knighthood." They didn't say. Eventually they let him in. And then he'd asked the footman, "Could you take the dog for a walk? Because it needs exercise." And so the corgis are out, the Queen's corgis, and the footman didn't know what to do. And it's absolute chaos. And it's a sort of fantastic vignette, I think, of the kind of slightly ramshackle background he comes from. You know, his dad was a character, I mean, proper character. His mum was lovely, you know, very, very ill for most of all of Keir's life, in fact. But that sort of sense of just turning up, say, "I think my son's getting knighted, you know, could you take the Great Dane for a walk?" You know, and, you know, I think they all had a nice time that day.
You see the scenes there in Downing Street, flags being handed out, the Union flag, flags of the individual nations of the United Kingdom. The sun's come out, the brollies are down. And Tom, what do you think Keir Starmer will be wanting to say to the United Kingdom today? What kind of tone will he want to set? Because some people were assuming he wouldn't want crowds and flags today. He might be doing it in a rather more, dare I say it, austere way.
Well, look, the contrast of those pictures of Tony Blair in 1997, that was a time the economy was going pretty well, benign inheritance internationally, looked like, you know, liberal democracy had won around the world. You've now got these very dark skies. I mean, the weather today is a metaphor for the inheritance. You've got an economy which is absolutely broken. There's a rotting lettuce in the Treasury fridge. You know, there's some nasty stuff in that salad drawer, from dating back to Liz Truss. And this is not that moment of a new dawn has broken. Things can only get better. It's what he said last night. I thought was really important. He said we've got to show that politics can make a difference. He said this fight for trust now defines our age. Not just in this country, you're seeing it in France, you're seeing it in the United States. This battle against people who actually want to divide and polarise and bring politics down, and the kind of politics he represents, which hopes, seeks to unite and bring people together. And it's going to be a big battle, this. But the battlefield is changing. You're seeing Reform, probably second place, right across the red wall. And what's interesting, talking to Labour people the last few days, they're already getting ready for that next battle. Far from taking their armour off, far from kicking back saying we won this election, they're saying, hold on, there's a huge political battle now.
And despite that huge number of seats, that big majority, the reality is that his share of the vote, Labour's share of the vote yesterday was 35%. So how does he carry the country with him? Does he have the communication skills to do that? Because sometimes I think people wonder whether he's as comfortable with the performance side of politics as maybe somebody like Tony Blair was.
No, he isn't. He doesn't like the performance. He likes doing. And what he says, he always likes a football metaphor. He says, I'll do my talking on the pitch. He says, if I can show that politics can fix some things, not fix everything with a 3-word slogan, but start fixing some things now, that will do more to restore faith in politics and democracy than any fancy speech, any brilliant image. It's just showing that he can get things done. And I think that's his priority, get some stuff done.
But there is something that you did have in your book where he talked about running for Parliament for the first time, and he said afterwards he didn't really enjoy it because he sort of hadn't realised how much of it was about self-promotion, and it's just not something that came easily to him, that's all well and good, but there is an issue, isn't there, when you're Prime Minister, because in this day and age, and Labour probably hasn't governed in the blitz of social media, you do have to be able to communicate. So it's all very well achieving things, but you do still have to communicate. That is a huge part of the job that he's going to have to get used to, along with the scrutiny that comes with that as well.
Yeah, look, one thing about him, though, is if he recognises a deficit, he'll do his best to correct it. He's never going to be the best speaker in the world, he knows that. He's never going to be the best performer at PMQs, another thing he really doesn't like about politics, but he'll do it. You know, and you compare his speeches now to what they were 4 years ago, they're much, much better. And he is relentless. He's not a natural, but he'll work hard to get to a place where he can do what's necessary. But he doesn't think that he should be judged as a prime minister by questions like, what's your favourite chocolate biscuit or which sock do you put on first. He showed quite a lot of irritability about those kind of questions in his campaign. He really wants politics to be serious, and I think there's a battle of wills now, not just between populism and democracy, if you like, but actually with a media which has been addicted to drama and spectacle, and whether you can actually have this politics which, as he says, treads a bit more lightly on people's lives. I mean, in my book, I say so much of politics has been sort of crowd-pleasing stuff. Boris Johnson gathered this huge crowd around him, and he set fire to some of the things we value most in this country. Starmer, by contrast, always talks about building blocks. He's always got building blocks to his argument. Puts one on top of the other.
It does mean that he and Labour haven't had maybe the scrutiny that you might have expected being in opposition, because the Conservatives, for lots of people would say all the wrong reasons, have really sucked attention towards themselves and their infighting and all the rest of it. It does mean that Labour has been sort of unchallenged, and that's going to be something new as well.
I think if anyone from the Labour Party campaign was here, they wouldn't have felt they were unchallenged. They had endless stories, some more substantial than others, about tax and spend, what their plans were. What they've done is extraordinary in this campaign, in that they've not dropped the ball. It's so easy. I mean, I've been part of campaigns where we've dropped the ball. They haven't.
The Ming vase, as everyone's referred to.
And Keir said to me, he said to me on the plane earlier in the campaign, I've been carrying this vase around. I'm not going to start juggling it now, right? I'm not going to do that. And he hasn't. And it's a huge achievement of his team and everyone around them that they've got through this campaign, and it is a white light scrutiny. It's eviscerating, and they haven't screwed up, and I think it's amazing. But this sort of, it's part of their approach. They're methodical to everything. And just going back to that sort of metaphor I was trying to do about building blocks, I think it's really important. People don't find watching someone putting one building block on top of another exciting. It's not inspirational. It's, quotes, boring. Turn your back, come back a bit later, he's built a house. And that's different.
And when you've built this whole campaign on change, he's now going to have to deliver change, and deliver change fast, isn't he? That's going to be his huge challenge.
So I think that's a real tension. So their whole thing is about long term. He talks about no more sticking plaster solutions. But they're going to need some short-term stuff just to get the growth. Otherwise, you are going to have to make some spending cuts or tax rises. They don't want to do either. They think that, their relentless approach, they can do it, but it means you're going to have to do stuff which doesn't necessarily look long term. You're going to have to get rid of lots of regulations, have to do lots of business friendly stuff in that short term, while also putting in place some of the long term changes they want to make the economy, the skills changes, the infrastructure changes. And that is, that's something that hasn't entirely been resolved, I think, in terms of presentation over the next few months.
Yeah, because people, people are going to be impatient, aren't they? They want change, and they want more dentists, they want more teachers, they want to have what they have been promised. The people who have voted for Labour, and all those things that they're promising, cutting waiting lists, it all takes an awful lot of time.
But it doesn't always take money. If you think of the things that Tony Blair's government did in that first term, the things we remember now, the Good Friday Agreement, the minimum wage, devolution, they weren't actually about spending money, they were actually changing the way government relates to people. And I think there's quite a lot of stuff they can do which isn't about spending money in the first instance.
And do you think he's going to surprise us on Monday? Are we going to get some big radical announcements that they haven't spoken of yet, but they can now do?
What you always get with Keir Starmer is he will do the obvious, straightforward things first. If that doesn't work, he'll become progressively more radical for pragmatic reasons. So it's not coming in with some gigantic blueprint or grand vision. That's not his style. It's about getting outcomes. Remember, when he was in charge of the CPS, one of the reforms he was proudest of was moving from paper to digital files. You're never going to get headlines for that sort of stuff, but it actually produced better outcomes. It sped up justice, it meant fewer files were lost, cases came to court quicker. That's the kind of reform which makes a difference to people's lives.
He also made cuts, didn't he, as head of the CPS?
He had to. It was Cameron and Osborne's austerity. He made 27% cuts. And some of them he thought were good, it made the service more efficient, and then it went too far. It's one of the reasons he went into politics. So we cut services to the bone and beyond. And he wanted to actually get his hands on the lever of power to actually change the laws rather than just implement the laws. and he's waited 9 years to do it. He's found it the most frustrating period of his life. You know, he says, like, you know, I've achieved less in these 9 years than any other time in my life. This is the moment he's been waiting for, to get in there and start taking decisions which change people's lives.
How do you think he's going to cope with the pressure? I mean, he's said in the past, if I can't be the best, I'll leave it in the cupboard. He's a really competitive man, isn't he? But how is he going to cope with the pressure once he's walked through that door shortly, in the next hour or so, when he really does have to deliver? He can't let himself or anyone else down.
Yeah, I mean, you have this weird situation where you have this eviscerating 6-week political campaign. We exhaust our new Prime Minister and then we say, right, govern. And, you know, I don't think he's gone to bed tonight. What he is, though, is, you're right, he's competitive. And he will always get ready for the next challenge ahead. So I spent quite a lot of time with him in the last 72 hours. I was watching him closely. Quite a lot of time he was sat, looking out the window of the plane, very contemplative, on his own, just preparing.
As you're saying that, I think we're just about to show you tell us more about this, but we have a photograph here. We have the first image of Sir Keir Starmer with King Charles. I can see it. You will see it in a moment. Well, keep telling us about the last 72 hours. There is an image which has just been released, and it is Sir Keir Starmer shaking hands with King Charles a short time ago. And that will be quite a moment for him.
Here we go. I think we have the image there.
There we have it.
The image just released of Sir Keir Starmer being welcomed into Buckingham Palace as Prime Minister, being asked by His Majesty King Charles to form a government. That is what's happening inside Buckingham Palace right now, and then Sir Keir will leave the palace with his wife as Prime Minister, and they will head to Downing Street where the crowds await them, and he will speak to us, and we will cover that live here on the BBC. Tom Baldwin, Keir Starmer's biographer. What will this moment mean to him?
I think there'll be a thought in his head about when he came to Buckingham Palace with his dad and his mum, and Prince Charles knighted him. He doesn't use that knighted very much. You know, he prefers to be known as Keir Starmer. But it was a moment where I think he wanted to show his mum and dad that he'd done something and make them proud of him. And I think that memory will probably pop back into his head. But he won't be he won't be wallowing in a moment. I promise you, the thing about him is he's thinking about what's he going to do when he gets to the desk. What's the decisions he can start taking. This is what it's all been about. He's gone through 9 years of opposition, which he's absolutely hated every minute of it. He wasn't someone who's like sort of always wanted to be Prime Minister, practicing his sort of speech outside Downing Street naked in front of the mirror at age of 16 and some do, right? He's someone who has done this and got into politics because he wants to change decisions and change people's lives. Now that's what he wants to do. He wants to get to that desk.
At one point he almost resigned a couple of years ago after Hartlepool. Yeah.
Because he thought he wasn't making enough of a difference. He thought, if I'm going to lose this next election, why am I doing this? And it took about 24 hours for him to be persuaded. He had to talk to Vic, his wife, he had to talk to his aides. They had to persuade him not only that he could cling on, but that he could win. And that was the moment, I think, when the changes to the Labour Party really accelerated.
I'm struck by the tone, actually, the image that we just saw of Sir Keir Starmer and the King, and it's not great smiles, is it? It's very serious.
Serious time. It's a really serious time.
But it's how he is striking the initial tone, isn't it?
I mean, you look at the picture on the front of the Labour's manifesto. That's a picture of a guy with tied on up, sleeves rolled up, but tied right tight, staring down the barrel of the camera. Compare that with Tony Blair in '97. You know, tie loosened, eyes gazing up at the horizon. This is a serious guy for a very, very serious time for our country and for our politics. And, you know, Christ almighty, this is, you know, it's going to be a tough ride, and he knows it, and he's preparing for those bumps in the road because they're coming.
How much pressure do you think he'll feel under? You've talked about the pressure from the public wanting change very quickly. With that huge majority, that's also pressure from the Parliamentary Labour Party, isn't there? You know, you've got this massive majority, you could do whatever you want. Pressure on him to do things and go in certain directions. With all those MPs, lots of them new, there will be a big difference in the Parliamentary Labour Party as well, won't there?
Yeah, and they're playing this game of, you know, they've got fighting free fronts now. You know, you've got a resurgent populist far right.
Here we are. Here's the moment we can see.
This will be the first time we have seen Sir Keir Starmer since he became Prime Minister. He's about to leave Buckingham Palace with his wife, Victoria, and head towards Downing Street. His new home, his new office, the centre of his government. A short drive and a big start.
Sir Keir Starmer, who is now the 7th Labour Prime Minister. He is Britain's 58th Prime Minister. And as we wait for the moment that we see him, the first time we see him as Britain's new Prime Minister, let's go to Jane Hill, who is outside the palace.
Yes, because this is a moment, isn't it? And that still image tells that story. The King, the monarch, shaking hands with the country's new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. That image taken in the audience room on the first floor at Buckingham Palace here. And Daniela, that is a room that the two men will meet in, or scheduled to meet in, the King's health allowing, every week. This is a new relationship here.
That's right, the new Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to get to know that room very well indeed. The private audience room at Buckingham Palace. It is within the King's private quarters here. You can see in that image personal family photos scattered around that room, and it is an important room. It'll be the place where privately, weekly, the two men will meet for their audience. There is a query in the room there, Flight Commander Will Thornton in the background there, who just police the logistics of this moment, the photograph, but it is essentially a moment that will always be private, a meeting that will always be private between the two men. What is said in that meeting will be kept within the walls of that private audience room.
And it's the King's third Prime Minister for a monarch who's been on the throne for not even 2 years, but it is his first elected Prime Minister. So constitutionally this is significant. Historically that image will be important, if only for that reason, and the changing of the guard in every sense, from one party to another, and a new moment. And as we've been reflecting, we would all perhaps love to know what conversation went on between the two men, but it is the very fact that it's private that makes it so special, I suppose.
As you say, Jane, the first elected Prime Minister for the King, but also the first time there has been a change of political party in government. So I think that in itself will be very interesting for the King. He will want to know about new policy ideas, new priorities, a new cabinet, what the direction of travel will be for this new Labour government. It is something that we know the King will be interested and engaged in. We know the kind of person he was as Prince of Wales, perhaps a little quieter as monarch he has been in terms of his views and opinions, but he'll be engaged in what's going on. Sir Clive Alderton there, the Principal Private Secretary to the King and Queen, saying his goodbyes, a kiss there for Lady Victoria Starmer as the new Prime Minister and his wife leave Buckingham Palace after that audience with the King, where Keir Starmer was asked to form a new government and become Prime Minister.
And so he is the country's Prime Minister. He is driven away with his wife. We can hear the whistles in the background amongst the crowds here behind us, the cortege behind us, all the police outriders, lots of fluorescent jackets making the way, clearing the path there for the car to have a clear run, and a safe and secure run, of course, through the streets of central London to Downing Street. It's not a long journey, not even 5 minutes really, shouldn't be any longer than that. And interesting, I was just pausing there because there was quite a cheer went up from the crowd behind us. I just wanted to see whether we could hear anything that people were calling out. It's always so hard to know here at Buckingham Palace the reasons that bring people to the palace. It's a tourist attraction, of course. There will be tourists from all over the world here at Buckingham Palace, but do they also know that they are seeing the country's new Prime Minister being driven away, having had his audience with the King, and now on his way to his new home, a new family home, number 10 Downing Street, just a few minutes drive away. as it gets noisy here at the palace. The helicopters, all the security overhead, and being driven down the Mall to Downing Street, and I will hand you back to our teams there.
Jane, thank you. Well, the scene here in Downing Street couldn't be more different to that scene of real solemnity, of real formality, that picture with the King, Sir Keir Starmer and his wife, Lady Victoria, coming out, grinning away, broad beams as they get into their official car. But here in Downing Street, the lectern is now out. You can see it there. The lectern came out and a cheer came up from the Labour activists who've been gathering here. And frankly, a Labour scriptwriter could hardly have dreamt of this. It was raining and drizzly this morning. Now Keir Starmer has become the Prime Minister and is on his way to Downing Street. The sun has come out. And in a sense, despite Keir Starmer's often sober demeanour as a politician, as you were discussing with Tom Baldwin, the dramatic turnaround that he has been able to achieve as Labour leader is really the stuff of some kind of political legend. It was not what the vast majority of people in the Labour movement and the Labour Party thought was possible in 2019. Indeed, some people warned that the Labour Party could be out forever. There were even on the margins some discussions about whether or not the party should disband. And yet here, British voters haven't been shown themselves willing to change their mind in large number, and Keir Starmer is not far now from making the short journey from his official car. We expect him to walk up Downing Street and greet some of the people who have helped him in the campaign, who've worked so hard behind the scenes. Some of them I've spotted in the crowd who've worked with him for so long. And no doubt as he makes the short journey up the street before addressing the country at the lectern, he will want to shake hands, perhaps embrace a few of them, give them a word, give them a smile, and no doubt give them a thank you. And we can see the cars turning there as they get ever closer to Downing Street. Sir Keir Starmer making this short journey, one that not so long ago he might hardly have dared dream was possible. We can now hear in Downing Street hear the helicopter overhead. You can see there Lady Victoria get out of the car in her red dress. Keir Starmer get out of the car on the other side. And they have not stopped at the end of Downing Street. So they've got out slightly around the corner in Whitehall. That suggests that they are going to come into Downing Street here on foot, creating, as we suggested, a very different image. He's not going to sweep up the street in that prime ministerial Jaguar, that armoured car. It looks like they are being squirreled away through one of Whitehall's many exclusive tunnels and corridors, genuinely the corridors of power. And he will then emerge here in Downing Street. You can see that's just around the back of the glorious Horse Guards parade here, right in the heart of Whitehall, where governments over the centuries have wielded such power and influence. That centre of political power, which now belongs to Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. It's likely here in Downing Street, when he speaks to the country, he will strike a very serious tone about the job ahead. But I think since the victory became clear in the early hours of the morning, in fact being confirmed by Rishi Sunak, who was the first person to say out loud before we'd passed the magic marker for Labour of 326 seats, giving them a majority. Ironically, it was Rishi Sunak who was the first to say Labour has won this general election. He revealed before 5 a.m. that he'd already called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him when Labour technically was still short of that majority. But some 8 or so hours later, Keir Starmer is now here and is just moments away from making a historic walk up Downing Street. And without question, after the formality of all of those pictures at Buckingham Palace, I'm sure he will be greeted with rapturous cheers by his supporters, friends, and some close parliamentary allies who will greet him here. And the chant they've been giving here while practicing waving their flags is "Keir there and everywhere." That's what they've been saying. So rather different to the kind of tourist crowds we saw outside Buckingham Palace. They've been practicing that chant. There they are, clutching not just Union Jacks, but look at that, saltires and the Welsh flag too. There will be no accident about that, no accident whatsoever. because Labour has picked up seats in Wales. They've done extremely well in Scotland, and that has all been part of adding up Keir Starmer's majority safely over 400 seats, which will give him, as this day moves towards the afternoon, his first afternoon in power, an enormous majority and enormous political power.
The new Prime Minister's sweep. We're used to seeing the new Prime Minister's sweep in through the gates of Downing Street. Where do we now think that Sir Keir Starmer is going to arrive from?
Well, Sophie, it's a bit of a guessing game. I was trying to identify from the air. I know this neck of the woods pretty well, but I think he went into one of the courtyards just off Horse Guards Parades, which means he's somewhere off to the right of the historic shiny door, but there are all sorts of warrens and ways through. So I think that he will probably pop out at the end of some of the Cabinet Office buildings down at the Whitehall end of Downing Street, but through a secure way around rather than actually having to walk up Whitehall past members of the public. Security, of course, for Keir Starmer has been tight as leader of the opposition, but now as Prime Minister, as the leader of the 6th biggest economy in the world, as the leader of a country that has a significant military and security role around the world, security for him will go through the roof now. So he's not going to be wandering up Whitehall through members of the public, I wouldn't expect. I think he'll probably pop out through some part of Whitehall at the end of Downing Street and then walk up the street. I don't think past his crowds of supporters who've gathered here in the sun. But we'll have to see. Maybe he'll pop out surprisingly from the other end. I don't know. I am guessing based on my decent knowledge of this neck of the woods, but I've been trying to identify buildings from the air. So, yeah, I hope I'm right. And he's not suddenly going to pop out the door behind us, but I can't imagine he'll do that.
This is all about setting a different tone, though, isn't it?
Yeah, without question. I mean, it's interesting, you were talking to Nicky Campbell earlier, and he was saying, oh, I don't think he'll do the big sort of celebratory thing. But I think actually for this moment, after the formality of the palace, I think when you think about the superhuman efforts that actually campaigners and activists and politicians in all political parties put in during campaigns, particularly in this context, I think the idea that they weren't going to allow themselves just a few moments of flag waving and baby kissing and greeting and congratulation and celebration from Keir Starmer's close supporters and aides. I think the idea they weren't going to indulge in a little bit of that was probably for the birds. However, I think he will strike a pretty businesslike tone in his speech, offering, as he did in the early hours of this morning, around about 5 o'clock, speaking of the Tate Modern. He did talk about sunlight of hope returning to the UK. He did talk about returning that sense of promise that people's children would always do better than them. The return of that social contract between generations that he says has been somewhat stretched and strained after 14 years of Conservative governments. So he will be trying to offer a dash of hope as well. But at one point during the campaign, which was such a Keir Starmer statement, he said he offered frank hope. Now, that wasn't a man called Frank Hope, but a frank hope, a sense of, I'm Keir Starmer, I'm not going to promise you some kind of nirvana overnight. He's trying, and I think we'll hear this in a few moments, he's been trying to say all the way through this campaign, a commitment that under his leadership, Britain can be a better place, but a warning to the country that it may well take some time. But it'll be interesting, Sophie and John. I do think in the next couple of weeks that we are likely to hear from senior Labour politicians, those new members of the Cabinet we expect to be seeing coming up in Downing Street later today. I do expect they're going to try and shift some of the story they're telling the public to include a sense that things might be even worse than they had expected. I think they might try to set some kind of ground zero. But at this moment, the sun shining on Downing Street, where the sun doesn't often shine, it has to be said. It's a slightly strange microclimate here in Downing Street. But as we just show you again, that formal picture of the King greeting the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. His supporters here in Downing Street are standing in the sun, broad smiles everywhere to be seen, lining up along the street. And I do expect that they will all be ready to make the most of every single second as their leader, the leader of the Labour Party, who couldn't have dreamt of this moment in 2019, is about to arrive. but I'm still guessing where he's actually going to pop out in Downing Street. So I keep looking up the street and then down the street, but we'll shout as soon as we see him.
Look up, Laura. Maybe he's about to parachute down. Who knows? I mean, Sir Keir Starmer, he took
That would be
during
Ed
the
Davey,
campaign.
John. That would be Ed Davey on a bungee.
That's right. Sir Keir Starmer talked during the campaign, didn't he, about growing up in a working-class family in a Pebble Dash semi in Surrey. And here he is about to arrive at one of the most famous addresses in the world at number 10. There we go. We can see Lady Victoria there in the red dress, Sir Keir getting in on the other side of the car. We understand that they got out of the car, round the back of Downing Street. I think that might be the Treasury. They're now getting back into the car, and they're going to head around the front. So, Laura, it looks like they will be making the traditional entrance through the gates, but they obviously had a pit stop along the way.
So no secret tunnels being required to lead to some kind of surprise entrance, but perhaps they were just making a pit stop, perhaps just having a private moment together before one enormous moment, just after one other moment. I wonder perhaps if they were saying to each other things that they had been thinking of saying for a very, very long time, a private moment together. Perhaps they were there to see their children, to acknowledge their importance to each other as a family at this enormous moment for them. We don't know what happened just behind closed doors, but they are now back in the car, and they are literally round the corner from here, John. So who knows what they were up to in that moment as they come back onto Whitehall. They're just turning back onto Whitehall, and they are quite literally round the corner from Downing Street now. A journey that for the Labour Party has felt for so long, so far, and so impossible has now almost come to an end, with the Labour Prime Minister for the first time walking into Downing Street for the first time in so many years. He certainly will. And you can hear the cheer going up from his supporters here waiting for him in Downing Street. The gates are open at the end of the street, causing a cheer to go up. Here come the outriders. They'll flank him everywhere he goes now. It's the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom arrives in Downing Street in that role for the first time. There thanking and greeting his supporters, a beaming smile as he shakes hands with those who have supported him for so long. That was just Pat McFadden, who's been the chief of this campaign, shaking his hand. Keir Starmer looking elated. That is an image of the Labour leader we have so rarely seen in public. Hugs, smiles, cheers, and handshakes. As he crosses over the famous street with his wife, Vic, as he often refers to her. Making his way across that line of supporters. A hug there from his longtime aide. And such is the desire of his supporters, friends, to greet him as he makes along the line that it's taking him quite a long time to get to the lectern. They're enjoying every moment of this. Time for the waiting cameras in a second, but first, the final thank yous to friends, activists, campaigners, those people who've worked alongside Keir Starmer and his wife so hard and for so long. And here he comes up to the lectern. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have just returned from Buckingham Palace, where I accepted an invitation from His Majesty the King to form the next government of this great nation. I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required, should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal, and a return of politics to public service. When the gap between the sacrifices made by people and the service they receive from politicians grows this big, it leads to a weariness in the heart of a nation, a draining away of the hope, the spirit, the belief in a better future, that we need to move forward together. Now, this wound, this lack of trust, can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. But we can make a start today with the simple acknowledgement that public service is a privilege and that your government should treat every single person in this country with respect. If you voted Labour yesterday, we will carry the responsibility of your trust as we rebuild our country. But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second. Yet, if I'm honest, service is merely a precondition of hope, and it is surely clear to everyone that our country needs a bigger reset, a rediscovery of who we are, because no matter how fierce the storms of history, one of the great strengths of this nation has always been our ability to navigate a way to calmer waters. And yet this depends upon politicians, particularly those who stand for stability and moderation, as I do, recognising when we must change course. For too long now, we've turned a blind eye as millions slid into greater insecurity. Nurses, builders, drivers, carers, people doing the right thing, working harder every day, recognised at moments like this before, yet as soon as the cameras stop rolling, their lives are ignored. I want to say very clearly to those people, not this time. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. The world is now a more volatile place. This will take a while. But have no doubt that the work of change begins immediately. Have no doubt that we will rebuild Britain with wealth created in every community, our NHS back on its feet facing the future, secure borders, safer streets, everyone treated with dignity and respect at work, the opportunity of clean British power cutting your energy bills for good. And brick by brick, we will rebuild the infrastructure of opportunity, the world-class schools and colleges, the affordable homes that I know are the ingredients of hope for working people, the security that working-class families like mine can build their lives around. Because if I asked you now whether you believe that Britain will be better for your children, I know too many of you would say no. And so my government will fight every day until you believe again. From now on, you have a government unburdened by doctrine, guided only by the determination to serve your interest, to defy, quietly, those who have written our country off. You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change, to restore service and respect to politics, end the era of noisy performance, tread more lightly on your lives, and unite our country. 4 nations standing together again, facing down, as we have so often in our past, the challenges of an insecure world, committed to a calm and patient rebuilding. So, with respect and humility, I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
Keir Starmer inviting the country to join him in his government of service. An embrace there for Carolyn Harris, one of his close MP colleagues, as he says thank you and embraces more of his supporters who have gathered here in Downing Street, who have listened with the country to Keir Starmer's first speech to the nation as Prime Minister. Joining hands once more with his wife, Victoria. Greeting a family friend there. Or perhaps her father. We'll check that and get back to you. But clearly huge scenes of emotion here in Downing Street for Keir Starmer and his family. A man who has become our nation's Prime Minister, who not so long ago and there we are, a historic image. Labour's 7th Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. The first Downing Street wave. And we'll stay on these pictures as Keir Starmer, having made history, walks through the famous door into the entrance hall of Downing Street, being greeted there by the Cabinet Secretary, Sir Simon Case, who served Boris Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, of course, being clapped in, as is traditional, by the civil servants who will now work on his agenda. Outside, almost a carnival atmosphere among Labour supporters and activists who came here to Downing Street to watch it and to watch Keir Starmer address the nation for the first time as Prime Minister, promising a government of service, promising to restore trust, saying, "I will fight until you believe it." Interesting, very much a theme of the campaign. And straight away, Keir Starmer acknowledging what many voters have felt, that there are plenty of things about this country that just have felt that they don't work anymore, acknowledging the extent of public frustration and promising to rebuild the nation. Let's get a quick word with our political editor, Chris Mason, who's been watching that speech alongside me here in Downing Street. It's almost as if Keir Starmer looked unburdened, almost sort of 2 inches taller with the importance of this moment. What did you make of his speech?
I thought exactly that, and it's been striking following him over the last couple of years and seeing his growth in confidence as the likelihood of this moment inched closer and closer. Throughout the campaign, he was desperate never to appear in any sense triumphalist, and it was interesting that he's allowed himself that moment, because in and amongst the choreography that we always expect at these moments, an element of partisan choreography as well, with party supporters with their flags and the chance for the new Prime Minister and his wife to greet some of their supporters. And I guess given the scale of their victory, you can see why if you were them you might be tempted by that, but we should be very clear about the nature of who those people are. Then the expectation management from Keir Starmer, attempting to pitch the tent even wider than his majority, to talk to people who did not vote Labour at the general election, but then to acknowledge that the flip side to that slogan, that one-word slogan that we've heard repeatedly for the last 6 weeks, change, can't be delivered quickly, and he acknowledged that explicitly, because the flip side to a giant majority might be that sense of expectation relatively soon, given few people dispute the towering list of challenges that he faces and the country faces, that people will want to see delivery fairly soon. He was just marking the card, I think, of the wider country that will take some time.
Interesting, though, also he, I think in quite a image-rich way, painted a picture of the challenges and the instability around the world, actually. He said no matter how fierce the storms we'll go into, we will reach calmer waters, saying he would govern with stability and moderation. Now, I think that was a pretty undisguised barb or acknowledgement of the turmoil that we've seen in this street in the last few years, as you know well.
Yeah, undeniably, I think the biggest element of difference in a big sense that he has been attempting to draw as a distinction between him and the Conservatives is the chaos, frankly, that there has been with the rotation of Prime Ministers in recent years, the succession of so many Secretaries of State in the key departments around Whitehall, and trying to make a virtue out of stability after a period of years, well, going back best part of the last decade, really, where there just simply hasn't been stability. Now, whether or not he can deliver that, let's see. He'll be helped, I guess, by the size of that majority. But hey, there'll be all sorts of events to come, won't there, domestically and around the world, that will test that hope from his perspective.
Well, you can feel and see here actually in Downing Street on the faces, Sophie and John, of the campaigners and activists who've been here, quite a few of them wiping away tears, stopping to take their own photographs of what is a historic moment for their party. It must also feel for many of them, you can see, an enormously emotional moment. Those cheers when Keir Starmer arrived, then suddenly completely silent while he was speaking. You could hardly hear a pin drop, while they listened with rapt attention as he made his promises. Of course, his words may not be received in the same way on televisions, radios and online when people who are not Labour supporters hearing his words around the country. But Keir Starmer, this very choreographed, but for these people, very moving, very emotional occasion, making a promise not just to them, but in Keir Starmer's words, making a promise to the country. We will rebuild Britain. People who have been ignored by previous politicians, not this time. He said, I will fight until you believe again. It was a big promise, Sophie and John. Easier to say than to achieve.
Certainly is. Laura Kuenssberg, thank you for now. And here we are in the studio and just outside the House of Commons with Tom Baldwin, who is Sir Keir Starmer's biographer, who was watching those images very intently. You knew an awful lot of the people there cheering him on, and you've spent a lot of time with him in the last few days, haven't you?
Yeah, and I thought it was really significant that some of the people he shook hands with and hugged just at the last, just before his speech, very, very old friends. I spotted John Murray there, his best friend at university, who taught him all about indie music. There's Parvesh Jaba, who has worked with him on the death penalty project when he was a human rights lawyer. And those old friends are a huge part of his scaffolding. That, you know, they are the people who are there to keep his feet on the ground and keep him connected to the real world. And then I thought his speech was interesting, because he did talk about stability and a sort of sense of trying to steer the ship to calmer waters. But then he also recognised this thing about trust. He recognised that there's a lot of people really angry and disillusioned and contemptuous of all politics by addressing everybody, by addressing people who didn't vote Labour in particular. I think he's trying to say, look, you know, we've got a big problem in democracy now. You know, we're going, in a year's time, our democracy could look more like France or America's unless he can show he's demonstrated some change. So that last phrase he used, brick by brick. It's not going to be showy. It's not going to be that sort of noisy performance, as he put it. It's going to be brick by brick, but he's trying to get something solid done to rebuild.
Service. I don't know how many times he used the word serve or service, but again, that's a key theme.
Yeah, it uses service, respect, ordinary hope, not some sort of speculative hope. It's about being grounded, but in these quite patriotic values. It's not an ideology. There's no such thing as Starmerism. I think he roots himself in quite traditionally recognisable British values like service and duty and respect. And, you know, as such, what he wants to do is be a Prime Minister who looks like this country, can fit into the folds of this country rather than draw straight lines through it. We're about to find out where he's going to be able to do it, because it's going to be a really tough ride. But what he wants to do is kind of bring that sort of sense of patriotism, which everyone can own a bit of this country and feel proud of it, back. It's a really tough task in front of him.
Tom Baldwin, I know you've been up all night, no sleep at all. Thank you so much for joining us
Thank you for having
this
me.
afternoon.
Well, what a busy few hours we've had here in Westminster. We now have a new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, whose Labour Party won that landslide, over 410 seats in the general election. And in the last few minutes, we've seen him addressing the nation, saying that change begins immediately, that he wants to move the country forward together.
Earlier, we saw the departure of the former Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who apologised after the Conservative Party's general election defeat, the worst in its parliamentary history, with just over 120 MPs remaining.
It's not over yet. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you all the news at 1 o'clock, a summary of what's happened so far. And of course, we will bring you all the later news about cabinet appointments, because the work, as Keir Starmer said, begins now. But first, let's just have a quick moment to remember what happened overnight and this morning.
My government will fight every day until you believe again. From now on, you have a government unburdened by doctrine, guided only by the determination to serve your interest, to defy, quietly, those who have written our country off.
British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight.
Say with certainty that Labour have won the 2024 general election.
Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to start.
Welcome to this election special news